Hello, Bpant here. We are just going to jump into chapter 5, I guess. Before we start, I do need to give a warning. This is going to contain, some heavy topics. We're going to be talking about, sexual themes. We're going to be using some strong language, because I can't keep skirting around these topics. I think if anytime we need to talk about it, now is the time. And of course, we are going to be talking about death and suicide. So if those are things that make you uncomfortable, please don't torture yourself by watching this or listening to me speak about it. Alright, let us just jump in. Ooh, this is going to be an uncomfortable ride. Chapter 5. A quick and dirty clean sweep. And this is just tying in our themes. We have the theme of water, we have the theme of cleansing, we have sweep, and quick and dirty. And that just means to wrap everything up haphazardly without much thought. Just kind of shove it all under the bed. And that's pretty much what I did. I worked from the backwards up pretty much. Well, I worked from both ends to the middle with this chapter, because one of the first things that I wrote was that ending where Bpant's tooth pops off, and then I started writing the beginning part where the two are so lovey-dovey, kissy-kissy, and it was that middle part that was really hard to do, because I wasn't sure how to skirt around the subjects. I do have some video footage of me screaming and crying into the mic while I'm writing it. I was delirious from fever at the time, and I had COVID, so I'm like snot all over the place, laughing and giggling, and it was horrible. It was horrible. I might include it at the end if I am brave enough. Let us go. Chapter 5. A quick and dirty clean sweep. The more the two met up, the more the shame washed away from Bpant's consciousness. At first, he was hesitant to meet up with Asriel after work, because of the way it made him smell, and how horrible a mood it left him in. But as that guy kept relentlessly showing up, night after night, not only did Bpant look forward to Asriel walking him home, he practically couldn't function until the end of his shift. Every hour he spent wishing that he could just skip the work part altogether and simply spend all day, every day, hanging at Asriel's side. Truth be told, he wanted to quit more than ever. The only thing that really kept him going was his secret plan, setting aside even more of his money trying to buy a car. As soon as he could, he was going to run away. He was going to run away and make a future with Asriel. He just had to. So it went this way. Asriel would keep meeting him after work, and they would walk home holding hands, kissing and giggling like imbeciles. As far as the kissing went, even though it was the part Bpant was most reluctant to try at first, as soon as the floodgates opened, since the whole world couldn't be damned, it would just have to be damned instead. Flooded with their heavy showers of affections. Bpant really was a physically charged person. Before a week was up, it quickly went from a return peck on the cheek to a smooch on the lips, a kiss on the mouth to full-on making out. Every time they could sneak in some alone time, their lips were locked and they threw away the keys. The most notable of their nights were on the weekends whenever Asriel was able to stay at his dad's house. They would go off into the park and sit beside the lake, polluting the beautiful scenery by talking about absolute garbage for hours on end. The more they rubbed shoulders, the more they rubbed off on each other, becoming two halves of one big idiot. Two pea-brains in a pod. Incoherent thoughts and whispers were traded back and forth in hushed tones, as if their secrets were the 7 wonders of the world. The two would only part when breaking into fits of non-stop laughter. Anyone would want to turn away in discomfort looking at the overbearingly lovey-dovey atmosphere the pair gave off. They were utterly insufferable, but they were truly blissful. And this is just me skirting around actually making them intimate, because I have a problem with that. I am not comfortable with this, but I'm trying. I hope that I'm portraying this in a way that's like heartwarming, that people can relate to, or at least get some joy out of. One night, Bpants visited Asriel's home to give him a crappy CD he burned filled with pirated anime and video game music, decorated in indecipherable scribbles drawn on sloppily with permanent marker. Asriel immediately flew out the door and into his arms. The happy couple embraced in a much longer than usual hug, using the opportunity as an excuse to giddily feel each other up. But if anyone could ruin everything with just a quick look, it was Az's mother. It was hard to soak in the delights of a summer springtime night when a killer was waiting right inside the house, on the other side of the doorframe. Toriel does not want Asriel to get close to anybody at his young age, especially with the boss monster thing, but also because it's Bpants. She did not raise her child for no Bpants. Naturally, Az was the one who invited him in. The two went up to the bedroom, starving wolves that they were, playing like innocent sheep as the pair lay on the bed side by side. Since Kris was most likely sent in there by Mrs. Dreemurr to serve as a chastity belt, they disgruntledly sat on their own bed as they distracted themselves by playing with the handheld. Meanwhile, Bpants' hand held Asriel's under a pillow as to not make things more uncomfortable for the little sibling. However, his own happiness always came first. While sharing headphones and listening to music could distract them for a little while, it wouldn't distract them from the greed they felt for one another for very long. And that's a Twitter thing. It's like a Twitter meme now. Listening with one earbud in each ear, sharing headphones. It kind of doesn't work the same way anymore, but we'll give them this nice, cute little anime moment before all hell breaks loose. Bpants took Asriel's hand and kissed the back of it dramatically. "My lady." Asriel giggled in glee and unleashed that charming smile which blossomed like 1,000 flowers flourishing all at once. "My gentleman." Bpants returned the smile with a toothy, scheming grin. "I am no gentleman, but a beast!" He ducked down as if he was going to once again kiss the back of that hand, but maneuvered his way into the space between as his thumb and index finger, gently biting down on the tender flesh in between. He looked up mischievously, as if to stick the landing. Whether it was a knee-jerk reaction or just a jerk's knee reaction, he didn't know, but Asriel immediately kicked him out of the bed in a panic. It was super effective. 100% without a doubt. It had to be some kind of kink after all. Bpants chuckled even though his head had just hit the floor, making it seem like he'd gone off his rocker as well as off the bed. He went out of his mind not too long ago, and it was the best decision he could have ever made. Why hadn't he thought of it before? He didn't even need a learner's permit to drive himself insane. Why not just go nuts? Sanity wasn't all it's cracked up to be anyway. He was having the time of his life putting the moves on his best friend. So, in a nutshell, he was actually very, very satisfied with their crazy situation. "You need to behave. Kris is right here. You're disturbing them." "Oh, sorry, little buddy. We were just messing around." "Hey, Az, at least give me credit. I kept it PG like you asked." "It wasn't PG to me." That guy was super pissed off. But that wasn't exactly far from what he expected. Before, when Asriel got angry and cast his piercing eyes toward him, it would strike fear into Bpants' heart, like a small mouse being cornered by the cat. He was an insignificant morsel in the eyes of the perilous predator. However, now that their relationship had soared to new heights, he'd do anything to keep having those eyes looking at him so passionately. He was absolutely hooked on this feeling of playing cat and mouse. To willingly impale himself on that sharp gaze, he would grab the proverbial bull, as well as Azriel Dreemurr, of course, directly by the horns. A pillow got thrown his way. "What are you thinking about? Get back up here and let's just listen to music or something, okay? Jeez, try to calm yourself." "No way! I've fallen for you and I can't get up! Won't you save me, Azzy?" Asriel sighed and shook his head helplessly as if dealing with a wayward child. However, he didn't reject, quickly scooting over to the side of the bed for the assist. "You're such a pain in the ass. Give me your hands." Bpants adjusted his legs and sat up, quickly sliding his hands against Asriel's and interlocking their fingers as he leaned back onto the bed, closing in their proximity. Asriel looked at him in slight suspicion at his brash behavior, but ultimately made no complaints. His eyes held such infatuation, as if he couldn't dare say no. Of course, such happiness could only last for so long. Just barely kneeling on the bed, Bpants once again lost all sense of balance and fell forward right on top of Asriel, causing the guy to let out a surprised yelp. Bpants' eyes grew just as wide, completely not intending this course of action. Since their fingers were woven together, it only helped to serve as a guiding hand to aid them into laying pressed together chest to chest. While he didn't mind coming on a little strong, he absolutely didn't mean to be this forward. Shit! Sorry, Azzy, And as soon as he tried to hurriedly climb off his friend, his actions abruptly grinded to a halt. Or it was more accurate to say, a grind caused his actions to halt. The pair ceased up as if lightning had struck them. Both of them locked their eyes in disbelief as if to telepathically communicate that the situation had just become very dangerous, but it wasn't as if their partner wasn't already keenly aware. They were no longer at the state where it could be laughed off. Easy come, easy go was much easier said than done in some instances. Azzy, I think I should go home. Right now. All right. What's with that disappointed look? Didn't he know exactly what he was asking for? Whatever. It's not like he could be any more ashamed than he was now. I think maybe, you should drive me back to my place. It's the weekend, stupid. There was very little time left. Since they had the opportunity and the motivation, they might as well run with it. Every second in this time together should count, and one can't have a second if they haven't even had a first. Are you certain you're ready to go all the way back? Finally, at long last, Asriel picked up on his hints. Obviously, it is Bpants who has trouble picking up on the hints here, but don't laugh at your own jokes. As ready as I'll ever be. I don't think the traffic lights will change anytime soon. As if to break up this flowery atmosphere, a cold voice growled out from the side to shut them up. If you don't leave immediately, you'll be left in the dust! Right, the little sibling was here. They were always so quiet that it was easy to pay them no mind. As far as death glares went, squirts were far from endearing. While Bpants always tried to bury the hatchet with them, that kid had an axe to grind. It didn't bother him much, though. They were practically family, and who in their right mind didn't have a troublesome family? Oh, little buddy, blocking off another's path to prosperity is immoral, you know? I'll bring you some more chocolates if I visit again, all right? And with that, the two slowly headed out the door and into the night. Yes, slowly. I hate the trope in BL manga where they're just, rushing off in situations like these. It's a little bit hard to, shit, how graphic should I make this stream? Should I just go for it, or should I just leave it vague? We'll leave it vague for now. But they would not be running anywhere right now. They didn't even speak when they entered the truck and went straight to the apartment complex. Both of their minds were full of thoughts, and it didn't take a genius to figure out what those were. They didn't even stop to kiss at the door like they usually would have. There was no need to add more fuel to a fire that was already burning. Bpants clumsily fumbled trying to open the heavy door. I don't know why I put heavy door. I don't know. I use heavy like 10,000 times in this segment. I guess it's just a heavy chapter. Being a lot more nervous than he previously let on. And just when he managed to get that damn door open... Hey, little D, what took you so long? I'm practically starving here! Mama! Bpants' mom sat idly by in the front room with a mud mask hastily smeared across her round visage, and modestly kicking up her feet on the chair. He looked back to Asriel as if checking on his reaction. Right now they were both completely unsure of what to do. This was a roadblock neither of them were expecting. What are you doing back so early? Me and my good friend Az were going to watch some movies and hang out today. She stood up in a flash and practically jogged over to the front door. Even though she was so short, she reached up on her tiptoes and patted Asriel's face with her hands. If it ain't little Asriel! Oh my god, how you've grown! Look at you! Practically 1,000,000 feet tall. How's your mom, then? This is a bad voice. Do it over, do it over, do it over. No! I would be scared too, Bpants. Asriel switched to his fastidious friendly facade and skillfully segued into exchanging pleasantries, while Bpants sank to the ground, drawing imaginary circles on the floor with his fingers. Wow, I went really anime with this. I just threw in all the anime reference. I don't know romance. I just don't know. It's all anime. This put a damper into his plans big time. Not only that, but he dragged Asriel into this mess as well. A word with you, huh, little dude? His mom called out from the front room, waving him over. Why didn't you tell me you were going to have company over? Look at this place. It's a disaster area. What you trying to do, embarrass your mama to death? You bum, you should at least pick up around here a little. Before he could even speak, she crossed her arms angrily. Don't give me that attitude. You're the baby of the family. You've got to take care of your mama. I hadn't eaten today. You go out and get your mama some grub, all right? Ma, Az is leaving for college soon. We barely get time together as it is. How about I order us some delivery instead? Waste that kind of money? What, you ain't got legs? Don't be lazy, just get. It'll give me a chance to pick up around here. And Lil D, if your friend over there offers to pay, absolutely do not turn it down. You take whatever you can get, you hear me? Ma, if that guy goes in for a penny, he might go in for a pound. Please don't curse me any further. Bpants thought bitterly, heading back over to Asriel to inform him of the situation. I think Bpants just informed him of another situation. So, I don't like roles. I don't like assigning a meaning to a certain gender or assigning a certain position to a certain person. But Bpants is very compet, and he pretty much sees Asriel as his little girlfriend. So he has some, expectations from the relationship. I will, say that. He has some expectations which, later in the chapter, he might, just throw out the window. We'll get to that when we get to that. Maybe I'll, be able to talk about it then. Let's continue. When they got outside, Asriel ran over to the truck and searched for something behind the seat. Bpants assumed that they were going to quickly get takeout and return, but that guy requested they walk instead. And, after Asriel found what he was looking for, he realized why. You once made the mistake of telling me you couldn't handle your alcohol. I think that would be rather interesting to see. Bpants hesitated with the sudden turn of events. While what Azzy said was true, it was because he had very little experience drinking at all. He slid his tongue over his teeth nervously. Azzy didn't beg. He didn't beg him to do it, but those eyes were pleading with him. It's all right to refuse. I'll finish whatever you don't. Asriel teased, sticking out his tongue in a rare moment of candid playfulness. Or perhaps he was exaggerating to make him feel less pressured about the matter. Okay, so yes, that is true. Asriel is doing that to make him feel less pressured. That is not really a genuine thing. That's more of a flowy thing, like a facade of playfulness. Second of all, we are hinting at Bpants not drinking because of the veneers. The bond can come undone. Usually not very easily, but if you get crappy dentistry, of course, it'll come undone. It's just like a little plate set on the front with glue. I don't know why dentists always like to use frickin' glue for everything, but they definitely do. It is not the best situation. It seems very archaic, but here we are in this current day and age. We also have Asriel likes to hide his stash in that truck. So that first night, when he went out to get a drink of water, he went out to his truck to get some stuff. It wasn't just alcohol. Asriel was kind of really pressured that night by his own thoughts. Oh, well, we could get into it. I have never done any drugs. I have never smoked. I have never had a drop of alcohol. I am a very sheltered individual, and I've had a very messed up life with people who have abused substances. So I have tried my best to stay away from those kinds of things. Plus, given my situation, it would not behoove me to make myself vulnerable in front of other people. I kind of have to protect myself, and I have had to since I was very little. So, of course, I wouldn't mess with any of that stuff. Not saying I don't have any issues, God knows. But I've stayed away from that. So I had to rely heavily on experiences of what people were like in these situations. And I remember I had this friend who had pretty much gone out and hotboxed with someone. They didn't really smoke themselves, but they got into that situation, and they were very ADHD. And at the time I didn't know that I was ADHD too, but they were very ADHD. But when they came back and were describing everything and how awesome of a time they had, like, they couldn't shut up, and they were running 1,000,000 miles a minute, and what they were saying was absolute nonsense, and that's what I kind of channeled into chapter 2, Bpant with all of his weird thoughts, running a mile a minute, thinking about weird shit. That's pretty much that friend that I had that experience, and that's all I have to pull from. I don't really have very many great memories of people being drunk, like, other than absolute anger or like bartending where people just get really freaking sad and weird and obnoxious. But none of that is this situation where, if you don't know, Asriel's about to just bomb him with everything that Asriel can possibly bomb him with, because Asriel's intention right now is to make the decision whether he should kill Bpants to keep his soul with him so that they can be together, or leave Bpants here in this world and stay apart. And that was the same decision that he had from the first night, which is why he got so messed up. Because this was before all that relationship stuff. He was trying to make that decision, and that was before they even really got started. And now they know each other so much more, and they've gotten so much more invested, and there's also now that physical side of things that Asriel is really enjoying. So it's a very hard situation for him. That's part of the reason why there's this alcohol now. Asriel wants to get fucked up, and he wants Bpants to get fucked up. So just in case he has to make that decision, it's a little bit easier to do. It's easier for him to do, and it's possibly easier for Bpants to handle. So I don't know what alcohol would do to somebody in this kind of situation, other than, like I said, bartending. So I consulted some of my friends, but, like, everybody said, oh no, it just makes me sleepy. I don't have any difference in behavior. I'm like, you're full of shit. You're full of shit. There's no way that you're just sleepy. But I tried my best. If this doesn't seem realistic, it's because it isn't. I have an anime romance, and I'm making up chemical lore as we're going. In fact, all of this is pretty much made up. I don't know how much I've explained to everybody so far, and I don't know if anybody's watching this as their first video, but no, please don't. Jesus Christ. But well, don't watch any of them. I had COVID for the first one. The second one, I just went off on tangents and didn't say anything at all. And this one is very heavy and not good. So don't watch any of these. I'm going to make a video, or I might make a video later. None of this is canon. None of this is something that I think is actually going to happen in Deltarune. I want to make that clear that I started this off as like Umris, where they took the concept of Birdly and the concept of Susie. Oh shit, I gotta go. So I would like to take a second to say that I don't think any of this is canon. In fact, I pretty much know it isn't. I'm not trying to predict the future of Deltarune. I am not drawing from anyone's theories or videos of any sort, because I have very little exposure to that. I have not been in the fandom before all this. This would be my first fandom space. I never got into any AUs or anything about that. I am very new. I am very vanilla. I played Undertale a few times when it came out. I played Deltarune a few times when it came out. I remember some details, because I'm very detail-oriented like that with some things. They just stick in my brain. But I did not comb through the games when I went to write this. So I pretty much did the Umris thing and took my impressions of whatever happened and just dialed it up to 11 and ran with it. So it didn't matter, Susie's character didn't matter, Birdley's character didn't matter. They just did whatever they wanted, wherever they wanted. And that's what I was trying to do here, is just make up my own story based off what I already know, what I could remember. So no, this is not going to fit into anybody's theories. This is not what I actually think is going to happen. I'm just taking things and making fun of it, pretty much. So we have earlier, the Caddy and Bratty thing, that has some truth based on the dialogues, but I put my own spin to it. And that's what I've been doing this whole story, and that's what I have done for this whole world. So let's go through Undertale as I remember it. We start off, there's the background. We start off with the introduction that monsters and humans had a war. The humans won. The monsters were banished underground. Sometime later, there is the first fallen human, which is triggered by the name Kara, which is just character. We don't actually know their name, but it's fanon now. I'll show the text on screen. Peach, remember to get that footage. So, Kara didn't have a very good life, and they wound up here. It's not implied to be a good situation that they went through. And they got found by Asriel. And Asriel and Kara got along pretty well. But Kara had some issues, obviously. Especially with humans. Kara really hated other humans. And so much so that they wanted to get revenge. They couldn't get that idea out of their mind. So they formulated this idea and dragged Asriel into it, Asriel, being a monster, and it wound up killing them. Flower poison, basically, if I remember correctly, so that Asriel could break the barrier and go to the human village. I think it was just to see flowers, but, I don't know. When they got there, there were humans who were hostile to them, and Kara wanted to kill them, obviously, but Asriel had to fight back to keep this from happening, and Asriel wound up getting really hurt, like lethally wounded from the whole event, not wanting to hurt the humans, even though that was something that Kara wished. So we have this tragedy play out, where both kids wound up dying, which left Toriel and Asgore in this limbo state, because they pretty much age with their children. So for 100 years, pretty much, a lot happens in that 100 years, but we're going to skip to 100 years later, where the character that we help play as, Frisk, falls into the underground, and it is implied for Frisk that they might have wanted to kill themselves. I'll just say, they had injuries when they fell. They too might not have been treated the best by their own race. Yeah, they don't seem to have as many issues with humans as Kara did. We go like 100 years in the future, and another human falls down, which starts the events of Undertale. We're greeted with Flowey, who is the soulless husk of Asriel Dreemurr's essence. Essence pretty much being their personality. It's not a soul, it's not their body. It's like if you have a liver transplant from somebody else and they were a Green Bay Packers fan, and all of a sudden you become this really big Green Bay Packers fan for whatever reason. That's cell memory. It kind of goes back into you. That's kind of what I think Essence is. So we have that going on. Flowey kind of plays around with this new toy in the underground that they're very excited about because it's not only something new, but it's very reminiscent of Kara, the one person that Flowey really related to. Asriel was a very lonely kid, and having Kara in their lives, well, it didn't lead to good things, but it was pretty much out of desperation, and we see Flowey going through that loneliness a lot. At first, Flowey created worlds trying to appease people, kind of like how I have Asriel trying to appease people in this world. Flowey had already done that in Undertale. He had tried to make everyone happy and feel a sense of happiness doing that himself, giving everyone the best that they could possibly hope for. But Flowey did not feel anything from that. So Flowey, not being able to connect to people with these emotions, decided to do the opposite of that. In order to feel something is to torture the people that he loves, and then maybe he'll feel something then. But even though it had a little bit of an effect, it didn't really reach. It never really affected Flowey. So then it just became a way to stave off boredom. And so we have this lonely person, lonely from the start, being driven to madness because they can't get that personal connection. So we have Frisk, who came into the picture, who is very reminiscent of Kara. We have that familiarity. We also have this fun element. This is something new. And they also have powers to change the future, to change things into different things that Flowey's never seen before. So that's where Flowey's obsession with Frisk comes from. We're going to talk a little bit lower now. So what if we have this kind of character, but with a soul, and in a new place? Not only in a new place, but with a new friend, a friend that they didn't know too much about from the previous life. And that's when we're going to get into NPCs. We know from a genocide route that there are very few NPCs that are invulnerable to damage, to being killed. And those few ones were Gerson, Temmie, and Bpants, from what I can remember. I could be wrong, but I remember specifically QC's shop had a note in it and you could steal from it. And then, of course, Bratty and Caddy's had a note as well. So those would be the people that Flowey knew about the least because they have a protected status, right? They can't be killed very easily. Not saying that Flowey couldn't do that, but for my purposes, that's what we're going with. These were NPCs that were impervious to the torture, so they aren't known about as much because they weren't tortured as much. So we have that element going on. That one around Asriel's age range, which I think I'll get into the age range thing. But the one most around Asriel's age range would be Bpants. So we have a friend that new Asriel can have from the get-go. Has somebody to stave off that loneliness and somebody he doesn't know about from the previous life as much. So it's pretty much a new thing. It is a mystery, and it also kind of detracts from that draw that they had in Undertale. with Kara, it kind of puts a strain on that relationship because that relationship was pretty much built out of loneliness. Not saying that's all that there was to it, obviously not, but I think I kind of delve into that here. I kind of play with that idea about the relationship that they have. I really don't want to whisper. Frick. So new Asriel has Bpants that they can befriend growing up, and that pretty much changes them. That changes their outlook on life. There's a new person to confide in. There's not as much loneliness, so it's not as hard of a life. So there's that to begin with, not saying that Bpants was the best person. But we do see in Deltarune that Asriel is a little bit influenced by Bpants. We see all these mischievous things that Asriel gets himself into that seems a little naughty for the Undertale. Well, of course, because he's a freaking kid in Undertale, but it seems a little bit naughty compared to, you know what I'm talking about. More average teenage boy kind of things. We hear about such exploits from Catty, about her spilling punch on him and getting arrested at the school dance. We hear Brady plotting to get his first kiss. We hear about Bpants and him going out to pick up chicks. Sure, Bpants. Sure, I'm sure. I mean, he also brags about Undyne making eye contact. Boy, you went to school with Undyne. You pretty much grew up knowing Undyne. What are you talking about? Of course she's looked at you. You can't tell me that you haven't been arrested. Come on now. Anyway. Oh, and there's another thing. I don't know where else to put this, so I'm just gonna put this out there. Undyne is also a boss monster. Most definitely, 100% a boss monster. I don't understand how they couldn't be, or for at least my purposes, she is definitely a boss monster, so her aging is a little bit different as well. Poor Alphys. I'm so sorry. You are going to have to figure that out on your own. But I'm sure you're good with the anime bullshit as well. So y'all will be fine if y'all ever get together in Delta. Of course they're gonna get together. Of course they are. But so I don't think that Undyne is exactly the same age as Bpants and Asriel, but they're around the same age, especially considering Asriel is also a boss monster. I will say that I personally have the headcanon that Bpants didn't do too well in school and is at least a year older than Asriel. I don't know if that's a divisive topic. I know some people are really hung up on age ranges, and it's like, dude, they're monsters. They live for hundreds of years. What's 1 year difference? But that's just me. So whatever your headcanon is, that's fine too. For me personally, I think he's like a year older. Maybe he got held back in school. I mean, maybe even just to be in the same grade as Asriel. Honestly, who knows? Toriel could have been really happy with Asriel having this cute friend in like first grade, and then immediately regretted the decision. Anyway, we are not going into new lore. We are going into old lore. Let's go into the old stuff. We're not creating stuff right now. No more creation. God knows, no more creation. In general, we have boss monster Undyne, who is older than Bpants. Bpants, who ages like milk, regular ass milk toast Bpants. And then we have Asriel. And of course, boss monster ages are weird. Did I ever explain that? Where was that? Was that in the waterfall area? Like the flowers, like the echo flowers? I think it was in that area. I don't know. Y'all, I'm a fake Undertale fan. I played it a couple times, and I just barely remember stuff. I do remember that... Ooh, good. This is a good topic to bring back in. Somewhere along the lines, we learn that Asgore and Toriel stopped aging because their kid died. And we do hear from, it had to have been Waterfall, because Gerson is the one who explains that it's the biological kid and not the adopted kid. Or at least Gerson says he doesn't think that it would be the adopted human that factors into their aging. So that brings us back into this world, into my world. It started out as one world and it's split into 3. So there are 3 different outcomes in this world. And Asriel likes this specific world that we are in for the whole chapter, for the whole fic. So the world that gets divided into 3 is supposed to be the perfect world. Of course, it is divided into 3, so it is obviously not perfect. It is imperfect. But this is the best. This is the best one for Asriel, the one that's Asriel's playground. Anyway, and as we can tell, all of the Undertale regular monsters are in this world. So there had to have been some kind of merge of the timelines of that 100 years between Kara and Frisk, which is why in this fic, and this fic only, this is not something that I believe is going to happen in Deltarune. The 2 are mixed. They're pretty much combined into the one entity that is Kris, which is kind of already Kara and Frisk put together. Kris. I don't know if that makes any sense. Does that make sense? It might not make sense, but that is what it is for this fic. Pretty much merging the 2 timelines. The people that Flowey had attachments to, the people that Frisk had attachments to, not the way back 100 years prior to the events of Undertale. Not so much that. A little bit, because we do also have Rudy. But I mean, are you gonna let your dad's special friend die a tragic death if it's the perfect world? That's another thing I want to put up. I have like 3 different possibilities for every one of the decisions I made. So I don't have my own lore set in stone. I have all these ideas because I was thinking in different possibilities for different worlds. So this one we still have Rudy. I'm not saying that we have Rudy in the other world. Can I just call them AUs? It's pretty much the same. It's the same thing, right? That's what an AU is, right? It's like the same world, except it's alternate. Except it's not really an. We'll call them alternate worlds. Let's do that. So we have this one perfect world that was split into 3 alternate worlds. There we go. That's how you do it, Peach. Yay! Okay, so I don't know what I was talking about. I don't know. I was talking about how the 100-year events merged pretty much. And so we have Kara Frisk, who is Kris. We have all of the characters from Undertale, pretty much in the timeline vein of Undertale, and not the 100 years prior, not by the Human War. Oh geez, do I even get into the humans? Lay it all out there, Peach, just lay it all out there. So, one of the things that I wanted to keep including in the fic, which it kind of happened, but no, it really didn't happen. Okay, so the bunker. I had 3 different possibilities for what was in the bunker, right? And I decided, no matter what, let us have the tension build up a little bit by Asriel constantly always trying to lead Bpants into this bunker, right? And I don't ever say it. I never say that's what Asriel is doing. But if you notice, they tend to get lost in the woods quite a lot. And if you look on the map, on the Deltarune hometown map, you can see where the woods would be. It is the bottommost street. That's the bunker. One of the bunkers I thought of containing, pretty much an alternate world, like the world of Undertale, pretty much. It was a gateway to the other worlds somehow. I think I think that's pretty much what I decided on, is it was a gate, whatever was in the bunker, it was a gateway to the other worlds. And of course, Asriel has explored it even in his childhood. But one of the ideas was that the humans were trapped in the underground, and that's what's in that bunker, and that's where Kris came from when Asriel found them in the woods. And that's why Kris has such an emotional response to that bunker. It's not because of Death's holiday or anything like that. It's because that's where the humans are. The humans are trapped underground. Oh, I love it. I love it so much. And I know that's gonna piss people off. I wasn't around for all the Gaster stuff. Like, I was very vanilla Undertale fan. I had to be told what Gaster was. So that never factored into any of my stuff, because I don't see Gaster as a character. I'm sorry. I know, I'm sorry. I don't see them as a character. Definitely not the mystery man. I don't see Gaster as the mystery man. I think that at this point, he would not be an amalgamate. He would be an actual person, like, not dead. Because if Rudy gets to live and, Kata Frisk gets to be Kris, then of course Gaster isn't going to be a patchwork zombie, you know? So, he could possibly be human, we got we got a little bit of feedback on Let That Sink In, that there is a lot of porn showed off here. There's a lot of genres. We had the, Quid Pro Do. I am so proud of that title, because it's a pun on quid pro quo, which is pretty much workplace coercion to do something for something else. You can have this acting job if you do something under the table for me, So I have quid pro do, I have the gator one and the cat one that I didn't even give a shit. And then there was the tongue and beak. Which is another one I really like. I'm sorry. It gets to the point, right? You understand what it is now. Quid pro do, whatever. It's a pun, it's kind of cute. Quid can be money, pro could be professional, but tongue and beak, you definitely understand what's going on. Anyway, I have all this porn, right? I have the ghost porn in chapter 3. I have all this porn. We don't have bone porn, right? So I'm just going to put my little headcanon out there that, skeleton monsters reproduce by killing humans. That's how it happens. It's murder, y'all. They bury them in the sacred burial ground once they're dead, and once all the flesh decomposes, they arise as skeleton monsters. There you go. And they're somehow fuzzy. I don't know how, but they're fuzzy. They have fur. Anyway. Why not, right? I said I wasn't gonna make up shit, but I'm making up shit. Anyway, I guess you could say, if Gaster is a skeleton, which I highly doubt, but if they are a skeleton, maybe they were also human once. So that's how Gaster will factor into this retroactively. I am sorry for this tangent. This is utter bullshit. I am so sorry. Okay, let's continue on whatever the hell I was talking about before. I don't even remember. Oh, the bunker! Yes. So it's a gag, and let that sink in, where Asriel is constantly bringing Bpants to this bunker. Like, Asriel constantly has bad ideas in his mind. Not bad ideas, oh god. Don't say it like that, Peach. Asriel constantly has these ideas about getting Bpants to go with him, which means killing him and taking his soul, and he's always leading him to the frickin' secluded bunker, and Bpants has no idea what's going on. He just knows that he keeps getting lost in the woods with Asriel. That's what happens, when they meet back up in chapter 3. It's what happens when they go to get takeout. Asriel's just, leading him down to the bunker. He wants his man. He wants his man to go with him. He's taking him to the bunker. But then, Bpants kind of guilt trips him, and he's like, okay. Oh, that's right, there is something I need to take care of before I leave. I kind of fucked things up for you with QC, so I guess that, if you're going to be living in this world, I should at least make amends so that you can go back into the diner. So he changes his plans, right?
So that was just a humorous thing that was in my head and nowhere else. What else am I talking about? I was talking about Deltarune and Undertale. I think I got into the world theory. Is there anything else that I would like to say about this mess? No, I guess not. So let us go back on to the story that I was reading. That's right, I was reading a story. Let me pull that up. It's alright to refuse. I'll finish whatever you don't. Asriel teased, sticking his tongue out in a rare moment of candid playfulness. Or perhaps he was exaggerating to make him feel less pressured about the matter. That's right! That was another thing to show that Bpant had an influence on Asriel. We see how to draw dragons, which is very important in this fic. I'm very sorry. It's 7 years overdue in Deltarune. 7 freaking years. So Asriel would have been like a teenager at the time when they got this book. And we see from Susie's dialogue about Kris didn't even want to look. Kris, not the player. Kris did not want to look at whatever was in Asriel's search history. So that's alarming. And then the second thing is, Susie wanted to beat Asriel up because of this search history. So we know that Asriel's at least been a little bit influenced by Bpant and his obsession with chicks or whatever. They could have been into something there, and it kind of leans into my story, you know. Whatever he could have been looking up, it definitely could have been influenced by Bpant. Anyway, let us go back to this story now. I'll think of things later. If you keep throwing looks like those around, it's gonna catch up to you one day, he warned with a playfully stern look, grabbing the object out of his friend's hands and taking a small swig. Insert your own brand here. I don't think it matters what it is. It's just strong stuff. And it's not like it matters too much anyway, because I did originally have a scene where Bpant was like fall over himself, college girl drunk, where he's just like whining and pleading for Azzy not to go, and he was doing the Azzy thing, but I decided to cut that because we don't need to make this any longer than it is. I think chapter 5 is like 30 pages, and so I kind of just cut that out. We know that Bpant has issues and doesn't want Azzy to leave, and that he's pretty freaking clingy. So let's go back to the story now. Even though it wasn't a substantial amount, Bpant almost immediately spat it out. He just barely managed to swallow it down before bursting out into a small coughing fit. It had been a while since he last drank, but he could definitely tell this was some strong stuff. Just what was Asriel intending to do, getting him plastered off his ass? Well, a thought did cross his mind. Tonight might be an important milestone for them, after all. Maybe, but who really knows with that guy? Nothing happened yet. In any case, it wouldn't be too bad to play along with his scheme. Let Asriel get his hands dirty. At this point, they should be open in showing each other their cards, but a sleight of hand every now and then could spice up the game. Besides, if things did get out of hand, he could always blame it on the alcohol rushing to his head. And here I am, skirting over, sexual situations, pretty much. Bpant takes a swig of this drink, and he immediately cannot handle it, and he starts having this coughing fit of this tiny little amount. He's thinking about what Asriel's end goal in this is. At first, he's thinking that Asriel's just trying to make him easier, which I don't know how. I don't know how you could possibly be any easier, Bpant. Bpant is definitely the one who holds the torch for that in their relation. Well, no, they both pretty much hold the torch for each other, for sure. But Bpant is very physical, so we maybe this kind of hints to it. I know later on I definitely say outright that Bpant has been trying to get more intimate with Asriel for a while. He just doesn't really know how to do it, and he doesn't know how to get Asriel to play along with him. Because Asriel hasn't gone for it yet, and Bpant really doesn't want to overstep any bounds. And Bpant still has this idea that Asriel is a big prude, even though they're like making out in the street where everybody knows who they are. Right in front of Onion's son. Just making right out in front of Onion's son. No shame whatsoever. But yeah, Bpant is kind of dense, and he doesn't quite get it. He thinks that Asriel has no interest, and he wants to, he wants to be a gentleman about this. He wants it to be mutual, and obviously mutual. So we get that in a later scene, where Bpant wants to initiate, but he's waiting for Asriel's response. He wants to make sure that, he already has so many self-loathing issues, he definitely doesn't want to make Asriel hate him, and he doesn't believe that Asriel wants him in the same way that he wants Asriel, and it's a little bit frustrating for him. So then this comes up, and Bpant is like, okay, I know from before that Asriel has some interest in me. Maybe it's tonight. Maybe tonight is the night. And he's like all giddy and shit, because he is a super virgin. He has built his personality over intimacy and relationships, and he is highly fascinated in this stuff. So, he is way more than excited to rush along into things, and, this might be, Asriel showing an interest, so he definitely doesn't want to let that go. That's pretty much what this paragraph is saying. And also, of course, hinting that Asriel hasn't made any, obvious moves that Bpant can see. So, that kind of hints that they had, nice nights, over at Asgore's house. But Asriel never really invited him in to sleep over or anything. They just kind of, parted ways. And they definitely haven't gone back to Bpant's place yet. But it's only been, a month. Which I already planned it out to be a month for a very specific reason, but it was a false positive that I didn't even put in the fic, so nobody's, biting their fingers knowing that a month has passed by, because nobody freaking knows why a month is important. I almost put the whole flowy thing, the whole flowy reveal, and the whole soul harvesting thing, I wanted to put that in chapter 3, when, Bpant, takes Asriel out to the pavilion to get drinks. They were going to discuss all this heavy stuff. I decided not to put it in chapter 3. One, it would just throw the pacing off. Plus, chapter 3 was supposed to be your feel-good, yaoi. Oh wait, that was chapter 4, wasn't it? I split off chapters. Everything got rearranged. That's why we have, this clear-cut introduction, this clear-cut slice of life, this clear-cut closed room mystery, and then all of a sudden you just have, a blob of yaoi romance, and then all of a sudden we cut to horror. I cut the chapters wherever I could, pretty much. We have the bag scene. That's a good place to end it off. That's a nice high note to cut the chapter off. Okay, we'll cut it there. And then another nice high note to cut it off is where Asriel gives Bpant a kiss on the cheek, and Bpant is like, oh holy shit, oh holy shit. And that way we can just jump right into them freaking making out in the street. So it made sense story-wise for them to cut there. I did not organize my thoughts very well, though. So that is to say, I didn't really, set things up. I didn't set things up. I really didn't. You can tell which chapters are my favorites, because they're the ones that are the longest. I didn't give a shit about chapter 1, so chapter 1 is something like 12 pages. And then there's chapter 3 and chapter 4, which are nice. They're long enough. They're 18 pages each or something stupid like that. And then you get to chapter 5, where it's 30 freaking pages, because you can tell that's what I like the most. I like the stupid conflicts that they have. I'm not really interested in their romance. I'm interested in their relationship, not really their romance. And I think there's a lot to explore with these two characters specifically. I think there's a lot to explore. I think there's a lot more I didn't explore, because this kind of lets off where this kind of just falls off. Like, we don't get to know in this version of the story what happens after this scene. And I think, did I ever hint at it? I don't know if I hinted at it, because this is the third time I'm recording, because I don't have very much time where I'm alone and I can do recording without disturbing other people. So I'm not sure if I brought this up yet. I guess I should just bring it up. It's okay. We will add more details later. Let's continue with the story that we have at hand. So we have Bpants trying to coolly take a swig of this drink and failing miserably. And then we have Asriel's reaction, which I'm going to read it and then I'm going to interpret it. So let's go. Let's do this. Asriel smiled at him and tenderly patted his head as if he was praising a small child. Such a tactic was so childish it was actually quite demeaning. Passing him the bottle, now treating him like a baby? No, it was obvious he pulled this stunt in order to manipulate Bpants into shooting himself in the foot. Well, he wasn't going to give Az a shot at it. In fact, that sip he took could barely be counted as a shot. As if deciding to rescind his previous courtesy, Bpants shoved the container back to Asriel's chest. That guy didn't seem to mind the pushback and graciously accepted the offer, helping himself to its contents. And without any more delays, the two began their way down the moonlit street. And yes, I don't know how to describe this. I don't want to be like, and then the bottle of alcohol was passed from Bpants to Asriel, and then Asriel chugged the alcohol. I am so bad at this. That's why everything gets skirted around. If it's hard for me to do, I will skirt around it. Anyway, this scene has a lot of context. First off, we have Bpants' view of this. So he thinks Asriel's trying to get him drunk off his ass, and he's like, okay, sure, yeah, that sounds good, and decides to go with it, right? But then Asriel has this, in his mind, like, scheming look, like, yes, go ahead, keep drinking, fall into my plan, wahaha. Because in Bpants' mind, of course if Asriel gives him attention for drinking, he's going to be tempted to drink more. So he thinks this is an Asriel scheme, or like an Asriel prank. So he decides that he's not going to let that happen, and he, shoves the alcohol back at, Asriel, who doesn't give a shit, which Asriel doesn't mind, because obviously Asriel's the one who wants to get plastered. He wants to make this, easier on Bpants, but he definitely wants to make it easier on himself. And being a boss monster, he is not affected as easily as Bpants would be anyway. In my fic boss monsters, I think I've demonstrated this quite a bit. They heal a lot faster than other monsters, than regular monsters, and things don't affect them quite as much. Asriel got pretty fucked up that one night. I don't know if I went into this, but the night that he went over, intending to kill Bpants and take his soul, he got really fucked up. He couldn't do it. And he was just trying to, one, he was fed up with Bpants not paying attention to him, which Bpants is, neurodivergent. It wasn't that he wasn't paying attention, it's that he was frustrated and he was paying attention regardless of if that's what he wanted to do. So he was like fiddling around with the tape and everything, just very awkward, and he was smoking as well. That's why I say that the object falls from his hands and creates a small ring of burned rental carpet. I'm trying to hint that yes, he be smoking the weed. That is what's happening right now. My intentions did not get put across, and I don't know how to talk about that kind of stuff because that is not my bag. So I tried the best I could, and that obviously was just nonsense to most people. I'm very sorry. That's what these videos are for. I'm going to tell you right now that's exactly what he was doing. He was trying to cope by fiddling with stuff and smoking. But he was listening to Asriel. Asriel did not seem to think so, though, because Bpants was pretty closed off at this point. He couldn't read Bpants very well. Bpants wasn't even really facing him, so he couldn't even have, like, that eye contact or, judge what Bpants' reaction was too much. And he was pretty much, like, trying to get into this, hey, dude, you wanna go with me? And Bpant was not playing into it at all, and he was already frustrated from all the other stuff. Because, Asriel is a manipulator in that he grew up reading people's minds. Of course he would be. But, I'm not trying to say it's a bad thing. It's just his, coping mechanisms. He's not very forthright. He's concise, but he's not forthright. So whenever he's requesting something, he'll request it in a way like we have up here. I would love to see what that looks like. I would love it if you would sink your teeth into my neck. Like, he doesn't say, hey, would you do this for me? It's more like, oh, yes, I will eat that if you buy it for me. He lets the other person make the decision through his own prompting. And Bpant is not picking up what he's putting down. So that means Asriel is going to have to become a little bit more forceful. And this is something that's, like, really heavily weighing on him. So much so it derails what he chooses to do for the millionth time. Should I even go into what Asriel's plans are? Maybe I should just finish this scene. I need to talk about this. I need to talk about the scene. Frack, I can't talk about the scene. Okay, just, we'll come back. Let's see, what was I talking about? I was talking about this scene. Oh yeah, so Asriel has a history of, getting really smashed whenever he has to, do something that he really doesn't want to do or feels very conflicted about doing. I was pretty much hinting that this is not going to be an easy thing for Asriel to broach. Bpant had one way of viewing it. Asriel has a different way. He's trying to make things easier on both of them, but then Bpant takes, like, the littlest, tiniest swig of this stuff, and he just, like, immediately starts choking, and I'm not even gonna lie, this is kind of, intimately endearing to Asriel. Yeah, I think it's okay to just say it like that. I don't think I need to get into the details, but this image of Bpant is just extremely cute, and I mean, what better little wife could you ask for? So he, like, pats him on the head, and he's like, oh, you're so cute. I freaking love you, man. But of course, Bpant takes it the wrong way. There's no way in hell that he could have possibly thought that Asriel took it in that way. How could Asriel be even more of a dirty mind than him? But Bpant has no clue. He does not know what Asriel is thinking. He kind of can intuit some things. Bpant kind of understands his buddy to the point where he can intuit some things. And Bpant isn't bad at intuiting. He doesn't have the skill to mind read or anything, so Asriel is very much a mystery to him still. Ooh, and that mystery is just gonna keep growing, baby. It's just gonna keep growing. But yeah, Bpant kind of throws him off the tracks yet again. So Asriel's just, like, freaking gunning it. He drinks a significant amount of the bottle in, like, one sip because he's just gotta get through this now. What is he gonna do, right? Like, what is he gonna do? He's either going to leave Bpant here, or he could do the horrible thing and take him with him, but at this point, Asriel doesn't want to let go of that. He does not want, like, even if he has to kill a Bpant from another timeline and put the soul into that bot, like, that's fine. That is okay. He will deal with the price. He just does not want to get rid of this. That's his friend. That's, like, his childhood friend. That's the one who staved off the loneliness for him. That's the one that he's, most connected with right now. He does have, like, a complicated, relationship with Kris, but it's not like they get each other. It's not like they really get each other like Bpant and Asriel do. Like, Kris might be privy to all of Asriel's secrets, and they kind of share a lot that they can't share with other people. Like, they experience the world in a way that nobody else can experience the world. but this isn't, but they ultimately have, like, different interests, right? They don't get along too well. Like, it is really like a sibling relationship where they're two fundamentally different people, two different outlooks on life. They have this, common background. They have these common traumas. They have this common lifestyle, but they both seek different things out in life, especially with Kris. Asriel has this obsession with like humans and what humans can do, what powers humans have, what they're capable of. Asriel kind of wants to be that. He wants to take this first role in this story, and Kris is so opposed to humans, so Asriel can't even share that with Kris. Pretty much has to hide that interest in front of Kris, because Kris is very violent towards... maybe not violent. Kris is very repulsed by the idea of humans. We see that a few times in Deltarune, and that's kind of what made me think about not just Frisk, but Kata, because Kata had that too, for reasons I will put that off till later, because I don't know if I want to talk about that right now. It was implied in Undertale. It was not stated outright. It was definitely not stated outright. I'll talk about that later. But the main point is, Kris and Asriel, they can get along fine, but that's not filling Asriel's need for companionship. That's not filling Asriel's need for companionship. That's not filling Asriel's need for entertainment and for adventure and fun. And while they do have good times together, it's not like, I hinted at this in chapter 3, it's not like they don't have that connection, right? So we know that they have a soul connection, we know that they are linked somehow. Going to a different world isn't going to completely sever that from Kris. It's just not going to be easy or convenient to communicate, but they still can communicate. Oh, do I want to get into that? Do I want to get into the mirror world thing? I don't know. Ooh, should I talk about how the 3 worlds are layered? No, don't talk about it. We are talking about freaking Asriel looking at Bpants right now, okay? That's what we were talking about. Asriel is completely enamored with Bpants at this point, does not want to separate from Bpants, and decides, yet again, that we're back on the track of, okay, we're going to do it this time. We're really gonna do it this time. So he drinks half the frickin' bottle, right? And he's pretty much made up his mind again, and he's taking him down to the bunker. That's funny to no one but me. But off to the bunker we're going. Bpants is the takeout in this situation. So, Bpants sees that's a little bit awkward, Asriel just fucking going ham on this alcohol, and they, their plans were ruined. Their plans were completely ruined by Momma being home, so Bpants is feeling awkward. I think, I do! I have, video footage of me doing this scene, and I had, I was really deep into COVID. I didn't even know it. I didn't know it at the time. So I'm sitting there, like, blasting my music and singing along and all kinds of stuff. I don't know that I'm, like, sick as a freaking dog. I don't know that, like, voicing this stuff shouldn't be so hard, but it's, like, extremely hard. I'm freaking dying and my throat is burning, and I think it's just because I'm speaking. Maybe I can splice that in here somehow. Maybe I can splice a little bit of that footage. Because it's definitely something. It's definitely something. I pretty much, I was freaking dying at the time. I was dying of a fever. I had to put on those little, fever patches. They don't have them very much in the States, but, they do make them for kids, the little kids, so I had a frickin' Mickey Mouse fever patch on my forehead at the time. That was fun. That was freaking... great times. I have some great memories. Some great memories while writing this story, honestly. Like the time I had to drive to Texas. But I also wanted to get done this stuff. So like the whole Yaoi chapter, and especially the scene where they're outside, I wrote that with a wireless keyboard on my phone which would not stay on, so I'm just like blindly typing in the car in pit stops, going from, you don't need this much detail, let us push on.
Sorry things didn't work out back there, Az. I had no clue my mom was going to be in today. She usually goes missing on the weekends. Do you ever just look up at the sky, see all those stars, and think to yourself it's all just so goddamn ugly? It definitely took Bpant off guard. He couldn't figure out how this related to the conversation or why Az thought to say it. What he wouldn't give to see what was churning in Asriel Dreemurr's mind. Not a single one can compare to your radiance. All my life I've been reaching for those stars, wishing upon them. No wish ever came true, though. Maybe they're just faulty. We should take them down like Christmas lights. Asriel laughed and nudged his shoulder playfully. I most likely could. Would you like one? Bpant believed him wholeheartedly. Asriel Dreemurr was the kind of guy who really could pluck a star from the night sky. No doubt about that. What are your dreams for the future? At this point, there was only one thing in Bpant's heart, but he already knew Az wouldn't want to hear it. He couldn't even think about it in fear of him knowing. Maybe I'll become one of those ugly-ass stars up there. You know I always wanted to be an actor. Before he knew it, the bottle nestled in Asriel's arm was already half empty. Or maybe it was half full. Really, though, what was going on with that guy tonight? This situation was getting a bit concerning. I wanted you to go with me, too. Bpant couldn't hide a single thing from this man. As he already knew, huh? So we have a few things happening here. So Bpant's taking this time to break up the silence and apologize to Az for this whole thing getting derailed. Asriel just jumps in to everything. He's not really even paying attention to Bpant at this point. He has a lot of stuff on his mind right now. He has a lot of stuff, and that decision that he still has to make. He's constantly battling with that through this whole story. He's constantly battling with what he wants to do and what he should do concerning Bpant. And, like, every single thing, every single turn, Bpant just throws him off. It just throws him off his game. Like, he is so unprepared for everything that Bpant is doing, and it's so exciting. He is absolutely enthralled. He loves this. Like, that's a good point to make. Asriel does not have full memory from that past life. He has partial memories. It's more like, fragments of memories, like if you were to dream about something. Like, you sometimes, can remember details of your dream, but other times you don't remember the details. You just have a vague feeling of what happened. So Asriel has a lot of intuition about what happened in that past life, but as we could see in chapter 4, I believe, he's not even quite sure that Kris is named Kris in that past life. He's kind of like on the fence, like, what was my sibling called in that past life? It could be Kara, it could be Frisk, I don't even remember. I just don't think that they were called Kris, so he kind of just like, he's not 100% sure, so he doesn't have, like, all the knowledge in the universe. Of course not. He has vague memories, he has vague intuitions, but he definitely remembers a lot about the people that he tortured. Obviously, there is a lot of information there, because Flowey played those people like it was a visual novel, you know, going over and over again. Well, what happens if I do this? What happens if I do that? So, he has a good profile on those people. He does not have a good profile on Bpant. So all of this throwing him off his game is kind of like the same obsession Flowey had with Frisk, right? In Undertale. It's something new, it's something exciting, and even though it's like, it's messing up his plans, he's kind of here for it too, because Bpant is the kind of person that can throw him off his game and mess with his plans. Asriel wants to see where this is gonna go. So that's why in the story he's constantly going back and forth between what he should do. If he's brave enough to have Bpant potentially hate him in order to keep him,
And then we have Asriel kind of just, like, venting his frustrations, calling life so goddamn ugly, pretty much. Because he realizes that this existence isn't exactly a real one. Kind of like how Flowey knew that Undertale was just a game, Asriel is kind of aware that this world isn't real. This isn't, like, reality. It's all kind of like a simulation. I don't want to throw that word out there because it's not... I don't go into anything like that. But this isn't how life truly is. And as he says later in the fic when he goes, like, full emo, what's the use in a perfect world if everybody's still suffering? And we see that a lot in Deltarune. Like, everybody's happy and living up to their potential, almost everybody. But they still have problems. They still have horrible things that they're going through. They're still miserable. They can't express themselves correctly, or they feel like something's missing, or they're getting bullied. Like, even in this perfect world, there's so much misery. So what's the point? What's the point in all this? And that's what Asriel struggles with a lot in this fic. Is what's even the point? Why are we here? Why are we going through this? And he doesn't get that answer here. He definitely does not get that answer here. We'll get to things when we get to things. But first let's talk about this scene. Right, Bpants wanting to know Asriel's thoughts, as always. I don't think this story would work if Bpants could read Asriel's thoughts. That would be, from the get-go, they wouldn't have had a relationship, most likely. And then Bpants, kind of taking offense to what's being said, because Asriel has, like, this flower motif throughout the whole story, and Bpants has, like, this star motif. He wants to be a star, like a Hollywood starlet, but also there's the whole thing with luck and fate, which is tied into stars. And for Asriel to specifically call out stars being ugly, it's kind of like, yeah, well, you're ugly. And it's like, oh, okay, I guess so. Nobody can compare to you, right? Because, you know, now they're intimate. Now they're more than friends. So, even though it's kind of a slight to Bpants, he still wants to gain brownie points. And we see that a lot in this chapter. Bpants constantly trying to get brownie points with Asriel, with, like, finally deciding to bite him. Did I go over that scene? I don't even remember reading that scene. That must have been fun. Did I talk about the whole dust thing? I don't know. There was a lot to talk about in that scene. Did I talk about phyche? Anyway, I need to talk about this scene before it goes out of my head. Bpants keeps trying to gain the brownie points with Asriel, because even more than before, he's putting all of his stock into Asriel. He is banking on Asriel being his future. He does not want to live without Asriel. He wants to run away off to wherever Asriel is going, and they are going to get married and have this wonderful freaking life. That's Bpants' That's Bpants' MO right now. He's really into this idea of a relationship with Asriel. Like, now that it's started, he's going to play for keeps. He definitely does not want to go. He does not want to do without this. So he's trying so hard to, like, convince Asriel that, no, you do want this. You really want this. You sure you want to go off to college? Like, maybe I'm not so bad after all, you know? I'm willing to meet you halfway here. And so that's what he does. Like, yeah, you're right. The stars don't shine as brightly as you do. They've never done anything for me. Then he tries to play it off with humor, like, maybe they're broken. We should take them down like Christmas lights. Frick, why am I so busy?
I think we left off with Bpants' dreams for the future. Right, Asriel already knows, that Bpants wants to go with him. That's kind of why, it's kind of why this decision is very hard for him right now, for Asriel. Because he keeps waffling back and forth between whether he should, pretty much spring this as a surprise or go ahead and tell Bpants what's up. Because what he has to tell him is not easy. So again, that's why we have this scene
Asriel once again is testing the waters, but now they're out of the kiddie pool, right? Now they're not in the kiddie pool anymore. The waters get pretty freaking deep, so he's just throwing them in here and seeing how it goes, and however it pans out, that's how he's going to make his decision. So he's not sure if he's actually going to be able to speak rationally with Bpant about this, or just make the decision himself. And I think ultimately he does make the decision himself, but we will see Asriel's process going here. First, he leads everything in with his discontentment, and then he's going... Like, the discontentment earlier was just him expressing his frustrations that he has to go through all this shit, all this bullshit, just in order to see what he's going to do, right? And then now he's really testing the waters. What are your dreams for the future? He wants to figure out what Bpant is thinking, pretty much. Like, Asriel does this so many times throughout the fic. He asks questions to get Bpant to think about it, because some things aren't necessarily true, but Asriel will ask them so that he can get a reaction, right? Just like the job interview thing where they were in the car and Asriel's like, I wouldn't have minded driving you there every day, right? Maybe I would have gone to a closer university, which he wasn't even going to university. That was pretty much bullshit. But he wanted to see what Bpant's reaction to that would be, because for Asriel, he's coming on a little strong, like, yeah, I want to place my future with you. I want to have you factor into what I do in the future. And so he was hoping to get that reaction from Bpant to see how he would take this. But of course, Bpant never goes according to Asriel's plans. Bpant decided that he should put a guard up. And then immediately he turns it down and decides to torture both Asriel and Kris for the duration of the ride. Oh, Lord. I love it. I had a blast writing this. I'm sure you can tell. Everybody else hates me, but at least I made myself happy. Anyway... I've actually had so little that was one of the things I was most worried about, was getting feedback on this. I've had, like, almost no feedback on this. Honestly, none of my friends want to read it. I can't even bribe my editor friend to edit this story. They quit almost immediately because they hated Bpant so much. So I just don't know. I mean, obviously this would have definitely changed if I had somebody else give me any feedback, because I am so impressionable. I am very impressionable. That's why when I wrote this, I closed myself off. I didn't allow myself to go to very many streams at all. If anybody was talking about anything remotely related to the subjects I was thinking of for this story, I immediately found my way out of those conversations. I didn't watch any of the videos that were coming up. I didn't scroll through Twitter or anything. Like, I was just doing this story, and I was, like, agonizing myself over this story, because I am so impressionable. If somebody says a word, then I'm going to use that word. That's just how it is. Like, I have their exact wording in my head, and it's not anything intentional that I do. So I definitely have to set myself apart from what I'm doing in order for it to be its truest self, right? And obviously if I would have played the games, right? If I would have played Undertale and Deltarune right before I wrote this fic, I'm sure it would be vastly different. I'm sure it would be a little less insane there. I would have gotten a firmer grasp on everything. But no, I just went with whatever. Anyway, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I kind of like how freaking out off the wall everything wound up being. I held my punches. I definitely held my punches. There were all kinds of wacky things that I thought of that I did not include in here. There are all kinds of heavy things that I almost included, kind of included, but not really included in here. And we're going to get into some of that a little bit later. This was definitely intended to be a lot heavier than it turned out to be. But I'm a little chicken. I don't like, I see how people treat other people online over the simplest things, and I don't want that for me. I don't want that, kind of attention on myself. Like, I can't even take compliments. I don't mind being acknowledged, but please don't compliment me. Oh my god. I can't take that kind of, like, I can't even take that. Much less, like, ingenuine criticism. Like, definitely don't want to be bullied over this. I don't want this to be my Sonichu, right? I don't want any of that. As a neurodivergent person on the internet, I am very susceptible to that. So I understand, and I want to, keep in my lane. Like, already, I think this came off as way too sincere when it's really a shit post. I'm just gonna tell y'all right now, this really is a shit post. I was just going for, like I said, that umris thing. Like, I wasn't really going for something super serious. I wasn't going for anything that I thought held ground, right? I was just going for whatever fancy my thoughts took me on. And it definitely took me on a journey, that's for sure. I was not expecting this. Like I said, I am the most impressionable person in the world, so this was definitely an experience, but I never even thought to go even, less serious with this. Like, it never even crossed my mind into, like, adding typos and making everything, super it was already incomprehensible, but that's just the fault of the author. The author is incomprehensible. I didn't think to make it purposely incomprehensible. Somebody brought up, My Immortal. That blew my mind. Like, if I would have just thought about My Immortal and tried to do something like that, I've been doing things my own way for so long that I never thought that, you could just put whatever on paper. Like, I was thinking, this is how you write things, right? Because I've never really written before, so I'm thinking, okay, well, this is how you write things, and so I just started writing, and it came off way too sincere. And you could see, by the length of it that it really was, like, way too sincere. I tried to ease into everything, and I didn't just throw everything all at the wall at once, and, I have, like, all this wordplay and, foreshadowing and stuff like that. I really could have just shadowed anything, and I really should have. But I didn't. This is how it went. I guess, all of that to say that if I had that feedback, if my friends really would have, like, read it, and people would have told me, oh no, this is way too freaking crazy, or oh no, this kissing scene is extremely lame and gross, then I probably would have definitely changed it. Definitely, 100%, I would have changed it. That's just the kind of person I am. Like, okay, no, you're right, I'll change it right now. For the most part. I did kind of describe the story to one of my friends, saying that it was like a comedy, then it also had the biting kink thing, and they told me, no, this is two separate stories. You either have the comedy or you have the psychological, like, horror. I'm like, no, you don't understand. That's the whole point. It's got to be both. You can't just have the comedy and you can't just have the psychological horror. It has to be the psychological horror because of the comedy. It has to be comedy because of the psychological horror. You don't understand. So I guess I'm not that impressionable, but I really am. Anyway, let's, I guess, move on. I don't even know where I was going with all of this, honestly. Right, we have Asriel thinking that Bpant really does want to go with him, so at this point, we're leaning into the, okay, let's try to get consent first. Mind your words, Pidge. We are going to ease Bpant into the situation and see how he reacts, and if everything goes well, we are going to actually ask him what his opinion on this is and inform him of what the consequences of everything is going to be. Because this is not just going to be, it's not going to be easy, obviously. Bpant already has a role as the shopkeeping NPC of Ices.
Do I want to get into the angel? Should I just go ahead and do that right now? The quote-unquote angel, the guardian protector of... I keep saying this world. It's not this world. It's just hometown. They are just the protector of hometown. They are not protector of the whole world. There are multiple gods, multiple domains, multiple things. Oh, shoot. I want to get into so many things, because once I bring up the angel, I have to bring... Oh, well, I don't have to bring it up, but I had this really stupid idea with Icy, and the, should I bring it up later because of the eye lore? The lore with the eyes? And then Ice-E steals the eyes with ease. It just, oh my god, it was such a shit show. I loved it so much, but obviously it was way even for this fic, it was way too crazy. It was just... And not only that, we have a lot of representation of, like, the whole, Icy cult and, like, the religious, and sacrificial thing with Ices and the all-powerful Icy and how it showed up in Undertale. I think we got a lot of representation for that. And not only that, there was no way to fit it in here, right? I mean, I already had to cut out so many scenes of this walking scene because it wound up being, like, 20 freaking pages of just them walking. Like, I even had in my notes, like, they circled the block like 5 times talking about stupid shit. I had this whole explanation for why Sans comes into this timeline and everything. Like, I had so much shit I just cut out. And I'm like, no, you have to trim this down, only this much. And my original plan was I was going to have the walking scene and all the trauma, and I was going to balance it out with, Anyway, I was gonna balance out all the trauma with, like, them being lovey-dovey and shit, right? I was gonna have my fun, but then also give my readers a little bit of fun, too, because I'm sure nobody else is super invested in Asriel mind-breaking burger pants like I am. This is... That's my shit, but I want to give everybody else their yaoi shit, too. Since it's supposed to be about, you know, it's supposed to be our Pride Month fanfiction, you know? Let's have them have some fun, right? It's no fun if everything's torture. But anyway, oh god, I literally forgot what I was just saying. Oh no, that's not good. Whenever I do this, I go back in the audio and I realize there was some major point that I just forgot to talk about completely because I lost track. And if anybody doesn't know, these are all off the cuff. None of this is scripted. This is my ADHD at its finest. Like, it is whatever, however. I don't have any notes. I have nothing prepared. This is just me reading the story and then thinking about something and going off on tangents. Which, that's why I kind of want to get a video out. I tried scripting, and I absolutely hated it, and I wanted to do nothing forever afterwards, after I started the script. I don't like planning things out at all. I absolutely hate planning things out, and that's kind of what a script is. But at least if I could get some notes and some talking points, I want to get a video out that is just the talking points and not me with this stupid, really horrible voice acting. I'm so sorry, y'all. It's horrible. I'm so sorry. Because it's not like something you can listen to and enjoy it. One, I'm talking way too much plot, but if you're there for me talking about all this stuff that I didn't put into this fic, then you also have me doing the really, really bad voice acting, so it's just no good for anyone. So I want to condense all of the thoughts that I didn't put into the fic, and some little hidden meanings and pointing out the metaphors. I want to do a little video on that. That way nobody has to sit through like 3, 4, 5 hours of me laughing into the microphone at jokes that nobody else is gonna get. That's right, I was talking about the angel, right? How the angel is, quote-unquote the angel. There are multiple angels. There were, of course, 3 different possibilities on what the angel was going to be. And of course I have 3 different worlds, so it could have worked out any way. One of the possibilities was that the angel was Asriel themselves, but the other world Asriel, right? And we kind of get into, having to sacrifice other world versions of other characters. I don't think I'm making any sense anymore. I don't think I'm making any sense.
So maybe, because it's even more complicated than that, because at least Asriel is like one being. I also have the whole, and then there's the whole thing with, of course, Toby Fox, of course, like, the author of the author of the video game. Who else is looking after Hometown except for Toby Fox? But then that one ended up being like really way too silly, so I couldn't do that. So as of right now, it's undecided which one is for this world, if at all any of those choices. I did not cement this lore. I didn't write any notes down, right? I kind of talked to myself in the mic, and that's how I wrote everything. If I couldn't formulate a good enough dialogue, I just wrote down whatever, and then decided to go back to it, because some scenes were a little bit harder to write for others, and especially since, it's hard to flip-flop between characters' perspectives, because there's so much going on. Asriel and Bpants almost never see eye to eye. Every single thing, what's a minor detail in Bpants' story is a huge deal in Asriel's story, and vice versa. Like, there are some things that Bpants just goes freaking nuts over, and it is of no consequence. Asriel wouldn't even mention it in his story, right? So sometimes it's hard to go with both characters. Sometimes it's a little bit easier to write the dialogue of just Asriel and then have Bpants react, especially since Bpants speaks in such a different way. Asriel will go on tangents, but Asriel is pretty much concise and very easy to write for. Bpants is a little bit more complicated and a little more nuanced, and has a very specific style, what he'll attach to, what he's trying to respond to, what his thoughts are, and of course his confusion, because I know what Asriel's talking about, but Bpants has no clue. Bpants doesn't know. He really needs a translator, honestly. Asriel doesn't mind that Bpants is confused. Asriel just wants to see what he's thinking. Asriel doesn't really care that Bpants is comprehending everything, right? And to some extent, Asriel doesn't want him to comprehend everything. Asriel just kind of wants to vent, because who else is there that he can really vent to? So he's deriving some solace from that, right? Even though Bpants might not understand, well, one, Bpants tries to understand anyway, and usually fails to, and two, Bpants serves as an entertainment. Three, oh no, I forgot what I was talking about, y'all. I know it had to do something with Asriel and him not letting Bpants know everything, because sometimes he enjoys the confusion and the chaos that ensues from Bpants' thoughts. And he doesn't really mind being misunderstood in a weird way. Like, Asriel's pretty messed up. Like, he's pretty traumatized, right? Because he has all of these memories from this past life, and he has all this guilt from his past life, but that's not really this life. But it's still following him into this life. He could still pretty much read people's thoughts and know what they're feeling and know what their desires are, and he has all this pressure to make sure that everybody's doing okay, because this is something that only he can do. And he also has his own role in this world, being a boss monster, and also being somebody who pretty much transmigrated. That's a bad term for this, but pretty much, but that's not really true. It's kind of true, but not really. Asriel is his own person here, but, I think I'm getting more incomprehensible the more I talk about things. Maybe I should just move on with the story at this point, because I think I've been here for a while now. I think all of this was trying to say that Asriel likes to lore dump, pretty much, very vaguely, but with a lot of words. Asriel is very vague about everything, which is the fault of the author. The author is very vague about everything, but sometimes Asriel is vague on purpose. A lot of times, Asriel is vague on purpose. We'll see that in just a second. In just a freaking second, we will see that Asriel is very vague, trying to see what Bpants is thinking. And on the other side of the coin, Bpant's thoughts and his words are pretty much two different things. It's a little bit harder to write because he has all of these puns and these, I don't even know what you call them. This thing that I do where I will take a single concept and then I will keep adding words that relate to that concept throughout the whole paragraph. Like I had the, saltiness that he harbored through friendship. Like I have salty, harbor, ship. Like I keep going with these themes, and I think I drag one out for a long time about how Bpants will invite Mr. Hyde to tea, but he's going to spill the tea, and he's spouting out things. Like I keep going on and on with the words that correlate to each other, and then I have words that also play off each other. Like I will use the same word but to get a different meaning out of that word. I think that is literally what irony is using a word to express something other than its literal intention. The object was objectified objectively. Like, object here means three different things, right? The object, the thing, was objectified. Objectify is to think of things as their base components without any nuance. And objectively is, it's like impartially, without putting stock into your own feelings, I guess. Wow, that was a really bad example, but I can't think of anything else. But that's the kind of thing I like to do, is I like to take something and kind of twist it. Like, I think one of the examples from early on was Asriel trying to save Bpant's face, which means keep his reputation clean by not showing Bpant's face, his literal face, to the interviewer. He was saving him face by not showing his face. Like, I think I feel like I'm speaking a different language. I really do need to just go with this. I really need to just read this. I really wanted you to go with me too. Bpants couldn't hide a single thing from this man. As he already knew, huh? Sometimes I think about going back, starting all over, doing things differently. But life never progresses if you don't move forward. And a lot of times, nothing ever changes. Like my choices don't even matter. Then again, too much curiosity can lead to awful things. It's a power that should never be abused. I've had problems with it in the past. Perhaps our gut instincts truly are the best decisions we can make. This is Asriel talking about saving and loading. That is the power of curiosity. The thing that's got him into hot water in Undertale. Of course, Flowey did not have a soul, so Flowey was just pretty much staving off the boredom and the resentment for not being able to feel anything, to have any connections anymore. But Asriel isn't really clued in onto any of that. He doesn't literally know about saving and loading and all this stuff. To him, this is time travel. This is a thing, this is like a power that he has. Something he was granted by God or whatever. So he remembers going back in time and torturing people pretty much. Like even as a kid, he kind of remembers that, and that's why he's like drawing things out on the computer and drawing things on paper. Like, this really messed with him. This really traumatized him. He has all this guilt from torturing people, which this he didn't really do. It's just a different version of him that did this, and he doesn't have the full context on why it happened. Just that he feels like he should not have this power because he abused it, and he might abuse it again. So that's why he's kind of guiltily talking about it now. Like, man, if only I could go back to the past and do all this stuff over again, then it wouldn't be so shitty as it is right now. Then again, I've done some really horrible things. I've hurt people that I loved. Going back in time over and over again, and Asriel knows, that every time he does it, there are consequences. So even in this life, he's had to deal with the consequences of using that power, which, again, in the game, is saving and loading. But to him, it's literal time travel.
And then he goes on to say, perhaps our gut instincts truly are the best decisions we can make. Perhaps the things that we think to do first are the things that we should have done. And this is Asriel trying to push himself back into, maybe I shouldn't be discussing all this with Bpants. Maybe it's better if I would have just done what I needed to do that first night and got it all over with. Stick whatever I feel like doing in the moment, because things keep getting complicated the more I try to fix things. And of course, Bpants was able to follow up to the wanting to start all over again and do things differently, because in Bpants' mind, we are talking about the relationship. We are talking about how that first night, this is how Bpants remembers it, is that Bpants rejected Asriel and didn't give him a chance and didn't listen to him talk about his family and things, and Bpants was the bad friend. That's what he's thinking about right now. Starting all over, doing things differently. Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely do things differently again. But things don't progress if you don't move forward. Yeah. I get that, buddy. If I would have just gone with it, we could have been moving forward this whole time, and we wasted all that time. And then Asriel goes on, a lot of times nothing ever changes, which I hope that everybody gets that Deltarune reference about the choices not mattering. And then Asriel gets into, this is where he really throws Bpants off at, is too much curiosity can lead to awful things. What does that mean, Asriel? Too much curiosity can lead to awful things. Too much curiosity, is he talking about this relationship? What is he talking about? And then it's a power that should never be abused. What the frick does that even mean? Curiosity is a power that shouldn't be abused? And Bpants in this fic is infinitely curious, right? He can't freaking shut his mouth. Like, Asriel starts trying to talk about Kris in the good way, and Bpants is like, wait, hold up a second, are we talking about the same Kris? And then he brings up all the pranks that Kris pulled on Asriel. Like, he is infinitely curious. He can't drop it. He wants to know. And too much curiosity being an awful thing, and a power that should never be abused, well, that's getting into scary territory. Is Asriel actually regretting this? And then Asriel goes on to say, perhaps our gut instincts truly are the best decisions that we can make, which is what Bpants is going to grasp, because that is the last thing that Asriel said. And that's going to be the thing that he can formulate a thought around, right? Because all these other thoughts he doesn't really want to think about. He doesn't want to think about how he was a shitty friend, and he also doesn't want to think about how Asriel thinks that this relationship might be a mistake, right? He ripped the bottle from Asriel's clingy grasp. Bpants suddenly felt it wasn't so strong a drink after all. At least, it could only aid in improving this heavy atmosphere that swept through out of the blue. While he couldn't fully comprehend what all those vague words meant, he had a feeling they held deep significance to that guy. It wouldn't be right to let him bear the burden alone. Not all of us have the guts to go with the decisions our instincts tell us to make. Maybe the best thing we can do is learn from our mistakes and make things better. Isn't that why you're leaving in the first place? So this is pretty much Bpants being like, no, sometimes we have to make mistakes. Sometimes we have to go through bad things in order to have a good result. And then he brings his bitterness back into this, because Bpants is a little bit bitter right now, because he's not really sure what's happening, right? Because Asriel is not spelling anything out to him, so he can only assume that this is something not great. And the worst thing in his mind right now is, even though they have this really nice relationship right now, and Bpants is really into it, against all odds, somehow he found himself really into it, Asriel is leaving. So that is what's on his mind first and foremost throughout this whole thing. I don't think I left very much of Bpants whining about Asriel leaving. I think I kept that to a minimum. That's the thing that's dangling over his head this whole entire time, is, Azzy, why you're frickin' leaving? I'm not going to leave you, why are you leaving me? Like, is this really necessary?
why can't we be together? And that's what's in his mind right now. He just does not understand why this is a thing that can't happen since they're already here. So that's why it gets brought up in this little paragraph, because that's what he's thinking about is, yeah, sure, what we're doing right now might be a mistake, but we learn from it, right? And this actually didn't wind up being so bad, right? We learn from our mistakes. And isn't that what you're trying to do by leaving? You're trying to learn from your mistakes, go somewhere new, start over new, do better things with your life. He really wants an answer from Asriel about why Asriel's leaving. But Asriel's taking this from his own perspective about how, no, it's okay, sometimes we can't do what we want to do, and in those situations, it's alright to correct it. That's why you're leaving, right? Because you're going to correct all the bad behavior that happened. You're going to correct all the bad decisions from, before, right? Which, the bad decisions he had before, it's definitely something different to Asriel than it is to Bpants. So, but Asriel is kind of taking this as an acceptance of, yeah, go ahead, Azzy, do whatever the frick you need to do. Asriel's taking this pretty positively. Like, okay, yeah, you're right. Maybe I should go through with talking to you, and then if I make a mistake, I can always correct that mistake in an impromptu fashion. Especially since Bpants is now drinking. I think I mentioned that Bpants took the bottle, but I did not mention that Bpants is absolutely drinking right now. He is absolutely drinking. He is not paying attention to how much he is drinking, which only gives Asriel more confidence about what's going to go forward. So we've set this up. Asriel hummed in agreements and pulled him into a hug. The confusion brought upon him by this reaction made Bpants think back to that one night. He hadn't understood a single thing Az said then, either. He might as well have been speaking in tongues. While such revelations might shake up the faith in devout believers, it barely stirred a thought in his mind. Everything this guy said was like a handful of jigsaw puzzle pieces. While there might be patterns, it was too difficult to make out the full picture. However, even though it was hard to interpret, he didn't want the pieces to fall where they may. Again, Bpants thinking back to how he is not a good friend to Asriel, and that now that they're in a relationship, he should really try a lot harder to be there for Asriel and understand Asriel, and that's kind of the mindset that he has now. He's in full boyfriend mode. He wants to be, like, the perfect boyfriend. That's just how he is. He wants to live up to expectations, sadly, so that he doesn't get left, right? He has this hope in the back of his mind that this is all going to work out, and he just needs to try harder. If he just tries hard, everything will work out, right? So he desperately wants to understand Asriel and be there for Asriel and say the right things and placate Asriel. So that's the mindset that Bpants is with this whole thing. But that doesn't mean he's comfortable, because we see that he really isn't comfortable, which is why he freaking took the alcohol from Asriel in the first place, is he's not comfortable with these serious conversations that go way over his head. He feels like he's being left out, right? He feels like there's no connection between them. The more that Asriel says all these weird, crazy things, the more Bpants feels like there's a divide between them, that he really doesn't understand his best friend, that they live in two different worlds after all, that this guy really isn't attainable, that they aren't a good match together. So while he wants to comfort Asriel, he's not sure how to, and he doesn't like that feeling that he has of not being able to understand him. Alright, enough kidding around so much, Azzy. We should probably get more serious. He intended for the sentiment to be ironic, to pull them back into their playful routine. But Az looked into his eyes with the most frightened expression he'd ever seen his friend make. I guess you're right. There's something I need to tell you, but I'm not sure where to even begin. So once again, Bpants is just like, yeah, maybe we should get more serious. You know, trying to get them back into the lovey-dovey atmosphere, playing around and holding hands and hugging and kissing and all that stuff. let's drop all the crazy talk and get back to being our regular selves. But this kind of strikes a chord with Asriel. It's kind of like a sign to Asriel, we need to get more serious, as in, we need to get serious about this topic that you've brought up. It's kind of like, oh shit, no, you really do have to go with the heavy shit now. You really have to go into this. You really have to tell him what's going on. And so Asriel's like, oh, this is not gonna end well, is it? It's not gonna end well. So he tries, thinking of what the best starting point for this would be. He can't just be like, okay, well, I've got to skip out of this world, and I have to kill you to take your soul. So, do you mind? So the best part to start would be where it pretty much started for him. Bpants already knows about the past life, so the best thing to talk about now would probably be, and that's what he was talking about earlier, he had those powers to go back in time, and those powers eventually led him to the events that happened with Kris, and then the events that happened with Bpants, why Bpants means so much to him, and why he needs to do what he has to do to get Bpants to go with him, should Bpants choose to go with him. And Bpants, isn't good with being told things all of a sudden. Bpants needs things to be said 3 times before he can understand it. There's no way that Asriel can just drop this on him, right? They've already had that conversation about not just dropping all the heavy stuff on him at once. So this is him kind of easing Bpants into this mentality of, okay, I'm going to tell you some things. I just need to judge your reaction and see how you're taking this. And if it's okay, then I'm going to push a little further until it's not okay anymore. Then I won't push any further. Then I'll know where my stopping point is. I guess you're right. There's something I need to tell you, but I'm not sure where to even begin. And with that, Asriel gently pushed him away and strolled along the path as if he was intentionally avoiding him. What was that all about? Just what was that guy hiding? Bpants couldn't even begin to guess. The only thing he could do was follow Azzy's lead. Regardless if it was on this puzzle or on this path, he definitely didn't want to be left behind. You know, when I was a child, I didn't understand what was happening. I thought I was having nightmares, incredibly dark and painful ones. Even upon awakening, I was never relieved. I could still feel everything. I was so shaken up. I could never get used to that feeling. The pain was always real. Which about halfway through, Asriel realizes that this sounds like something else entirely. But he's already put the words out there, and being vague will only get more thoughts from Bpants. So it's actually beneficial to be vague, so that Asriel knows where the standing is. So yes, Asriel does kind of understand what he is saying is implying something completely differently, but he's letting Bpants have that time to think. And now we will get into Bpants' thoughts. Bpants almost stopped in his tracks. What the hell could that possibly mean? The implications hit him like a ton of bricks. That was a very scary statement to throw out there. It couldn't be that Az was actually mistreated when he was little. His mind was racing so hard with thoughts of the Dreemurr household that it almost made him dizzy. Yeah, they were messed up, but he knew each member on a personal level. Just who was the one to do such a thing? The mom? She was the scariest of them all, that was for sure. And she was definitely controlling of Asriel to an absurd degree. A real tyrant who kept everyone under her thumb. So it's not like the idea was completely out of left field. But it was absolutely unthinkable. Could she really harm her own child? Especially since she always seemed to be the most overprotective. More importantly, what about the father? Bpants had been privy to some secrets that were swept under the rug. Honestly, there wasn't a rug big enough for that kind of sweeping terror. Az had always described the situation as his dad stepping down from his position as chief of police, but the whole town knew otherwise, how far he'd fallen. They say that still waters run deep, but Mr. Dreemurr had gotten himself in some pretty deep hot water. You wouldn't have a chance to stay afloat if you're always boarding a sinking ship, after all.
Regardless of his blunders and personal failings, that man's personality was as saintly as they come. A real scapegoat who wore his bleeding heart on his sleeve. The walking personification of repentance and atonement. There's no way it could have been him either, right? That just leaves the sibling. Squirt, huh? Even he couldn't pretend not to see the murderous glint in that kid's eyes. If anyone could get away with hurting Azzy, it was definitely Kris Dreemurr. The precedent had been set with various accounts of bullying in the past. Vicious and mean-spirited pranks. Such things could be attributed to adolescent mischief. They could be, but that kid didn't look so innocent. They had a strange obsession with weapons, knives in particular. It was a frightening thought. Asriel had the constitution as strong as an ox, but when it came to matters involving that sibling of his, he was just as dumb as one. Come to think of it, hadn't Az described something like being stabbed by a knife before? Was he speaking from experience? The ellipses in Bpant's head slowly connected the dots to form a lead. Asriel Dreemurr, ever protective of his mentally disturbed, world-weary younger human sibling, was constantly holding himself responsible for their misconduct, possibly out of guilt for bringing them into hometown in the first place, allowing himself to be tormented behind closed doors and suffering in silence. Given this, it was definitely a probable cause. But whatever the case, the fact that this had been happening to Asriel Dreemurr was no small matter. Okay, so we've got quite a lot of things. That last point, the fact that this had been happening to Asriel Dreemurr was no small matter. Throughout this chapter, I really go ham on referencing things that happen in all the previous chapters. That was from chapter 2, when Asriel self-medicated and came back into Bpant's room to mess with him, pretty much. To get his little petty revenge for Bpant ignoring him. He would make sure that Bpant wouldn't be able to ignore him after that. But what Bpant was thinking was, holy shit, something happened to Asriel, and whatever it was, it couldn't have been a small matter if he was, like, doubled over and in pain. Because Asriel is a boss monster, and Asriel has the constitution as strong as an ox. He's very tough. I think I've hammered that point in, that Asriel is a boss monster, but I've never used those specific words, so who knows? Who knows how vague I'm being about this? I don't know. I don't know if any of this is sinking in. We also have the glint in Kris's eyes, so that's some pretty nice foreshadowing. We also have the, oh no, I didn't put any of the thing about the knives in this fic. Why Kris has an obsession with knives. Kris has nightmares about humans, and Kris is a human, whether or not they want to accept that fact. And around the time of Toriel and Asgore's divorce, Kris started having some issues with their humanity. Having some issues that Asriel started changing, right? Asriel started growing up. Asriel's always had fangs, and now Asriel was starting to get horns, and that's something that Kris doesn't have. And if we go back to Undertale, of course, and knives were a thing all the way back from Kara, so it's not like this is out of the blue. That is just Kris's weapon of choice, right? That's what they feel safest with, most probably because knives are the most ubiquitous weapon. They're the easiest to get to. Most people have knives in their kitchen so that they can cut food, and it's the easiest for a child to handle, especially one that comes from an abusive household. It would be the easiest for them to access in order to protect themselves. So, that kind of followed through, not only with Kara, but also with Kris. So the whole thing about knives would be for protection, not only from monsters who have all of these features inherent to their bodies that should absolutely be able to tear into Kris, though we know from Undertale that humans are a lot stronger than monsters, and that's got to be really scary when everybody has fangs and claws and all of these and spikes and features like that, and you're just this little flesh sack of a human who doesn't even have fur to cover the outside of your skin, right? So it's not only a protection against monsters who might want to bully them because they are different, and they are obviously different. They are obviously human, which, hometown isn't like that. But Kris needs that comfort. Kris needs to feel safe, and Kris does not feel safe. Kris does not feel safe being the only one who's different. And Kris does not want to be the different one. Kris also would like to be Asriel, right? We see that a lot in Deltarune about some levels of envy. We see in Kris's room that it's pretty much Asriel's side of the bedroom, right? It's just on their side. There's all the trophies and the recognition. Though I'm not sure about the closet, because that's very weird. Kris specifically keeps wearing the memento of Asriel's shirt. I'm just gonna say, I do believe that is Asriel's shirt. It's a hand-me-down that Kris has. I believe that's exactly what's going on. At least for the purpose of this fic, that is what's going on. That's Asriel's shirt. And in Deltarune, Rouse gave Kris, this closet full of other clothes. Kind of like, move on, dude. Move on. Just move on. Like, you can change clothes. Which, there is also a change in attire when Kris goes into the Dark World. I'm not speculating about Deltarune. That is not what's happening right now. I am just formulating my own thoughts about things that are never, ever going to be written. Oh gosh, that's why Asriel was like, you may have as many knives as you need, whatever makes you feel most comfortable, that's perfectly fine. And especially since, Kris kind of wants those horns, wants those fangs, like, the horns, you can kind of, the horns were already addressed in Deltarune. I don't know how many people, like, go back and play all the dialogue like I do, but, there was a whole thing about the horns thing, and, the knives in this is not only a thing that came from Kata from the past, but it also comes from Kris wanting fangs to protect themselves from humans, from the scary humans in their nightmares, which Kris has at least 2 lifetimes worth of human horror, if not 3. So that's where the knives come in. Of not feeling comfortable in their own skin, pretty much. I can talk about this. I can talk. I am a big kid. I can do this. Let's go. Okay, so we have that. And then we have Asgore. Oh, goodness. Okay, so the Asgore Thing, let me not forget about it once more. There's a lot of, I have like a few scenarios, right? Everybody has like a few scenarios kicking around their head. What happened with Asgore? Let's go back to Halloween. I was just at Halloween for some reason. I don't remember what. Oh yeah, the horns, right? Okay, so we go back to Halloween. There is a picture, I believe it's the fridge. I believe it's not the one at the desk. I believe it's at the fridge. There is a picture of Toriel and Asriel and Kris as kids, and Kris, I don't know if they specifically say that the headband is included in that picture. What isn't included in that picture is Asgore. It is specifically Asriel and Kris as kids, and Asgore is not in the picture. That doesn't mean that Asgore was already out of the picture, but it does hint to a time frame in which Asgore would have separated from Toriel. So we are going around like boss monster baby, Asriel going into puberty kind of age range, where Kris is still a kid. And Kris is starting to notice the differences a lot. And we know that Des isn't really mentioned a lot by townsfolk. It seems like this taboo thing. Well, not even a taboo thing. Nobody really mentions Des, whether they forgot that Des even existed, except for, the certain few who do remember, which would make some lore that would kind of go with the lore I have here, where you can remember alternate timeline memories. As long as it happened in this world, you still have the memory in your bank. You still have the memory in your soul. So of course Rudy and Noelle and all of them would remember death. But it seems to be more likely, it seems to be this taboo that everybody avoids talking about because it's such tragedy, right? That's what people do, is they avoid talking about tragedy, and especially something like that. It seems like what happened when Des was still a kid, when Des was that coming of age kind of age. Like, we have the icy cryptid spotting, so we know Noelle was pretty young when it happened, most likely around Chris's age, and we know that Des has threatened Kris with a wiffle ball bat, trying to protect Noelle. Everything about this seems to indicate all in the same area of time, right? Around that Halloween, around that prepubescent / pubescent time in Kris and Des's in Asriel and Des's lives, in time with like the Asgore Thing. So like everything all happening at once, pretty much, which we don't really know if well, I don't know because like I said, I played Deltarune searching for all the dialogue, but I don't have the best memory. I don't have a good memory. I kind of absorb what I want to absorb, and then I immediately forget everything that I don't care about, right? So I could be wrong. Maybe Asgore, maybe Asgore was there and had some kind of hand in letting Kris have the headband, the little devil headband, but I don't feel like that's an Asgore thing. I feel like that's a Toriel thing, and possibly even a Asriel had a hand in that kind of thing, not so much an Asgore thing. Am I going way too off topic? I think I might be. Anyway, around all that time is about the time that Asgore stepped down. So obviously, there had to be some kind of tragedy around that time. I think I'm not the only one in thinking that there had to be some kind of tragedy around that time. The most likely tragedy would have to be with Des, because that is one of the bigger mysteries of Deltarune, right? What the frick happened to Des? And it all coincides very well. A lot of people think, I've heard some people say that they think Des was killed, and that's why Asgore had to step down from chief of police. Do you know about police? I'm gonna say it's a little bit different. Like, Asgore did something that he really shouldn't have done, and because he was not on duty at that time, he had to take the fall for this, right? That's kind of my train of thought here, is that Asgore wasn't where he was supposed to be when all this went down. And I get into it a little bit later on, but Asgore has a role in this world, a role that was handed down to him from being a boss monster, and I think Asgore, in this fic, I am not speculating about Deltarune, let me put that right out there. In this fic, what is happening? Asgore was distracted at that moment, but Asgore knows what happens, because it has something to do with one of Asgore's powers, right? It has to do with them being boss monsters and what their purpose in the world is. So, it's kind of also a cover-up for Asriel, but it's mostly that Asgore was fucking around with Rudy. I'm not even going to step around it anymore. That's pretty much what the lore of this would have been if I were to have free reign of everything that I wanted to do. He's pretty much fucking around with Rudy and finding out. So that whole thing about always boarding a sinking ship and you can't stay afloat, that's pretty much what happened. Rudy was that sinking ship. We not only have the thing that happened with Mayor Holliday's daughter, the mayor's daughter, but we also have what's happening with the mayor's husband at the same time. So this gets really freaking sticky, right? And not only that,
I also had this, because, okay, listen, I know that all of this comes across as serious. The language that I use makes everything seem like it's serious, and all the trauma that I put into this fic makes it seem like it's serious, but this is me shitposting, y'all. This is me shitposting things. I started this off with Asriel Dreemurr has a bite kink, and Bpant has veneers and his teeth fall out. Like, that's how this whole thing started, right? I am shitposting with Deltarune. That is what I'm doing. So in my fic, Rudy's injuries are because of Asgore. Because of Rudy's intimacy with Asgore, who is this massive boss monster, right? So, given their relationship, and Asgore being a huge masochist that he is, thank you, Bpants, for pointing that out in Chapter 2, maybe Rudy's injuries had something to do with his intimacy with this huge-ass boss monster. May you rest in peace, you happy soul. Like the Twitter posts, of the girlfriend with her neck being broken and showing, like, a thumbs up in the picture, like, yeah, baby. Totally worth it. That's Rudy. That is Rudy in this fic, and this fic only. And I'm so sorry you have that in your minds now. Asgore brought the cake, and Rudy was not ready to handle it. Okay. Now that we have that out of the way, holy shit. Okay, I hope that you all have recovered in the time that it took me to laugh so hard at this. So yes, we had the whole thing, Des Holiday, and, Asriel, and, stepping down from his position, but actually, he was in a position alright, and Rudy had to pay the consequences. So, we have a whole big, sticky mess right over here, which complicates the whole thing, and would further explain Asriel's bitterness towards his father, while Asgore kind of did save his skin, and Asgore has been a bit of a support. Also, the support kind of came a little bit later in life than Asriel needed, while he was still under Toriel's thumb, but also, Asgore kind of did his own thing regardless of already having a family, and is kind of just like, the fuck, Dad? Like, what are you doing? Why? Like, Asriel's a bit, bitter beans, which I think Asriel really would be if, this situation kind of happened. Not even talking about the whole thing in Undertale that Asgore did, which was really, not even morally gray. Like, it dipped into some bad things. Asgore did what he had to do, or he felt like he had to do. But honestly, he was pretty much running away from his problems, like Asriel keeps trying not to do, but he's actually doing. So there's a little bit of self-hatred in that too, because Asriel can kind of relate to Asgore, but he'd rather not think of himself like that, right? He doesn't want to be the one that, allows these horrible things to happen. Well, just that. That's his whole conflict in the story. He doesn't want to be the one to allow all these horrible things to happen. He wants to run away, right? That's the whole point. Asriel's trying to get away before the calamity happens, so that he doesn't have to be responsible. Because that's the thing with Asgore is, in Undertale, Asgore just kind of, stayed around. He kept putting off the inevitable. It's not like Asgore, tried to open the barrier and solve everyone's problems that way, right? Asgore stayed and kept putting it off. And that's exactly what Asriel is trying not to do. He does not want to stay and keep putting things off and watch everyone suffer and having to be reminded of all his responsibilities and the things that he has to do. Asriel wants that clean slate. Asriel wants to just start over somewhere, right? I think we had that earlier in the fic. He wants to not have to deal with all this shit.
and he doesn't want to end up like his dad. For as much as Asriel doesn't approve of his mom's behavior, that's his mom. That's the one who's always taking care of him, and she's always tried to protect him. So of course he's a little bit more of a mama's boy than he is a daddy's boy. Especially since Toriel was hurt from this situation. Of course he's going to take his mom's side. And we can see in this fic that Asriel does go spend time with his dad, and he does appreciate things like Asgore picking roses with Kris and taking care of Kris, and he appreciates his dad. He's just a little bit, I don't know if angsty is the word, but I will say bitter. I think I've said bitter a few times before, but he is a little bitter about the whole situation that happened. Especially since the whole situation that happened involved him. So he just has very complicated feelings towards his dad that he doesn't quite have with his mom, even though he knows that mom is hiding things from him. And, really not making situations any better. Let's get into the mom now. Alright, so we have Bpants saying, well, what about Toriel? She's the scariest one of them all. She's definitely controlling to Asriel of an absurd degree. Like, she always keeps them under her thumb. So, she might be the kind to harm Asriel, and is so controlling. The reason why she's so controlling is so that he doesn't say anything about it. But, of course he immediately dismisses this. But, Bpants keeps harping throughout this whole fic, like, except for, like, the beginning paragraph, when, the introduction, where he described her as, strict but sweet, when he wasn't really talking about Toriel, he was just talking about the kindergarten teacher Toriel, which is Mrs. Dreemurr, which Bpants keeps referring to Toriel as Mrs. Dreemurr throughout the whole fic, and if you know, Toriel does not like to be called Mrs. Dreemurr anymore since the divorce. Toriel likes to be called Toriel now. That's why she has Miss Toriel written on the chalkboard, and it's been there for quite some time. But Bpants had her as a kindergarten teacher, or whatever the equivalent to kindergarten is, because I don't think they actually have, like, a divided school system. Like, Americans have this divided school system, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade. I don't think that would happen for monsters, since they all age, a little bit differently, and, there aren't many teachers, so there are, like, 3 teachers, maybe, in the whole of the town. I would say 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 3 to 4 teachers in the whole town, right? So, it's not going to be so clear-cut. Like, people are going to be grouped in relative ages. So it's not literally kindergarten, it's just that kindergarten age set, like the really tiny baby first starting school age set. Which, if I was still editing, I might edit that, where I actually name out kindergarten and 1st grade. But, for now, no. Anyway, this is definitely finished. It is a finished product with all of its typos and missing verbs and missing nouns. It's finished as it is. Bpants calls Toriel by the wrong name, which gets into her skin. But also Bpants has these feelings of, Toriel is scary. Something about it, he keeps using the term, skinning him alive, right? He has, like, these very violent images of, Toriel, and when you're playing Undertale, you're like, this is mom. This is, like, the nicest lady in the whole freaking world. What's wrong with you, Bpants? Why are you describing her like that? There's a reason why he's describing her like that. Subconsciously, Bpants doesn't even realize it. He's definitely, scared of Toriel. He definitely sees her as a threat. Even though he doesn't want to believe that, she would hurt Asriel. But he kind of keeps it in the back of his mind that she might hurt someone. She might not mean it, but she definitely could. She was powerful enough to hurt someone. She's definitely powerful enough to stand up against Asgore. Like, and then, did I already talk about the whole Toriel thing? About how she's controlling to not only Kris, but also Asriel. How, because of the whole boss monster thing, and the whole aging thing, she doesn't want Asriel to date too early, not only to keep that kind of thing away from Kris, which she is definitely aware of. She is definitely aware of the issue with Kris, but also she doesn't want Asriel to make a mistake and start aging rapidly. Well, start aging more along the lines of his peers, right? What I'm trying to say is, boss monsters age with their children, and if we have a young teen who's, well, he's not a young teen. He's kind of an adult now, right? But when it was the whole thing with the bratty and catty, he was a young teen, right? We don't want him to all of a sudden waste his life because of a stupid mistake. So she's definitely very controlling of that, and not only that, Asriel has a very specific purpose. Being a boss monster, he has a very specific purpose in Hometown. And he's not needed, but he's definitely wanted in the choir at church, right? Toriel keeps trying to push him into church. She keeps trying to push him into these extracurricular activities and things, kind of to hone him, which is a type of protection, right? She's trying to protect him, but she's also leaving him in the dark. She's also not telling him the important things that he needs to know about his physical makeup and what makes him different from everyone else, just like Kris. That's the same thing with Kris. We see Toriel does not tell Kris about why Kris is so different from everyone else. She's not telling Asriel why Asriel is so different from everyone else. And we see in Undertale that Asgore definitely knows about determination. And in this fic, Toriel also knows about determination, but which I'll say is like a boss monster thing. They can detect abilities. I get into this later, but you can kind of detect abilities through someone's eyes, right? So they know that right now the determination bearer is Asriel. Asriel is the one who can go back in time, right? Asriel's the one who can undo this thing. Of course, that power does not stay with Asriel. Asriel does not know why. Asriel does not know about determination. This Asriel only knows that he had the ability to go back in time, and he thinks maybe he abused it one too many times, and the power got taken away from him and transferred to somebody else. Well, of course, it's Kris, duh. I don't have to be vague. Stop being vague. We have, a little bit later in the fic, just like when you die in Undertale, Asgore talking to Kara about, staying determined. Frickin' reload your save, right? That's pretty much what Toriel does one of the times that Asriel finds Kris dead. She kind of walks him into that, like, oh, shit, you can go back. You can go back and fix this. It doesn't have to be like this. You're the only one who could do it. Just, this is how you do it. Which I don't get into how much she knows in this. I don't get into exactly why she hides things, what she's protecting them from. I don't get into any of that. But we do see that the quote-unquote angel, it's complicated. It's really complicated. I don't think I need to get into that right now. I think that there are times later on when I can get more into more specifically what's going on in this world. I think I went on a bit of a tangent here, and we can move on. So Bpants obviously thinks that something completely different was happening to Asriel when Asriel was talking about time travel, and of course, Asriel is doing a check, pretty much. He's not looking at Bpants eye to eye right now, because he kind of doesn't want to know those thoughts, but in a way he kind of does. So he kind of knows, like, Bpants is currently thinking about Toriel. Toriel wouldn't do this. Bpants is currently thinking about Asgore. Asgore is a nice person. Bpants is currently thinking about Kris. Kris has knives. Kris is the most dangerous. Like that. He's not reading these thoughts one-to-one, but Asriel is kind of aware of the lines of thinking that Bpants is going through. And then we have the next scene where Bpants ran to catch up and meet him eye to eye. Even though the situation was uncomfortable, what made it even worse was the fact that Az always tried throwing him off. Well, throwing him off wasn't so bad, just as long as he didn't throw him away. Besides, he was already getting used to the curveballs being thrown his way. All he could do now was keep on swinging until he lucks out and knocks one out of the park. What are you running off for, Azzy? Is it something you can't talk about? I mean, I think I get it, but, whatever happened, you lived through it, right? You got stronger. No one can touch you anymore. I'm sorry. I had no idea. Clear as day, that perfect face showed a deprecating, almost vulgar smile. I'm afraid your concern is wasted on me. This is not what you think. I'm not the kind of person you imagine me to be at all. So we have a little bit of a self-loathing from Asriel, which is kind of why he didn't want to read Bpant's thoughts completely. Like I said, Asriel is a little bit messed up. Asriel's been through some stuff, so even though Asriel is a good person and a nice person, he definitely has some issues that he really needs to work through, and it's very hard for him to work through at his current stage in life. And it's not that he doesn't want to fix these problems, it's that he's not really given an opportunity to, right? He can work with everyone else, but he can't really work on himself. And that's what he really wants right now. He wants to take the time to work on himself, right? He wants to live for himself right now. He wants to be a little bit selfish. He doesn't really believe that he deserves to be selfish, but he definitely feels that way, that he wants to be selfish right now. And he's taking that a little bit harshly. He's punishing himself pretty much. And so he kind of sees what Bpant is thinking, and then hears what Bpant is saying, and Bpant is completely thinking that Asriel is the victim, which means that Bpant doesn't really get him, right? Bpant doesn't see the truth for what's happening. Bpant idolizes Asriel, and that's not really what Asriel wants. Asriel is very flattered by Bpant always idolizing him, but he also feels that there's less of a connection when Bpant is always idolizing him, right? That's kind of why he wants to tell Bpant these things, except also Asriel doesn't want to be rejected, right? Asriel kind of hints things and takes things as they come because he fears that rejection. And there it is. It's been a while since Mr. Hyde came out of hiding. Since he's shown up at his doorstep, he might as well invite him in for tea. Scratch that. It seemed like this guy was about to spilling the tea. As far as Bpant was concerned, even though the other facets of Asriel were all real, this one was the real deal. A behind-the-scenes reel just for him. Leverage he could possibly use to reel the guy in. It wasn't that scary if he really thought about it. To avoid falling through the cracks again, he just needed to look before he leaped. It was quite a long way down, after all. All that wordplay just to say that Asriel's starting to open up to him, and he's got that self-deprecating thing going on. I don't know for sure if Bpant is aware that it's self-deprecating, but that's the sinister smile, Asriel. That's always up to no good. That's the real deal. That's the true Asriel, right? That's the true Asriel coming out to greet him, pretty much. Not like a literally, there's two souls in here. It is Asriel is being candid with him now, and Asriel isn't candid with most people, as far as Bpant can tell. Asriel isn't candid with anyone else besides Bpant, so that means that Bpant is special somehow. So he's come to welcome this. He wants his partner to be closer to him, right? He wants to understand Asriel. So this is where he decides that, okay, well, I might not get it, and it might not be fun talking about all these things, but I'm going to try for this. I am going to try to communicate. I'm going to try to reach out my hand. I am going to try to keep this guy with me for as long as I possibly can, because this is what I want. And it might not be easy to do, but I am going to go for it. So that's what we got right now. If you want to tell me about it, then I'll listen, but at least say it in a way I can understand. As it is, you might as well be talking to a brick wall. Not for lack of trying, I'm sure you realize that I'm kind of dense. You've got to spell it out for me if you're going to start spouting all the heavy shit. Oh god. I only have one nostril right now.
Why am I so ill?
You've got to spell it out for me if you're going to start spouting all the heavy shit. That smile only got wider. Bpant suddenly realized that they'd stopped walking completely. It was like a showdown in the middle of the desolate town street. Like an old western, they stood off to the side in a silent standoff, waiting for the opportune moment to draw their fire, looking to settle a score. So, Bpants, that is to say, Bpants started feeling the sinister vibe, as he calls it. That is just the Asriel hyping himself up to do what he needs to do vibe. It's an old habit. There's so much joy in learning how you think. Besides, I'm not telling you anything for your own good. I'm telling you despite what it might do to you. You're the only one I have in this world. Let me be a little selfish. So yeah, Asriel basically saying, this is the way I've done things for a while to see what you're thinking. I'm vague for a reason. Not only, the less I say, the more you think, but the less I spell things out for you, the more you jump to your own conclusions, but also, I don't think that it's very good for me to tell you these things. I am being selfish in telling you these things. And you're the only one that I have that I can tell these things to. Just put up with it for a little bit, okay? But to Bpants, this is like a victory. Like, oh my god, he's talking candidly about something. Holy shit. Well, I'm just going to keep on and not backing down, so I'm just going to repeat the same exact thing that I just said. Changing up the game plan really was a game changer. Finally, it seemed like the ball was in his court, and he could get into the full swing of things. Giving that stupid frontrunner a run for his money made Bpants' chest swell with confidence. If he just continued facing things head-on like this, it leveled out their playing field. It was like they were equals. No, they really were an even match. They were partners, after all. Yeah, that's right. You're not alone. I'm right here with you. I've come too far to back down now. But I'll fall behind if you go sprinting ahead without me. Just explain things nice and slowly. Give me a chance to catch up. You should know it's hard for me to talk and think at the same time. And yeah, that's true. That's true. Not only just, talking and thinking, but walking and thinking and talking. Asriel always gives Bpants, extra room for his thoughts, like they'll just kind of, stop going where they're going to give, Bpants some time to think. It's really funny, because you see these, huge walls of red text. That's just Asriel waiting patiently. Asriel doesn't always wait patiently, and we can see that a few times. It's only when he's, like, really nervous and doesn't want to, have Bpants' thoughts influence him, he'll cut him right off. But, most of the time, he lets, Bpants think whatever he wants to think. Asriel let out a soft sigh and looked up at the stars as if they were a teleprompter feeding him lines. That guy really wanted to avoid facing him this badly, huh? Well, it's fine. It's not like Bpants was particularly great at dealing with eye contact, either. He followed suit and looked up at the sky as if he had suddenly taken an interest in stargazing. Was Azzy looking for himself up there? Did the stars serve as a mirror that reflected who he was and his bigger meaning in the world? The secrets that lie behind that heavenly body? Such a shame that guy's script really wasn't written in the stars. Maybe then it would be easier for Bpants to follow along. Bpants is taking this one way, but Asriel has decided once again that, okay, I think I will start talking about this heavy subject now, since Bpants is insistent, and then I'll see what happens from there. When we were growing up, I was not very nice to Kris. Perhaps I was jealous, or maybe it was envy. I was bitter that my path in life had been predetermined while they could live however they pleased. Nothing to chain them down. For everyone else's sake, I outwardly pretended to get along with them. But I resented doing so and took it out on them, as if it was their fault. I would get into fits of anger and destroy things, blaming it on Kris. My lies were always believed. No one doubted me. Whenever we would play video games together, I'd challenge them to ones I knew only I was skilled in. I would volunteer to take the turbo controller as if I was doing them a favor, and I would often gloat whenever I inevitably won. Whenever Kris did something I didn't like, I would run to Father Alvin and tattletale on them, pretending I was confessing my sins with a guilty conscience. Asriel took the bottle back from Bpant and continued strolling along the sidewalk. They never retaliated. They simply took the blame as if it was a condition for being by my side. And I too realized it, which irked me even further. The truth is, even when I was little, I didn't want to be Asriel Dreemurr. I wanted to be Kris. I wanted to have their supposed carefree life, no qualms about making mistakes and upsetting others. And I'm sure they wished the same thing, that they were me. That way they could be praised unconditionally like I was, regardless of how tainted I am. It's rather funny. If things would have continued as they were, we could have worked out the perfect solution. It could have given me the escape plan I was always searching for. Except, things did change. Asriel's tone was so grave, it was as if each anecdote was yet another nail in the coffin. For such trivial matters? How charming! If these quaint little instances of sibling rivalry were supposed to warm his heart, it worked like a charm. This was all child's play. So he ran to his mommy and tried to get Kris in trouble? So he didn't always play fair. That guy still never played fair. Nothing changed at all. Bpant could almost put himself in Father Alvin's shoes for a moment, looking at the darling, disheartened Asriel, confessing every single slight disobedience as if it was a slight against the angel themselves. Maybe a sinner like himself shouldn't have such vain thoughts concerning religion. As far as Bpant went, faith was not exactly his cup of tea. He was more on the not-tea side himself. As far as Asriel's story went, well, Bpant spent a significant time there in the Dreemurr household for a short period in his life. It's not like he was unaware as he had done some things in spite of Squirt, but these were just the kind of things siblings did. It was nothing to be ashamed of. Kids are sensitive and lack the awareness to rein themselves in. It goes without saying even Asriel couldn't flawlessly fit in that perfect cookie-cutter mold. Speaking of which, Bpant remembered one time Az insisted they made gingerbread humans to go along with all the gingerbread monsters, and Squirt got so upset that they threw away the whole tray of cookies on the floor. Looking back at it now, it made a lot more sense, since Kris apparently had a phobia. But even this little event still fell under the category of normal sibling behavior, especially considering the alternative Bpant originally hypothesized, Kris secretly stabbing their brother in the dark. Asriel's guilty conscience about such stupid things was endearing. Adorable, even. Azzy, you don't have to... Asriel didn't give him a chance to voice his thoughts before he continued speaking. That guy really was anxious. Woo! Okay, so we have a bunch of things. I guess I'll go back up. So we have the cookie cutters. That is a weird detail that is actually in Deltarune. There are cookie cutters for not only gingerbread monsters, but gingerbread humans. And we know that there aren't a lot of humans, if at all, that aren't Kris in Hometown. So why would there be a gingerbread man cutout? Maybe that's not a normal thing. And also, Kris seems to have a problem with humans. So why is this there, right? And so in this Vic, it is there because Asriel is a little shit. not too much. He's the nicest, kindest person in the world, but Kid Asriel was a little bit of a shit, like all kids are. They wanted to have what Kris had, and didn't understand why Kris had this perfect life, not knowing what Kris was like, right? Kris is just the little pet that they picked up, right? The little stray kitten that they picked up. Kris wasn't really a full-fledged person. Oh, that's kind of bad to say, but that's kind of how it was like back when, back in the earlier days. This isn't like late game stuff. This is getting used to Kris being in the house kind of age we're talking about. This is back when they were playing freaking Super Mario Brothers, and Kris would take
Asriel's beloved Yoshi and throw them off a cliff. Like, just all kinds of things that would irk Asriel, but Asriel didn't really have a way to, get back at them, because they were supposed to be siblings, right? And Asriel can kind of intuit what people were thinking, and how Asriel was supposed to act, and how Asriel was supposed to be the nice, kind one. So Asriel had to go, like, under the table, even as a kid, and do all these little petty things, right? And that's how, Asriel got his revenge, as a little kid. Again, this is more little kid things. And speaking of the video game thing and Father Alvin, we see a couple times already in the fic that Bpants is bringing up religion. So we are ramping up into that. We are ramping up into the whole religion thing. Religion is definitely going to come up in this. I somehow formulated this whole frickin' thing around religion. So this fic not only revolves around porn, but it also revolves around religion. Bpants is the porn story, Asriel is the religion story. Who frickin' knows? I don't know. This is frickin' crazy, but that's just how it went. That's just how my brain works. That's just how it went. The romance has to involve porn, and the serious stuff has to involve all the other crazy shit that's going on in Deltarune. I actually have to go, but I'm going to wrap this up really quickly. Let's see. Oh yeah, Bpants isn't taking any of this seriously. Bpants has siblings. My headcanon for this is that Bpants is the type of person, like the really horndog person, who would have a lot of sisters. Like a shit ton of sisters, and he's the only guy in the whole bunch. So he has like all these weird mannerisms, like being very, very placating to his mother, and also doing the household chores, and like babying Asriel, pretty much taking care of Asriel, taking care of everybody. But he is also kind of horn dog in the complete opposite spectrum. I've known so many people like this, so many guys that are like that. It's like, oh, you're that kind of guy, yeah, all right. I bet you have mommy issues, like. It's that kind of thing. It's the guys with the older sisters and the mommy issues. But anyway, there's like a lot of cat fighting with Bpants' family. So, all of this shit that Asriel is talking about, this is like nothing. This isn't like knockdown, drag out craziness with the siblings. It's just like petty shit. So to Bpants, like, I think he had even said, it's heartwarming to him. Like, oh, poor baby. This is like the worst that you ever got with Kris. This is the worst that y'all have ever done. You really do have a heart of gold. That kind of thing. Right. That's okay. If I re-record a dialogue, it's fine. Just as long as I'm not missing one. Asriel didn't give him a chance to voice his thoughts before he continued speaking. That guy really was anxious. I was devastated the first time Kris died. I was the one who found their body. Even though they were human, it was difficult to look at. It wasn't as if they were a monster, after all. It shouldn't have hit me so hard. But I still felt an enormous wave of remorse and heartache and grief come crashing down on me. I never suspected a thing. They were always such a fragile soul. In the past life, and in this one. Alright, let's get back to death. We're getting back to death, okay? It's very important. They always were such a fragile soul. In the past life, and in this one. At the time, I didn't know them well enough to realize something was wrong. And I immediately blamed myself for it. I couldn't keep myself composed at all. I couldn't hold back the tears. I really was such a crybaby back then. My mom heard me wailing and immediately came running. She was in a panic at my outburst, but once she saw what happened, she was strangely rational about it, taking care of what needed to be done. She handled the situation a lot better than I had, anyway. To this day... Okay, taking care of what needed to be done. She handled the situation a lot better than I had, anyway. To this day, the extent of what she knows remains a mystery to me. I have a hunch she's been trying to hide everything from us so we don't realize our true purpose. Just like her past self would do.
But even as a child, I could see that she knew far more than she let on. Her comforting words of encouragement at the time were like instructions telling me what I needed to do.
At the revelation that Kris was dead, Bpant seized up. At the revelation Kris was dead, Bpant seized up. He actually fell for whatever that asshole told him, surmised that it was the truth without a second thought. But after giving it a moment to soak in, he realized it couldn't possibly be true. They were just at Az's house, and not only was Squirt alive and well, they were well enough to threaten his life. Well, this is a sign from the angel. This is just a sign from the angel that this wasn't meant to be, guys. It just was not meant to be.
Where was I? Oh, sleepy! Sleepy!
Let's see. While Kris might act like a guileful little ghoul, the thought of them being any being other than human rang hollow. No zombie was so zealous, no apparition so agile. They were quick-witted and quick on the draw. 1 second of vulnerability, and they cut to the quick. To add insult to injury, Kris more than likely had more wits about them than Bpant did himself. It was nauseating. This guy, he must have been talking about a past life, right? Bpant never pegged Azzy to be such an occult chick, so deep into superstition that his eclectic mysticism engulfed his entire perspective on life. That guy seemed to really believe it and possibly practice what he preached. And the more Asriel professed his almost paranormal prophecies, the more Bpant gave credence to such incredible ideas. So that's why Az always kept a hawk-eye on his little sibling. He bore witness to Squirt's mortality before his very eyes. And since his friend said he saw it, he could only trust him. Bpant might not have much faith in this world, but he practically worshipped that guy. Whatever winding road Azzy took, he was sure to blindly follow. Blind faith was the only kind he could afford. A meek chuckle escaped Asriel's lips.
Wayward sheep, you got lost already. Okay, let's see. Kris died, but I didn't allow it to happen. I went back to a time when they were still alive. That used to be one of my powers. A maw from my previous life. My hostility towards Kris and the fondness I have for them originate from the same point. We knew each other before, in that previous life. I won't allow these kinds of mistakes to repeat themselves in this one.
He turned back around and took Bpant by the hand. Finally, this guy was able to face him.
Earlier you said something about me living through it and growing stronger. Neither thing is true. You might not believe me, but I died over and over again. And every time the pain never numbed. Every single time a part of me was lost with it. I didn't realize what I was doing until I got older, and by that time I'd already lost the ability. When I was little, I thought I was having nightmares. I was living a nightmare instead.
Asriel was calmly looking straight at him. It didn't seem like a prank. It wasn't a prank, but... Are you seriously telling me that you could go back in time whenever you wanted? At times like this, it really was convenient joining forces with a mind reader. How could he voice these concerns out loud? Azzy might be immune to airing out his dirty laundry, but this kind of lunacy was something Bpant could never come clean about. How could he throw caution to the wind and verbalize this madness? So it's not just past lives, but also time travel? How is such a thing possible? If Bpant had an ability like that, he certainly wouldn't use it for anything important like Az had. Saving people? No. Bpant was unreservedly self-indulgent. He would wind up using it to take whatever he wanted, eat anything he desired without consequences, and play out his favorite days ad nauseum until the film reel of his memories fell apart at the seams. But even as a kid, had the thought of living every day in splendor not run through Az's brain? Or was it because of that past trauma that Asriel knew not to do those things? Right, that guy did say there were consequences. And it appeared that resetting time meant dying. But if dying didn't cause him to lose that power, what could it possibly be? Did he only have so many tries before his turns were up? It seems like they had gone back to square one.
even though he was caught up with the first point, that apparently Asriel can bend fricking time itself, a lot more questions popped up. How did Kris die? What exactly did Mrs. Dreemurr do when she found them? What did Asriel do, for that matter? How did they handle that situation? How did Az realize what he was supposed to do to distort time if his mom wasn't the one to explain it? More importantly, why was he bringing all this crap up now? Sure, as he seemed like he had way too much to get off his chest. And how? This was a lot more earth-shattering than a good-natured goody two-shoes coming to terms with his eccentric family's melodramatic divorce. But none of this came up earlier. Why tonight? Most importantly, what did any of this have to do with him? I'm not sure we should continue this conversation. I do feel like there's something you should know. A choice only you should make. But part of me is afraid of getting an answer. Perhaps we've gone far enough. It's a relief I could share as much as I did with someone. That guy gave him a warm, gentle smile, and lovingly stroked his hand with his thumb, as if he'd already made up his mind on the subject. Maybe it was for the best. This heavy atmosphere really was the worst. This wasn't how he wanted to spend tonight at all. Except Asriel did still have something to say. And there was no way Bpants didn't want to hear it. Whew, okay, about 20 text messages in, we've gotten to this point. So we are talking about, Kris's first suicide. Sorry, y'all. I know that nobody wants suicide to be brought up in fanfiction. I know that's not a topic that a lot of people feel they should bring up. I have reasons to bring it up. Though it might be a little bit unforgivable. But, I mean, we've pretty much established death in video games happen a lot, right? And it's not like, nobody's played Omori, and it's not like, it hasn't been tackled by other people. So I kind of, I threw in my chips here very gently, though, so that the people who were really sensitive to these topics, it didn't hit quite as hard, because I understand how it is. Trust me, I understand how it is. But there is this line of dialogue that Asriel gives you at the end of Undertale, when he's talking about Kara, that, Asriel's talking about Kara, and to me, it really hints that there was some kind of, CSA going on with Kara. Again, I could be wrong, I haven't played it in quite a while. That's just my take from it, and that's what's in this, fic. Kris, having lived for at least 2 lifetimes, I say that because they're pretty much the amalgam of Frisk and Kara for this fic only. They are really sensitive to issues of the past, and, having to come to terms that they're human. It's kind of like us coming to terms that we're the abusive asshole. Like, it really takes an impact on you, especially when you think you're the victim, right? So, this already weighs very heavily in the back of Kris's mind. They don't want to remember, but they do remember, and they have hard times whenever they do remember. They have nightmares all the time, and while they're in a safe place, they don't feel safe. They might not ever feel safe completely. They might not ever completely feel safe ever again. And we can see that through coping mechanisms. We see that even Deltarune Kris doesn't want to read books about humans, doesn't want to look at the pictures. We kind of force them into that situation. That's not something they're comfortable with. They very much want to be a monster and leave that path behind them, right? They want to disassociate and become someone else. And we see that mirrored with Asriel, who also wants to disassociate and become somebody else, but not because of his body, not because of what he looks like or what he is, but because of what he's done, right? He wants to escape who he is, while Kris wants to escape what they are. So Asriel kind of contemplates what life would have been like if they could have swapped souls. And here's the thing, it doesn't really work that way. A monster can hold a human soul, but as far as we know, the whole entanglement with a human having a monster soul is very sticky. Deltarune Kris doesn't even have a single monster soul. They kind of have like this hybrid that's human and monster, or I will say it looks like it. I don't know if that's just special effects. It could be special effects that there is a white monster heart looking thing along with Kris's. I'm not speculating about what's going on in Deltarune. What I am speculating at is what might have been in this fic, and this fic only, right? Since Asriel and KFC, Kris Katafrisk, had an entanglement in the last life, right? They had this thing, and Asriel has already held Kata's soul, so there might be some entanglement with that. Kind of like the essence, we kind of have like a fragment of the soul that would possibly allow, Asriel doesn't know, and at this point I don't even know either. This is just a idea I entertained that Kris might actually be able to bear souls. At this point, they are not yet a harvester. That doesn't happen until later on, so Kris cannot harvest the souls yet. But later on they can, and that's why Asriel is entertaining this idea. Hindsight is 2020. Looking back at it in further detail, I'm sure Asriel would iron out the kinks and realize that there's more to this going on than just swapping souls. A lot more is going into this. But potentially they could have, but the problem is, in order for that to happen, Asriel wouldn't have this power, right? Asriel would not have this power anymore. So it's not like Asriel could do anything about it. That power would... am I making sense? I might not be making sense anymore, y'all. I'm just going off. It's been a rough night. It's been a freaking rough night. Oh my god. Anyway, what am I talking about?
Kris wanting to be Frisk.
No. Asriel wanting to be Kris, and Kris wanting to be Asriel, but on opposite ends of the spectrum. Kris wants to have that monster body. Kris wants to be in a body they feel comfortable in. And Asriel wants to be in a body that will be ignored, and wants to escape from their responsibilities. So, Asriel briefly entertains this idea, and Kris kind of entertains this idea. But there are complications that makes it not really very easy to be possible. What we were originally talking about was the whole sticky Kris situation, that's right. With their body issues and their past with humans, and how it's not easy for Kris in this fic. And this fic only. Or maybe not. We don't know. I can't say it's all... we don't know. But Kris does not... Kris seems like a tragic main character. I don't know if anybody else is reading that in Deltarune, but that's what I read out of it. Kris is very tragic. And that's kind of what I brought to the table here. So Kris is dealing with Asriel's puberty. Don't say puberty, that's such a weird word. Dealing with the changes going on in Asriel's body. Noticing that they're starting to become different, they're starting to grow older, and things are very different for Kris. No matter how much Kris wants to disassociate, they can't completely do that. And it becomes very hard for them to cope. And not only that, at this point, their relationship isn't very good, right? At this point, Asriel really resents bringing Kris along because they feel this same kind of envy that Kris does. And while Kris wants to get along, Asriel just kind of wants to take out these feelings. And Kris is just a convenient way to vent those frustrations. And again, I'm not saying that Asriel is a bad guy. As we could see, what he considers to be bad is very tame. But it's still something, and it's still something that weighs on his conscience, of course. But it's not the nicest thing. Not everybody's perfect, and Asriel, of course, is not. So with everything, Kris goes through a difficult time and doesn't make it in this one. So Asriel kind of has to come to terms and feel immense guilt over this. That no, Kris really isn't just like a pet that they adopted into the family. This is a person, this is a living being with feelings and emotions that Asriel can't really comprehend, right? Because whether or not Asriel realizes it as a kid, he already has preconceptions of who Kris is based on that past life. Asriel doesn't realize that he's having, like, these feelings, these intuitions, and these dreams because it's a past life. He doesn't get that revelation until way later, way after he becomes Bpant's friend, way after the whole bratty and catty thing goes on, around like a preteen/teen age, right? It happens a little later on in life. Oh, and yeah, this is around the time of the divorce as well. So there's also the whole thing with separating family. It's just a really bad time in this house right now. Like, it's really not all that great. And again, this is like one of the times that Bpant starts making his way over to the Dreemurr's house, thinking that Bpant has like the worst life in the world and has to run away. Bpant is actually kind of privileged. I think I've hinted at that. I think y'all know that Bpant is an unreliable narrator. While Bpant has these problems, they're all really I mean, they're not super petty problems, but they're pretty petty problems compared to what Asriel has. But he always thinks that Asriel has everything that he could possibly ever want: a rich family, loving, caring, all that stuff, a sibling who follows them around everywhere. Asriel is not living a life of luxury at all, and even Bpant a little bit further down kind of lets that sink in. Kind of admits it to himself that no, maybe Asriel has the worst hand right now. Maybe Asriel has a worse life than he could have possibly imagined. Okay, I've got to check that text message now.
Okay, did I forget to talk about something? Last time we had Bpant learning about Asriel and Kris's childhood selves, the revelation that Kris died, that Toriel did the Undertale thing and pretty much told Asriel how to go back in time and undo this mistake, that she's hiding things. What else do we have? Bpant's immediately believing Asriel and then thinking about it and was like, oh shit, is he pranking me? But no, he wouldn't be pranking me about something like this. He actually seems to believe it, and if Asriel believes it, then Bpant has no choice but to believe it, because regardless of whether Bpant thinks it's real or not, Asriel believes it, right? He really wants what's best for Asriel, and if Asriel says it's true, then for sure, in Asriel's mind, it has to be true. So he could only support his friend, right? But Asriel's kind of just like, alright, okay, I see. You really haven't understood from the onset. Okay, let me back it up a little bit, tell you what's really going on. So, by the way, I can bend time, and that's what I was talking about earlier. And I used my save load feature to, let Kris come back to life. And then the sacrifice every single time that he used this power, which he didn't even know that he had. I mean, he knew that he had it, he just didn't know the consequences or what it actually was. Again, Asriel was using this power not knowing that he was using this power, right? He kept thinking that it was nightmares. So he's sitting there having to bear all of these consequences for something he didn't know. Like, it's like a kid who's buying all kinds of iPad games not knowing that they're charging their mom's credit card every single time. Like, that's pretty much what's happening, is Asriel's not
realizing the debt he's incurring by doing this, and it's not even a purposeful thing. So at this point, it's not just the other burdens that he has. He also has this burden as well, and it's too much when the two coexist, right? It's just way too much when he has to worry about the family business and also this time travel thing that's going on. It's way too much responsibility for a kid. It definitely is. And that's what we see here, is that Asriel's not just being a little shit, right? Asriel's got some really, really stressful issues going on. And Asriel doesn't even know what's happening, right? A lot of this, his parents are kind of neglectful. Like, I don't want to be crucified for this, but it's really true. I'm sorry. I know everybody loves Toriel, but she's kind of, strict and protective and doesn't use the best coping mechanisms, doesn't really allow her children to she's not horrible, I'm not saying that. Trust me, better than a lot of parents, but it's not the most healthy way to grow up, especially when you have a huge burden like your species being different from the others. You don't want to not tell your child about that, right? You don't want to not explain that. You don't want to not have these talks with your children and give them the tools that they need to grow up and face these issues, right? Because if you keep them in the dark, it's not like they're not going to find out anyway. They're going to find out, but they might not find out from the best of places. And Toriel just kind of skirts around that, she always skirts around those issues. Just like in Undertale, when we saw her take up Frisk, she didn't really explain what was going on until Frisk was leaving, and then she was like, oh yeah, Asgore's gonna kill you. She did not explain who Asgore was. She didn't explain how Asgore was going to kill him, what exactly that entailed. She was just trying to scare him back into this life of, ignorance, right? And that's kind of... Oh, frick, I got another message! Right. What Toriel does comes from a loving place, it comes from a caring place, but it's ultimately a little bit harmful. I said I wasn't going to get distracted, but this has been nothing but distractions. Should I just go on? I might just move on. Okay, so I do a lot better with scripted stuff. I've done drama before, I've done plays and musicals before. I just hate writing that kind of stuff. I hate outlining and organizing my thoughts. I will try to get a video out explaining everything so nobody has to sit through this mess. This wasn't how I wanted to spend tonight at all, except Asriel did still have something to say, and there was no way Bpants didn't want to hear it. Are you crazy? Actually, half the things that come out of your mouth sounds like the ravings of a madman. You are nuts, but so am I. You've got me invested. Why are you acting so shy all of a sudden? If there's something important you've got to tell me, then just say it. There's no sense in beating around the bush, leading me on, turning around and putting it off. Oh, Jesus. I need to be better about the accent. Leading me on, turning around and putting it off. Just get it out of your system so we can get right into consoling each other. That last thing was a pun and consoling, and then earlier we had the handheld. All the details that you would miss because they go by so fast. I have too many things. Oh, and beating around the bush. Ding. Let's see. And, of course, Bpants acting a little bit bolder than he usually does. Anyway, what just happened? Bpants being more, rash than he usually is, with a little bit of help from the alcohol. Not much, but a little bit. He gained some confidence earlier, doubling down on Asriel and saying, just say what you gotta say. Just say it in a way that I can understand it. We can't have a conversation if it's only one-sided, right? So include me. Just make sure to give me a little bit of time to process what you're saying, right? And, that worked. So now he's doubling down on that because he has that confidence and he's really invested. He really is invested. This is his partner, right? As far as Bpants is concerned, Asriel is his partner, and he doesn't want to let go of this, right? So the closer he can get to Asriel, the better. Especially while they're still together right now. Oh?
What was that profound look on Asriel's face? Sadness? Regret? Pity? In any case, it was hard to describe, which was never a good thing. After hesitating for a while, Asriel slowly spoke. Well, losing Kris as many times as I did took a toll on me. Everything in my life changed the day that you died. What? What was that? Was Asriel cursing him? A threat? It couldn't be. That guy would be all sunshine and roses if it really was a threat. So, he died in a past life, right? Is that why Asriel was reborn here or something? Absolutely not. Perish the thought. As far as Bpants was concerned, he knew he robbed Heaven's Cradle, managing to luck out and score Azzy. And he'd gotten away with it for so long. Who knows? Maybe permitting them to be a couple was some kind of ironic divine punishment the angel was casting on Asriel. Like a curse in disguise. Yeah, Bpants might have been Deltarune. Yeah, Bpants might have been dealt a rotten hand in life, but Az's was the pits. Oh well, one man's tragedy is another man's treasure, and he most definitely struck gold. Bpants grinned and patted a hand on his friend's shoulder. This guy was too serious. Don't worry so much about it, Azzy. I'm here with you now, right? Whatever happened in that past life of yours is already in the past. Let bygones be bygones. Let's just look forward to the future. Or, live in the moment. Unless... Did I die of some kind of disease? Something contagious? Not quite. As far as the past goes, you took up a role the angel had assigned you in that lifetime, so you were under protection. The me of that time had completely overlooked you. He must have thought that you were dull. Thank goodness, that me was not a good person. Perhaps if you'd known what you were like back then... It's such a relief that you were ignored. It really was a blessing in disguise. It really was a blessing in disguise, Asriel. Don't be an asshole. It really was a blessing. Bpants gnashed his teeth. Excuse me? What was that just now? Boring? Dull? Easy to overlook? If that's how you really feel, then just say it outright. No need to make up stories about past lives in order to give a backhanded compliment. Dishing those out is your specialty. And what was all that nonsense about taking up a role your lauded angel gave me? There's no way someone like me would fall in line that easily. Without fail, you've got the wrong guy this time. Your aim is slipping. You missed the mark by a long shot, buddy. Yes, and that gets under Bpants' skin. He does not want to be boring. And, boring to Bpants is something, different entirely. He thinks that his parents are boring. And I think that I've, expressed that Bpants' mom is quite a character. Definitely far from boring. But, that is something that really gets under Bpants' skin. He does not want to be boring, and he doesn't want to be taken as a fool. He doesn't want to be, made fun of or not being taken seriously. It doesn't matter to me if you think I'm lying. I'm trying to tell you, your death was the biggest turning point in my life. I'm sure if you reached inside your soul, the memory should still be there. But, as if out of defiance, Bpants thought about the answer in question. If he didn't die in the past life, then he must have died in this one. What kind of bullshit was that? Yet, as soon as the thought entered his mind, a blinding flash raced through his brain. He could see disjointed clips, almost like home movies, chappily spliced together after half the footage was destroyed. He merely blinked, and he could see the gruesome scene before him. No, it wasn't just seeing. He was there. The feel of the carpet underfoot soaked with human blood. The stench of it stuck in his nose. The sound of Asriel's screaming, pleading sobs as Bpants' body crumpled to the floor, limbs contorting into unnatural directions as if they belonged to someone else. His head was pounding and his body screamed out in agony. However, it didn't last for long. He didn't even have the chance to feel fear seep into his pores before he was killed. The ringing in his ears grew distant, and a black silhouette, that lump of flesh. Oh God, little buddy! In the darkness, two small lifeless eyes. Everything was out of place, disheveled, and shreds of paper decorated the floor, like confetti welcoming him to the party. Oh no. No way! It was that book! Oh shit! Asriel didn't touch it, that's right. Like he said, it belonged to the library, so he wouldn't touch it. It was his own fault. Azriel was completely innocent. Everything was his fault. Shit. No wonder Kris was so distraught by it. He never mentioned... Bpant's whole body shuddered as if it was about to give out any moment. His consciousness descended into the depths that far surpassed the abyss of his dreaming. The words Asriel said previously echoed in his mind. Couldn't get used to that feeling. Couldn't shake it off. The pain was real. It was like a living nightmare. It wasn't an exaggeration. It was beyond horrifying. He was in a trance. He knew it wasn't real, but he couldn't escape. The false reality intensified everything he was feeling. He was trapped. Nothing made sense. It was not normal to die and come back to life. He was dead. Kris was dead. Asriel was... He was so caught up in the vision that when Asriel placed a hand on his shoulder, he panicked, putting all his weight into throwing the guy off. That miserable look on Azzy's face... No, he didn't mean to push that guy away. He didn't mean it at all. He could no longer keep his cool. Urgh! He let out a frustrated growl and raked his still trembling hands through his fur. Just what happened? Seriously, what was any of that? He was so confused. His body quivered in anger. His very soul cried out in anguish. The only thing he could feel grateful for was that Az snapped him out of it. At this time, Asriel caught him in an embrace. One hand pulling Bpant close to his chest, while the other hand still held onto that stupid bottle, putting a wedge between them. It's all right. It wasn't real. It didn't happen to you in this timeline. It got reset. I'm sure you could recall what really happened that day if you tried. I was there with you. We did it together, remember? We were just playing around. It didn't get out of hand. You apologized to Kris afterward, and they accepted. Everything is okay. Listen to me. What you just saw, that was an accident. A thing which you didn't actually go through. Please, try not to bear a grudge. If only you'd seen the look on her face, you would have understood. She never meant to wound you, much less... You of all people should know that. You of all people should know what she's like. It was because of what happened to Kris. Shit! Don't forget. You didn't die. Once it happened, I undid it. I couldn't bear the thought of losing you, so I went back to save Kris, thinking that if we avoided the incident, you would be saved as well. To tell you the truth, I failed you. I messed it up. Somehow the events kept playing out the same way regardless of what I did. I don't know if it was because I was so hopeless or if it was because I kept using my abilities to save another. I was forsaken. My blessing had been passed to Kris. Perhaps it was because I held their soul. Or maybe it was because we were connected in the past. Whatever the reason, Kris had obtained control. I didn't even pretend to be happy that they came back of their own accord after I lost the power. I immediately cried and demanded and pleaded for them to save you, not knowing the price. I wasn't aware of the full scope of what I was asking for them to do, the burden I was placing upon them. And yet, because it was me who asked, even though I was so awful to them, even though they knew how horrible I was, that I was just using them, even though it was me, they still agreed knowingly. All of a sudden, Bpant felt dizzy. He was overwhelmed and exhausted. Was this the kind of thing Azzy went through all the time? No wonder that guy was so fucked up. Rather, it's a miracle he turned out to be as pure-hearted as he did. Bpant could still feel his skin crawling from earlier. That kind of thing sticks with you. He took a moment just trying to process his thoughts. He hadn't been completely paying attention to what Asriel was saying. There's no way he could have, but it seems like whatever he saw back there didn't happen. As if he could forget. And also, that's the reason Asriel could no longer rewind time. It seemed impossible. It really did. But he felt firsthand what it was like. Those memories weren't his own. He didn't go through them, yet they were still there somehow. So that really means everything was his fault after all. Do you know what I've always liked about you? You're the most fascinating creature I've ever met. I've told you my secrets before, many times. You never believed me, but you were never scared off or bothered by it either. When I was still growing up, I'd been obsessed with drawing out the things I had been seeing, as if the events wouldn't leave my head until they were put down on paper. Things from the past. Things from the present. Horrifying memories. And when you saw it, you made a game out of it. You eagerly joined in, not having a clue what was going on. You were always like that. I think I can truly be myself around you. You don't always understand, and you might not always agree with me, but you're never unkind about it. And most of the time, you'll follow me no matter where we're going. You'll curse me under your breath, but you'll always move forward. Nothing ever really gets to you. Like a blade of grass that keeps getting mowed, you always spring back. It doesn't matter how many times you're cut down. Also, you're extremely gullible and easy to manipulate. That shit-eating grin Asriel brandished while he undeniably took pleasure in knocking him down a peg was insufferable to look at. It was really beginning to piss him off. Bpants clicked his tongue in annoyance and playfully shoved that guy away. This jerk really was the worst, wasn't he? Bragging so contentedly about playing with a broken toy. How much fun could it possibly be to keep toying with him like this? Well, at least he was happy. All right! Man, your flirting sucks! I think there are some things you should just keep to yourself after all, bud. It didn't bother Asriel one bit. He simply let out an audible sigh. No problems there, D-boy. I'm sorry, I know we agreed to go one bag at a time, but I never did travel lightly. You don't say. All that baggage was so heavy, it could probably crush him under its weight. How had Asriel been carrying all that around with him this whole time? That guy really was the bearer of bad news. But at least he was able to get some things off his chest. Still, Bpants had the sinking feeling this was far from the worst of it. There was no way Az brought his death up just to scare him senseless. He had no good sense to begin with. So what else was in that guy's little bag of tricks? Right, Asriel was just talking about the power that he lost. What did happen to it? Are you sure you lost your ability? Maybe you just got performance anxiety or something. Bpants didn't know how he could live it down if the biggest suitcase Asriel had yet to unpack was actually himself. The scariest skeleton in his closet. It really would be too hard to handle. If he could at least clear his conscience of this case, he could safely put his mind at ease. You shouldn't pay it any mind. Every blessing comes with its own offset. The burden demands an equivalent compensation. Such a power in my hands was a critical error from the onset. As for possessing that sort of thing, it should be rather easy to distinguish. You can just look into my eyes and see. Tell me, what color are they now? That serious look in his eyes gave Bpants some pause. What could he even say? Was this another strange attempt at flirting? Wanted a compliment? Ah, your eyes are just as shallow as I am. Burgundy as muddy as this dirtbag you settled for. As dim as this dumbass at your side. You have the gaze as sharp as that silver tongue of yours. It's so beautiful that I'd gladly let you pull the wool over mine. Before he could think of a single decent thing to say, Asriel chimed in. And when we were little, do you remember what color they were then? Wait, did Asriel hear his thoughts just now? Shit, he was slipping! But now that he mentioned it, when they were kids, Asriel really did have eyes that shined like stars in the night sky, glimmering like gold, reflecting all the wholesome desires that twinkled like diamonds in his pure heart. Bpants remembers staring at them, never being able to tell his friend no in fear of disappointing him.
Oh god, it couldn't be. It's his fault the light got stolen out of Azzy's eyes.
You're taking this way too personally. What I'm trying to tell you is that the mark placed upon whomever is blessed with the god's holy powers is a sign for other apostles to distinguish who is among their ranks. The angel places their mark on the eyes, often cited to be the window of the soul. My abilities were transferred to Kris. Not only the ability that had gotten taken away from me either. Kris seems to have a knack for harvesting souls that they didn't have before, among a couple other things. It can't be a coincidence. Perhaps it has something to do with how our souls are connected. I cannot know for sure. Regardless, I'm sure you noticed the glow in Kris's eyes, the eyes of judgment. How would you describe them? A wave of goosebumps rippled across Bpant's body.
He got chills just thinking about it. Kris Dreemurr's eyes, no! He didn't want to think about them. The eyes of judgment. What an apt name. If he wasn't going to openly rave about those loving eyes of Asriel's that he could spend all day getting lost in, there's no way in hell he was going to wax poetic about that creepy kid's. Oh, that's too harsh. Squirt actually saved him, right? Asriel did say something about that. How they were the one who had to bring him back. If that's really true, it would answer a lot of questions. Why little buddy was always so hostile to him, treated him like dirt. Not only their eyes, either. Such a quiet kid, yet they relished in spitting venom just to spite him. So it was a grudge, wasting a valuable resource on this sinkhole. And Kris Dreemurr wasn't the only one. That whole family had a bone to pick with him. Well, perhaps that wasn't completely true. Asriel was the outlier, the unearthly prodigal son of the bunch, who seemed to enjoy his company for some reason. And the father, they could get along just fine. One would be hard-pressed to find a person who didn't get along with Mr. Dreemurr, though. But the less said about the mom, the better. He still wasn't quite over it. Looking at the situation as a whole, half the graph was in the red. While the dad could be easily persuaded, there was no way he'd be able to sweet-talk Mrs. Dreemurr into giving him Asriel's hand in marriage. And even if he could, little buddy might make quick work of chopping off his hands before he could use them to take Azzy's. Since the family was divorced, was there any way to choose which side of the family to marry into? As soon as he heard that stifled giggle in his ears, he lost all train of thought. That's right, he lost track again. He was getting worse and worse at hiding things from Asriel. At this point, there really was nothing to hide. Somewhere along the way, all the restraints had been undone one by one. His heart lay bare in plain view. And while it should have been an unnerving thing, it really did set his mind at ease. It was a lot more convenient than trying to explain himself. Plus, there was a comfort in knowing that this guy knew everything, yet he still chose to stay here. Well, for now at least. At least they had right now. Ooh, boy, that had a lot. That had a frickin' lot. Where did I even start reading from? It was a lot. So we have, Bpants witnessing Kris's suicide and being a part of that oh god, I didn't even talk about that. Do not skip over that. Okay, the next one, I will talk about it. I gotta go. Last time on Let That Sink In, Asriel explained Kris's death. Bpants didn't quite believe it, got confused, and Asriel actually pretty much took Bpants' hand and tried to get him to understand it a little bit more, kind of simplified his language and was more to the point about what exactly happened in an attempt to facilitate Bpants actually understanding it. So Asriel is where he is trying to let Bpants into his world. Since Bpants is being pushy, well, might as well accept that and let Bpants into all these secrets and see just how far that they can go. So he does help facilitate Bpants' understanding a little bit more. And then he goes back to what Bpants had said previously. whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? And then Asriel's like, no, actually, not only did I die over and over again, it took a part of me with it, so screw that logic. And which is true, like I said earlier, I think I used the credit card metaphor, incurring all this debt that they aren't even really aware of. So that's pretty much what Asriel's childhood was like, not even knowing what was happening, and he kept doing this thing. Bpant's having a hard time processing everything with the time travel. Let's see. Let's see. Then Asriel's like, no, actually, maybe we shouldn't go on with this conversation. You're not gonna like where it leads. I'm gonna take you someplace really dark, and maybe what we have right now is good enough. Maybe whatever we're going through right now, these are good memories. These memories will be able to last us. Let's just leave it at this. This is good. No need to go further. And then Bpant is like, you freaking crazy? No. Whatever you have to say, just say it. And then I did the console pun, that's right. Then Asriel is like, okay, fine. I will let you in on this, since you are insistent. Well, it all pretty much began the day that you died. And Bpant is like, thinking about it, right? He must have died in a past life, because obviously he's still alive right now, so it had to have been a past life. Aw, that guy, how sweet. He was worried about him being dead in a past life. He's like, yeah, don't worry, Azzy, whatever. We're here together now, let's not think about it. Let's just go back to being nice and happy again. And then he kind of thinks about it, he's like, oh shit, wait, why did I die in the past life? And then Asriel kind of explains that, no, actually, I was Flowey in the past life, and I like to torture my loved ones, so maybe it was a good thing that I didn't notice you. And Bpant gets, like, super freaking offended at that, because the one thing he doesn't want to be is boring. And the second thing that he has a problem with is being a fool, and Asriel's just kind of shoving that in his face right now, so he's definitely taking that as an insult. And then that kind of pushes Asriel to be like, we're not talking about any of that. What I'm trying to talk about is how meaningful you are to me, and how your death was the turning point of my whole life. But Bpant kind of figures out, wait, if I didn't die in the past life, that must mean I died in this life. And then he kind of gets those memories back. Those memories are still in his soul, in the soul bank. I don't even know what I called it earlier, but that's pretty much it. There's like there's like an autosave, pretty much, of what happened in the past in this world. So he's sitting there and he's going through this vision, and this vision is like reality, right? Like he could see things, hear things, smell things. Like he doesn't even know what's going on. He's so confused. He feels the pain. He knows that Asriel's pleading and crying, and he's not even sure why. He sees, like, his limbs flying across his view, like, oh my god. Oh, he doesn't even really register that they're his own. He's, like, in horrible pain. He's looking out. He sees, like, paper scattered everywhere, and then he sees Kris's dead eyes, Kris's cold dead eyes right there, the source of the human blood staining the carpet. He notices the How to Draw Dragons is absolutely decimated. It is shredded. This is a fit of madness that Kris had gone through trying to destroy this book, right? And it really did traumatize them. It did actually traumatize them. And they had a bit of an episode. And we don't really know what happened. There are some snapshots of it. I didn't quite get into everything that happened, the whole situation. That's pretty much what this paragraph says. And yeah, Bpant's thinking back to that time when they were kids, when Asriel was drawing in the book with him and they were doing that little game, right? That little game that they like to play. But then Asriel's like a completely different person and was super aggressive and demanded that Bpant go to Kris and apologize. And Bpant is like, wait, this isn't all of my fault. Actually, you should take some of the blame. You were the one who let Kris find it. And Asriel absolutely would not get him off the hook. Asriel's like, no, you traumatized Kris. You have to apologize for everything that you've done. You have to explain what you did, blah, 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 blah. Like, he is really not letting Bpants go. So much so that he's, like, standing over Bpants' shoulder while Bpants has to explain everything to Kris. And Bpants isn't really sure what he's explaining. Like, he's thinking, like, this is a sex ed talk or something. He's not sure what he's supposed to be explaining to Kris. But he does apologize, and he does eventually get Kris's... He doesn't ever get Kris's approval, but Kris is able to let him off the hook, especially since Asriel is right there. But no, this really... that's not what happened the first time, or the fifth time. Like, Asriel kept going through this loop, but, none of this is explained in the story, obviously. I have Asriel's story in my head. I don't have it on paper anywhere, and it's not something that I consciously wrote or thought about. This is just kind of what is in the back of my head for what was happening. I don't know where it came from. It's there. And it's kind of fuzzy, because like I said, I didn't like really dwell on it. But what happened was, okay, so you remember the Flowey battle when Flowey was manipulating the save load feature to keep doling punishment on Frisk over and over and over again? That's kind of what happened in this situation. When Kris died, Asriel did what he was supposed to do and harvested the soul. Except it's a human soul. It doesn't, like, go away like a monster's does. It doesn't fade out as quickly as a monster's soul does. So he pretty much has this soul that he didn't absorb it. He has it in his possession, right? Because he was worried about Kris at first, because Kris freaking died on him again, and it's like, holy shit, no, not this again. So, he's trying to save Kris, because this is traumatic for everyone. This is traumatic for everyone that is happening to, right? It was traumatic for Kris, and it was traumatic for Asriel, and it was traumatic for Toriel, who found out what happened, and then it was traumatic for Bpants, who had to deal with the consequences, which, harkens back to Undertale. In very certain circumstances, you can actually die in the Toriel fight. It's not the easiest thing to do, but if you purposely try to run into the attacks, there is a way to purposely die. And the look on Toriel's face, the utter shock and the regret, that's pretty much what happened here. Bpants was still like a little kid. I mean, preteen-ish to early teen years. Pubescent years. I hate that word, but we're gonna go with it. Pubescent years. And he's not, like, the most physically fit either. We are talking, like, really, basic enemy. Like, basic Undertale enemy. Very easy to one-hit swipe, and that's pretty much what happened. It's kind of like a boss monster's slap on the cheek really does skin him alive, pretty much. So that's where that imagery comes from. He freaking ragdolls across the room. It's really bad. This is a really bad scene. I'm sorry, y'all. It's really bad. Kris who totally just offed themselves, and then we have Toriel who finds it out. Asriel's crying. Bpants just gets completely one-shot. Oh god, this is why I don't talk about this stuff. I can't talk about it. I'm sorry. So that's what happened in this scene. If I'm not laughing, I'm crying. So, let's see. And Bpants freaking remembers this out of nothing. Like, he was not expecting this at all. He wasn't expecting all this trauma all of a sudden. And so he's, like, living through it for the first time. He's feeling all this guilt, because he's the person that did all this shit. Oh, did I talk about the, is it going back? Kris was going back with Asriel the whole time. Just like the Flowey battle. Like, Kris was getting that determination, it was, determination, if you will. Kris wanted this outcome. It's unfortunate to say, but Kris kind of had enough. And if taking Bpants down with them was the way, then that's just how it roll. But Asriel didn't want it that way. So Asriel's sitting there trying to save Kris, but Kris doesn't want things to play out this way. Kris has had enough. And so it's this battle between Kris and Asriel trying to, Kris is freaking fed up, and Asriel is determined, except the more that Kris puts up resistance, the more hopeless that Asriel starts to get. And that means that Asriel is less determined the more he fails, which means that the determination, the one who has the most determination, would of course be Kris, right? So Kris is ultimately the winner here. Kris ultimately gets the determination powers, the power to rewind time. Their souls are connected, though, a little bit intertwined. So Kris also, with the save load feature, also gets a couple more of Asriel's features as well, and we'll get into that. It does have to do with lineage, even though Asriel doesn't think about it that way, but it does have to go with lineage. That is to say, this is a blessed race. A boss monster is a blessed race. That's why Toriel can frickin' one-shot Bpants like it's nothing. They are a lot stronger than other monsters. They have different lifespans than other monsters. They have abilities and responsibilities that other monsters don't have. They're pretty much the protectors, and we see that Asriel is also a protector. They are responsible for singing monster souls to their rest. They are responsible for making sure that monster souls go into purgatory. And purgatory for this, we are only on chapter 2 of Deltarune, but I don't even freaking care at this point. Purgatory is pretty much like a dark world. That's pretty much what I'm going with right now off the top of, that's the vague idea that I kind of have in the back of my head, is what purgatory is. It's not quite that, because we do know that dark worlds are something that people with determination can create, but it's like that. It's a little bit more nebulous than that, but it's the same general concept, right? It's the same general concept. So Kris and Asriel are at completely different ends, kind of battling it out. Asriel absolutely does not want to live without his friend. It doesn't want to go on without his friend being alive, right? He's so angry and frustrated and upset, and he's sitting there like he's pretty much yelling at Kris as soon as Kris comes back to save Bpants, his one true friend, the one that he could share everything with. Now Asriel has nothing left in this world, and that's kind of a scary situation when you have this boss monster who could potentially destroy this whole world. We're not getting into that. You know what? What happens is Kris ultimately decides to be the bigger person about this, decides to concede and let Asriel get what he wants, even though that's not exactly what Kris wanted. It's enough to live for. It's alright. Things can continue the way that they are. And of course, Asriel drags Bpants in to apologize and make amends and everything. Of course, how can you make amends for that? And also, they had to sacrifice somebody of equal rank to keep Bpants in this world, to make sure that a misfortune didn't happen to him caused by the angel. And that's how that works. Everything kind of has to be balanced. And you don't want to fight against a deity, especially if you're just like a regular monster. Boss monsters are different, but they still get their powers from the angel. So to slight the angel, that's at least one rank above Asriel. So they had to make that balance, right? And that's
when someone got sacrificed for Bpants. And Asriel never gets into this. Originally in the first draft, he did get into this. It's not a first draft. I originally put some notes down on the paper, Asriel explains, blah blah blah's death to Bpants, but Asriel would never do that. Asriel would not let Bpants have this guilt. He would not let Bpants harbor this guilt. I don't even know why I ever had it explained in the first place. So I am not going to get into what happened exactly, but I will say that someone of equal rank of Bpants had to be sacrificed for Bpants to stay here. Okay, and then we got Asriel snapping Bpants out of this little hallucination, pretty much, this little memory, a little stroll down memory lane. Bpants immediately has a fight or flight response, rejects Asriel. Asriel kind of is taken aback by it, but he understands because he can see... He could see what Bpants is going through right now. So he feels pretty much the same thing that Bpants is feeling. He just knows how to deal with it better because he's gone through it so much. So instead of taking it personally, he keeps on. And he hammers the point in because he knows that Bpants is a little bit slow. He knows that Bpants isn't quite able to keep up all the time. So he keeps saying the same things over and over again. It wasn't real. It's all right. That was another timeline. That was a mistake. These things didn't happen. What you saw, it was an accident. Don't bear a grudge. And nobody's bearing a grudge on you. Everything's okay. If you think about it, it never really happened. Because I was there with you. You remember? We both drew on the coloring book together, and it didn't get super raunchy or anything. It was still all good. And then you apologized to Kris, and Kris accepted your apology, and we moved on from that. You remember? That's what happened. But of course, Bpants has trauma now. He has trauma over this thing that he saw, and he can't help it. So now he feels a different way towards Toriel than he used to, because before it was just kind of oh man, she's scary, and now it's holy shit, she is scary. She barely lifted a finger, and it was lights out, right? Oh my god. And then, also the thing with Kris, if you notice, he barely calls them Squirt anymore. He barely calls them the little sibling anymore. It's now Kris Dreemurr. We've got a little bit more respect going on, even though Bpants doesn't, he's not fully aware of it, but he does have a little bit more respect for Kris now than he used to. And that's the same thing when Bpants says Asriel Dreemurr. I don't know if I've ever said that in one of these, but Asriel Dreemurr. Every time that he says the full name, that's kind of idolizing them, or putting them up on a pedestal, or denoting their importance somehow. And that's why it kind of switches like that. When the full name comes out, there's a reason. Let's see. And Bpants is still dwelling on these thoughts, and he's taking it really personally, that this is all his fault, and everything he's kind of spiraling in this heavy guilt that he has. And so Asriel goes back to the whole purpose of this. It's not that he wanted, he didn't want this to happen, obviously. He was trying to explain to Bpants, no, actually, you mean quite a lot to me. I can't go on without you. That's why everything is so difficult for me right now, is I'm trying to see if you will possibly go with me, and if there's any possible way that you will do this thing and go with me. I am bringing you along, which of course Asriel is, trying to make that decision by doing this, but Asriel keeps waffling back and forth. He kind of doesn't want Bpants to reject him. That would be a little bit too much for him. He's already invested way too much, and he's very close to doubling down. From the first night, he was going to do this. So he was going to take his soul, and they were going to flee. Now it's gotten even more complicated, so now he has to kill Bpants and harvest his soul and contend with God. Or at least flee this world so he doesn't have to contend with this god. It's not an easy thing anymore, but it's easier than being rejected. So that's why Asriel is trying to lead Bpant slowly into this. And that was the whole purpose of telling Bpant this whole thing is, no, actually, you mean the world to me. If you really want to come with me, I need you to understand me. I need you to get what I'm trying to say to you, and I need you to make this decision, because it's not easy, and it's not going to be easy from here on out. So that's why, Asriel goes off on his tangent about how much he likes Bpant and how much Bpant means to him. Bpant is not someone that he knew very much in that past life, so then that's pretty much a clean slate, and Bpant staved off that loneliness from when Asriel was a child, so that's another plus. And then Bpant was really cute when he was a child, so that's another plus. And Bpant was able to help Asriel cope with the trauma he was going with. Even though Bpant had no clue what was happening, he was always there for Azzy. He was always there to, like, draw decapitated bodies and chopped off limbs and blood and guts and all that stuff. Bpant is just playing around. Asriel is, like, reliving his trauma, but Bpant somehow just helped him through this. Like, you're not alone. We're going through this together, you know? And that kind of made Asriel realize, yeah, actually, we can go through life together like this. This isn't so bad. I like having you by my side. I like doing things with you. And then, of course, you know, as they grow up, it gets Bpant kind of gets into, you know, Bpant gets into the hormonal teenage phase and kind of drags Asriel into this. Like, it's not really Asriel's thing. Asriel has so much going on that this is not something that's really on Asriel's mind. But it is something on Bpant's mind, and then they can bond even more by doing this. Like, Asriel can get more of a reaction by playing along with Bpant by doing this stuff. So they're really bonding over this, and that really makes Asriel happy, and that's kind of where Asriel starts thinking about the whole relationship thing, right, around those ages. But Bpant is focusing his energy now more on girls, which is a complete diversion from what Asriel wanted. Asriel wants the attention. He doesn't want the attention to go on to these randos, right? Especially since he puts so much stock in Bpant. Like, Bpant is his person, right? Bpant is the one that can get him. Everybody else in this world kind of seems fake to Asriel, because Asriel has all of these past memories of things that he really doesn't want to know, right? Like, he has not only made everybody's lives beautiful, but horrifying. So Bpant is like one of the real people, and Bpant is trying to go off with the other NPCs, and Asriel's like, what are you doing? Like, I'm right here, dude. I'm right. Where are you going? What are you doing? So, Asriel starts, doing a little bit of pushback, trying to humiliate Bpant in front of the girls. And, like, one time they go to Caddy's house, and Asriel just gets fucking shit-faced. Strong language. But Asriel gets shit-faced, right? Because he keeps taking the drinks that Caddy is trying to give Bpant. So, and then Asriel just, like, starts leaning on Bpant and is all over him and, like, playing up just how bad it's getting to him. Because he's a boss monster. This doesn't affect him as much as it should. But he's, like, playing into this. Like, no, you really have to take care of me. I'm going through it right now, man. You've got to be there for me, bro. I need your shoulder to lean on. And so that kind of, that occupies Asriel's attention. And then, Bpant, and Asriel kind of get into that thing where they're being the naughty kids, right? The naughty teenagers, and they're, going out and smoking and, trying stuff that they, that's usually frowned upon, and Bpant, like, convinces Asriel to smoke, and it's not something that Asriel's really into. I think I said that in the first chapter, mostly because things don't really affect Asriel the same way that they affect Bpant. Only that there's also the smell. Alright,
So Asriel's like juggling all this stuff, but he's always making time for Bpants. He's always making time. But we could see from the beginning of the story, they're not that close. They will hang out like on the weekend maybe, or when they were in school, they hung out a lot more. This fic takes place after they had already graduated high school. So it's that transition period after high school, but before college, right? And Bpants really doesn't have plans. Bpants has absolutely zero plans. He just wants to live off his mom for as long as he possibly can, and if he can't live off his mom, he's gonna go live with his dad and his sisters. But that's not something that he's really... And not only that, the mom... Oh, the mom... The mom holds such a grip on Bpants. It's actually really funny. Like, that's his mama. He can't leave his mama, his poor defenseless mama. Do I want to get into so much about the mom? About, what mom's job is and how she makes so much money? I'm not going to get into that. Bpants is just a mama's boy. Like, even though his mom is kind of abusive and takes advantage of him, that's his mama. He loves his mama. So we can kind of see that with the way that Bpants treats Asriel. Like, he's actually a caring person. He actually cares about the welfare of others. So even when Asriel's, like, pissing him off, he still tries to have... He still never shows his claws, right? He still tries to think of that other person and make sure that they're still doing okay. Okay, so anyway, where was I? We were getting, into why Asriel likes Bpants. So we get into all that, and then, I mirror some things that, Bpants had said about what he liked about Asriel, like that you're never unkind about it, like, Asriel and Bpants kind of have a shared language between them, and that's why Asriel talks a little bit differently to Bpants than he does to other people. Not just like the facade, but the way that he actually speaks, it's different. One, he's a little bit more vague around Bpants to fish for those thoughts, right? He wants to see what's churning in that mind. And another thing is he's a little bit more open in telling Bpants how he really feels. And so he keeps going on about how he likes Bpants, and he just starts laying it all out there. Like, yeah, I read your thoughts, and you're cursing me, but you're also, like, flattering me, and you always do whatever I say, and it doesn't matter that I'm leading you to the freaking bunker right now. You're still freaking following me. You're still, believing every single word that I say, even though I know that you think that it's bullshit. No matter what, you're always there for me. And then he starts going on about how, like, nothing really gets to Bpants. Like, I wish I could be like that. I wish that nothing got to me like that. My life would be so much easier if things could just roll off my shoulders like it does with you. And then again, he starts getting into the really personal stuff, like... You're really easy to manipulate, and you're very gullible, and that's super amusing. God damn it! Alright, so I think we just went over the sticky subject and the scene, that I was very worried might, disturb or upset a lot of people. I'm sorry about that. That's just how this fic goes, and I tried to skirt around it as much as I possibly could so that the people who were, offended by this didn't have very much detail to harm them. We are moving on to, Asriel is letting Bpants know how much that he means to him, and Bpants, even though he acts a little bit offended, he's actually really flattered that, Asriel likes him this much, right? This kind of, this is ego just a little bit, that, Asriel likes him as much as Asriel does. And it doesn't really offset that guilt that Bpants is now, burdened with, right? Because he's thinking about, okay, so wait, why is Azzy telling me all this stuff? It's because he lost the power because of Bpants, right? Like, it has that cyclical guilt, like, everything everything is his fault. And that's why I kind of asks, like, well, maybe your power is hidden and you still have it. And that's when Asriel explains, no, actually it's pretty easy to tell when somebody has these powers. Look into my eyes. You can just see that I don't have that power anymore. And Bpant is like, yeah, I love you and all, dude, but trying to explain your eyes on the spot, it's a little bit difficult. And Asriel kind of reads his thoughts and, whatever. Asriel already knows what his eyes look like. The most important thing is that they don't look like they did when he was a child, and Bpant remembers that. Bpant remembers looking into Asriel's eyes and not ever being able to tell him no. And we even have that in the beginning where Bpant is in this job interview and he's talking about how he couldn't ever say dirty things in front of girls. And then he's like, well, it's not really that I wouldn't say dirty things in front of girls. I wouldn't say dirty things in front of Az's shining bright eyes looking at me. Then Asriel goes on to say, well then, what about Kris's eyes? You must obviously see that Kris has a glow in their eyes. Those are the eyes of judgment. That's the determination power, pretty much. Well, it's a power to manipulate the world, right? That's what all these abilities are. Abilities are just ways to manipulate the world around them. And we see that in quite a few, a bunch of Undertale and Deltarune characters. The powerful ones usually, they have a shine in their eyes, especially when they're about to use an ability, right? That is just a signifier that they are, quote-unquote, blessed with an ability. They have, like, a deity power that be on their side. And, of course, I'm using deity here because this is how Asriel understands it. That's not really what it is. I mean, it's like, what's more powerful than a boss monster, right? It's just a higher tier of character, one that has more ability to manipulate the goings-on. That's why I joked about Toby Fox being the angel, because who better can manipulate the world of Deltarune and Undertale? I would say nobody. I would say nobody can manipulate it better than him. So that leads Bpant, what Asriel said about Kris's eyes, leads Bpant to think about Kris's eyes, and he just experienced looking into Kris's cold, dead eyes, and he absolutely does not want to remember that right now. Like, no, I definitely don't want to think about that. Don't make me think about Kris's eyes. But then he kind of snaps out of it, and he's like, well, yeah, actually, Kris usually does have that weird glow in their eyes, and that leads him to think about how Kris treats him, right? Kris treats him... Oh my god, am I recording? Please record. I am not recording, y'all. Oh no. Oh wait, I'm recording. I'm stupid. Oh no, I'm stupid. No, I'd rather be stupid than wrong. Okay. Okay. Whew. I can't say that again. Whatever comes out of my mouth, it comes out of my mouth and it's gone forever. So if I don't record something, it is gone forever. Okay, anyway, he's thinking about Kris and how Kris treats him, and why Kris is so obviously hostile, even though Bpant is trying to make amends with Kris. Like, he really, he babies Kris too. For the most part. I mean, he will have his fun times with Asriel, regardless of Kris. But, like, when Kris asked for the ice cream, Bpant didn't even know why Kris was asking for ice cream. It was just like, okay, fine, sure, yeah, let's go get you some ice cream. He does not want to be hated by this family, but unfortunately, this is Romeo and Juliet you're in, Bpant. I'm so sorry. You're not going to get in with the Dreemurr family. Maybe one of the Dreemurr family, but you're not gonna... It's not gonna work out, buddy. It's just not gonna work out. And that gets him to thinking about the family. Yes, of course. It's not just Kris Dreemurr. It's also Toriel, who he also does not want to think about right now, because he really has some trauma. He didn't get to see much, but what he saw absolutely freaking frightened him, right? Because he could experience everything as it was, what it was like, and that is not something that he had on his agenda today, especially not like an hour ago. An hour ago, he was in a very different place than he is right now. So he's sitting there thinking about the family and about his future with Asriel, because this puts a damper on things, you know? Kris, he might not ever get along with Kris, and he might not ever get along with Toriel, and that means that there's just, Asgore that he can rely on to smooth things over in this family if he were to marry Asriel. And yes, I said that before. In, I believe, chapter 3, Bpant really, really, really is simple-minded. Like, his first girlfriend, he doesn't even fall in love with her first. He first gets the girlfriend, then he falls in love with her, and then that leads to marriage, right? Like, that's just how Bpant has it in his head. So, he's started this little fling with Asriel, but he's not thinking of it as a fling, even though he knows that it is, and that's what they're doing. No, he's playing for keeps. He is going to marry that man someday. Asriel Dreemurr is going to be his wife, and he just has to figure out the way around this. Like, he is such a simple-minded person, and that's why I love him so much. And that's why Asriel loves him so much. Yeah, and Asriel is reading these thoughts, and Asriel, sees what he's thinking about, and he had the same exact thoughts. What a simple person. You just went through this freaking trauma, like, 2 seconds ago, and now you're thinking about, like, running off and having a future with me. Like, who could even predict that kind of thing? That is not something that Asriel would have thought up if he tried, right? So it's highly amusing. It's highly amusing. And not only amusing, but also flattering. So Asriel's really digging Bpant right now. Like, he's really digging Bpant right now. And that's when he thinks, okay, alright. Bpant deserves way more than this. I can't possibly go through with this. So, even though they are going towards the woods, towards the bunker, they completely passed up the police station street where they could go to the restaurant on the outside of town. They completely passed that up, right? He's leading him into the woods, into the bunker, and he's just like, yeah, you know what, actually, I just thought of something did I read that far? I might not have read that far yet. So right now, Asriel knows what Bpant is thinking and has this change of heart because he really likes Bpant, and he can't possibly leave Bpant in this world without at least making sure that Bpant is taken care of, and Bpant has not set foot into QCs. Bpant is absolutely afraid of QCs, so... Asriel's gonna clean things up, right? Asriel's decided, okay, well, you know, I got you into this mess. Before I leave, I should at least clean up all my messes. Come along, Bpant, we're gonna go back. We're gonna get that takeout after all. Another change in plans. So, let's go to that scene. Well, for now at least. At least they had right now. We should probably head back that way. I just thought of something I need to do. Oh, right, the takeout! I almost completely forgot! And with that, the two retraced their steps and walked along the familiar sidewalk. Bpant had a suspicion about where they were going, but couldn't be too sure. It definitely wasn't the place on the outskirts of town like he planned on. Just what was Azzy doing, taking them back to the town center? Got a hankering for cardboard pizza? There were only 2 food establishments remaining after the bar closed down. Ice-Ease was ill, but it was the least worrisome option as far as Bpant was concerned. Oh yeah, I'm hinting at what happened to Grillby. Oh, I'm hinting about what happened to Grillby in this. It's okay, let's go. We're gonna keep going on. Right, and I also had the Sans thing come in. There was this, scene happened for way too long. I was actually going to have a couple more scenes in here, but, it's way too long. It's way too long. You don't need to know everything, so I had to kind of cut it down and prune what was being told. We never got the explanation of Des. We never got the explanation of Gerson. We never got the explanation of Grillby's. We never got the explanation of Sans. We didn't get into the whole God thing, I don't think. I think we no, not really. I think we kind of tip into there is a God, and also I am the angel of death, but I think that's about as far as we went. We didn't go really deep down the rabbit hole, and we didn't go into we did not go into ices. But I was on the fence about including ices. I think that would have been very divisive, like probably the most divisive thing if I would have included ices. So maybe it's for the best that stuff was lost to time. Anyway, this scene was way too long. I had to prune it, and this is the trimmed down version. This is the trimmed down version of all the shit that could have happened. So, for those of you who absolutely detest this scene, I tried to trim it down for y'all. Yeah, I was so excited about the sand scene. I even had, like, dialogue set up and everything. It's somewhere in my notes. I got it on my phone somewhere. Anyway, like, I just went ham on explaining every single thing that I could possibly think of to explain. I explained it all, baby. Bullshitting, of course. None of this is, plausible at all. As soon as the more worrisome option came into view, Asriel spoke up. I feel there's one thing I need to apologize to you for. Ooh, he wouldn't say it like that. I'm not editing. I am never editing this again. And there's another typo down there. I think I called Icy's Pizza Icy's Pizza. So, now there's just like a parallel dimension. There's the Icy's Pizza, and across the street there's the Icy's Pizza. I feel there's still one thing I need to apologize, for which I need to apologize to you. I never wanted you to get a job here in hometown. I might have been a little stubborn about it in the past. It was in vain. There's nothing I can do about that now that fate has been set on course. But at least I can help make amends. So that's pretty much Asriel saying that he intervened with the QC's thing, and it's his fault. He's like me and skirts around the frickin' issue, but that's pretty much what he's telling Bpants is, nope, my bad, sorry. I tried to make sure that you didn't get a job here in hometown, but I wasn't expecting you to actually get a job here in hometown, and that really messed up my plans. But there's nothing I can do about it now. Now you have a role in this town, so I'm not left with very much options anymore. And now you have this role, so if you're stuck here, then I guess I'll make sure that, I clean up my mess before I go. And, Bpants doesn't understand what Asriel's saying, right? Because he kind of skirts around the issue. So, I have to apologize to you. I didn't want you to get a job here. And Bpants is like, okay, well, Icy's wasn't my first choice either, but that's just how things happened. Not fully comprehending what he was talking about, Bpants stared at Asriel blankly as that guy passed him the bottle. Not particularly having any reason to reject it, he simply took it. You stay out here. I'll get enough for everyone to eat. And also, I'm going in there to wash my hands. Clean up after everything. So Asriel clarifies what he means by washing his hands, which we saw that at the very beginning of the fic, where Asriel goes in to wash his hands after Bpants completely bombed this interview. And then in chapter 3, we see that the interviewer actually called Bpants back about the job. He actually got the job. He actually got the job, but he obviously did not call them back. He was so hung up on that night and what happened that night, and Asriel must hate him, and Asriel would never bring him out to the city to do that job. Anyway, okay, so we are getting into the whole thing. The job was just an excuse, right? It was just an excuse to hang out with Bpants. It was an excuse to give them something to do, because Bpants keeps rejecting everything that Asriel wants to do, right? Asriel wants to go and hang out and do all this stuff. Bpants rejects him. But if it's something that Bpants wants, like the job, because his mom, his mom was hounding him to make money, because he's a lazy bum. He's out of high school, he's not doing anything with his life except taking up resources, and so, Bpants does. He looks for a job because his mom is hounding him. Asriel wasn't actually, going to live in that other town with Bpants. Asriel has a heads up on something that's going to happen, and he kind of just wants to get out of here before it happens. He doesn't want to be responsible for anything that's happening. He does not want to be around when everything is happening. He can only protect this place so much, right? And he's let it fine up until here, but there's only so much that he can do, right? He only has so much power in this world. It's not actually literally his world. He can't literally control it. At least not this one. This one he cannot control. This... Do I get into that? This isn't really Asriel's world. I might censor that. I might not put that out there. But, because that opens up a whole can of worms. Oh, Peach. Oh, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna tell everyone? No, don't tell anyone. Okay, so anyway. I don't even remember what I was talking about. Let's see. Yes, washing his hands. So yeah, Asriel's kind of explaining things to Bpants now, but Bpants doesn't really get it. Bpants still thinks that Asriel is still literally going in to wash his hands. Honestly, it's not like he wanted to step foot in there anyway, and Asriel seemed to already know that. But he would be lying if he said he wasn't curious about what exactly Azzy meant by those words. Bpants looked down at the bottle in his hands and once again cursed this wretched third wheel. What, was it so precious that it needed to be babysat? There was barely anything left inside. Instead of him and Azzy happily holding hands, it would be this in his hands. Instead of close hugs and invading each other's personal space, it would be this thing pressed into his embrace. Being down one hand was extremely inconvenient. There was only one way to get rid of it that he knew of. And, against his better judgment, he went ahead and finished it off. Tonight was just one of those nights. After a while of observing the nighttime scenery, Bpants sat down on the cold hard pavement and stared off in no direction in particular. Knowing the service in that place, it was going to be a good wait until he saw Asriel again. It would be awkward to show up there to check on how Az was doing now, and he'd rather chop off his leg than step foot into Icy's Pizza on his off hours. Icy's Pizza, not Pizza. They changed. They rebranded. In those 5 seconds that Bpants wasn't working there. They now serve pizza. Or they finally stole the eyes. That's it. Icy finally stole the eye back. Oh, he stole the eye with ease. Oh. Okay, anyway. Breathe. Okay, also, he didn't want to wander off too far. Leave Asriel here by himself. Let that guy think he abandoned him. Since there was nothing else to do but wait, he might as well sit down here. Plus, he really didn't want to be caught standing around with a bottle in his hand. God knows it would be his luck for Officer Undyne to come along, pick him up by the scruff of his neck, and politely invite him to spend a night in the slammer for public drunkenness. That was the kind of luck that God actually gave him. And the way Asriel was talking earlier, it seemed like the angel turned out to be real after all. Well, even if he was a skeptic, it wasn't like acknowledging their existence meant he would suddenly become an avid churchgoer. Far from it. If anything, it intensified his convictions. There is a God looking down on them after all, and it wasn't smiling. It brought a blight upon him. Azzy had also mentioned such a thing, that there was some kind of burden placed upon him. So even that zealot was sacrilegious? It was too funny to think about. Picturing young Asriel up in the choir in his pristine altar boy uniform on, singing his heart out in that heavenly voice. That's right. If anyone in this world was an angel, it would have to be Asriel Dreemurr himself. No doubt about that. All one would have to do is look at him and they would understand. That dazzling smile. His ethereal, almost ageless beauty. He was distressingly perfect. Bpants could practically see the halo, a transcendental beam of light in the infinite darkness, infinitely merciful and all-knowing. That guy could work miracles, hear people's prayers, read their souls. Not just his voice, but his every move exhibited unparalleled grace, swift feet that landed as lightly as a feather, as if he was walking on air. That guy might as well have had wings. Wings, that's right. Azzy was always obsessed with drawing wings, sculpting them, putting wings on things. Perhaps his theory was correct. Asriel was an angel. Maybe he even had wings in his past life. Well, if that theory turned out to be reality, maybe this heathen could convert into a believer. Bpants had no interest in the angel, but his angel he would gladly pour all of his faith into. Bpants continued to replay tonight's conversations on a loop, rummaging around in his atrocious memory bank in hopes to find any small nugget of answers that could possibly be exhumed. The more he learned about Asriel Dreemurr, the less he comprehended. The closer the two became, the more unobtainable that guy seemed to be. Azzy was a mystery that Bpants wasn't equipped to solve, but he was infinitely interested. I used infinitely 3 times now. He was thoroughly occupied. I'd get one word stuck in my head, and that's what most of... It's going to be a whole freaking paragraph, of that one word. Infinitely. Infinitely merciful. Infinitely interested. I'm not editing. I am not editing anymore. It is how it is. He was thoroughly occupied with his thoughts, until the familiar jingle of bells intervened to signify a presence leaving the diner. This time it was Azzy. That guy always did know how to ensure prompt service. Even though Bpants was initially excited to see Azzy's return, he noticed that his friend was holding 2 big bags of food. Great. He got rid of one stubborn third wheel to wind up with 2 more. He went through the motions of getting up to meet the guy, but as soon as his body was met with resistance, he formulated another thought. Why should they leave immediately? Maybe Azzy wouldn't mind taking a few minutes to sit back with him. More importantly, if the bags were on the floor, then their hands would be freed. And, this kind of happened because, the friends who would talk to me about what it was like being drunk, all they said was that it feels sleepy, and I know when I get, really sleepy, I start losing a lot of, motor control, and, I also start, slurring my speech, so I kind of draw from that, and, sometimes getting up is, the hardest thing in the world. That's what, Bpants is experiencing right now. It's a little bit too hard to get up right now, since he's been sitting there for a while, and he really doesn't want to. So, might as well kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and have Azzy come sit right down here with him, and, maybe they can, snuggle and have good feelings about the world again. Hey, Azzy, what's the rush? Let's relax and chat for a little while. As if they weren't chatting the whole way here. Well, whatever. It was fine as long as he didn't have to get up. Asriel didn't even question it and sat right down next to him. I was thinking, and I gotta ask, is it all true? Is the angel real? Have you seen them in person? What's your connection to them? It's not so much that the angel is real. It's more like the angel is the name chosen by the townfolk for that deity. Truth be told, there are many angels, many more gods. None of them are completely benevolent. They all operate on their own selfish goals. I would know. The me in the past life was one of them. He created this world. No, it wasn't him. It was the hopes and dreams of everyone in the underground that created this world. He was merely a vessel. You're far from the only one with doubts. Kris too, They're actually one of the Knights of the Templar. They stand in direct opposition to the angel. I would never condemn them. How could I? We are both victims. So it's not like I'll blame you for not going to church or anything. I only go because singing is also an ability of mine. I can pacify the souls of the unrest, like Kris can with the piano. Yay! So we're explaining a couple things. We are subtly explaining the whole thing that happened in Chapter 4 with Asriel singing and kind of going back to that karaoke thing where Asriel invited him out to karaoke. Anytime Bpants brings up singing, Asriel's all up for it, Let's get those worries to melt away. Let's put your mind at ease. We have Kris retaining one of Asriel's abilities, and this is an inherited ability. This is an ability that a harvester has. A harvester can use their voice to sing souls to rest. And, Kris can play the piano
which calms people down. It's not quite the same ability, but it's very similar, and it's very eerie to Asriel that Kris has this ability, especially since No, I don't get into that. I don't get into the whole thing. I don't get into the whole thing at all. About Kris going over to to Noelle's house to play the piano to calm her down. Oh my god, I don't get into any of that. Oh, and the hospital, and the hospital for Rudy. I don't get into any of that. Oh my god, this is like... Everybody else is shocked by my writing. I'm shocked by what I didn't write. Kris has the ability to calm people down with the piano, and this is another thing that Kris should have, because they don't have a piano in their house, right? This is not something that Kris should be able to do, but Kris does not, Kris is selectively mute, right? Kris does not talk very much, so instead of singing, this is their outlet is the piano. Oh my goodness! What was I talking about? I was going to talk about something else, but now I've forgotten everything that I've talked about. Oh yeah, and we get an explanation of this world. I think I might have explained it before, but that was like 8 recordings ago, so I don't know. But this world is manifested from you remember the end of Undertale, where Flowey broke the barrier. That's pretty much what happened. Flowey wanted to create that perfect world and have a redo, right? And that's pretty much what happened, except it was split into 3. It's not the perfect world. This world is 1/3 of the perfect world. And this is the one that Asriel likes. This is the one that's for him. This is the one where he fits in. This is the one where he has the most fun. This is the one where he's completed his goals the most. The one where he was able to make sure that everybody could live, and could live a decent life, as much as he could. Of course, there are people missing. Of course, there are problems here. But this is the best one. This is the best possible outcome. We get into that. And we also get into, Asriel already knows that the angel is not some intangible concept or some legend that's been passed down for a long time. It's just a freaking person. It is a person with higher powers, and that means that this person has their own motivations. They're not benevolently looking down on everyone and trying to do what Asriel's doing and help people. He's trying to explain to Bpants that he doesn't mind that Bpants isn't, like, fully into religion, because both him and Kris are not really into religion either. This is just a way that they can hone their powers, right? This is just a way that they could get power so that they can fight these deities and fight against what's happening in this world. Okay, here we go, let's go on. Bpants was choked to death when Asriel declared himself to be a god. That son of a bitch really did think that the world revolved around him after all. The world revolving around him. And yes, I'm not lost on the irony of Asriel being a harvester and Bpants being a jester. This is not something that is lost on me at all, right? Oh, well, duh, you just hinted at it, stupid. Okay, anyway. Yes, I know about this thing that I wrote. Anyway. Sure, everyone had their own little delusions of grandeur. But to proclaim that you're not only God, but you created the world? That's biting off way more than he could chew. What kind of anime bullshit was that? Still, when Azzy said it, he wanted to believe. That guy was so sullen. He obviously wasn't bragging about it. And he really had a lot of issues with whatever the hell the past life version of him did. Plus, it's not like he really said he was a god in this life. Only in the past. He too seemed to frown upon the gods, or at least not worship them as much as Bpants might have assumed. So there were many gods, huh? All putting their greasy hands in the same pot? No wonder life was so messed up. Too many gods were making up rules to follow for good and contradicting each other. Some diametrically opposed. It was a crapshoot trying to bet on the best in show. And what did the gods get out of it? What was their purpose? Actually, Az mentioned something about hiding his true purpose before. So that must mean he had some clue. Where's his dialogue? Oops, we have no... we have no dialogue. It just got Asriel. Yeah, sure. Asriel was reading Bpant's thoughts, and he immediately started saying stuff without having any input from Bpant. Okay, it's fine. It was nothing great. Anyway, oopsies. As far back as I can remember. Oh my god, it just jumps right into this. Anyway, as far back as I can remember, my dad had a bit of a green thumb. As if it was just a hobby. Despite everything, I always enjoyed flowers myself, and would aid Dad in gardening whenever I could. And one day I noticed something funny about one of the flowers. It appeared as if a name was written in the veins of a leaf. A familiar name, someone I knew. I thought it was an amusing oddity and didn't think to tell anyone about it. I plucked the leaf and kept it as a souvenir. A month later, that person disappeared. They went missing entirely. So the pattern would go, I would find a name inscribed in a leaf, and a month later, something would happen to the name bearer. I was so scared that I went crying to my dad for help, as it kept on happening. I thought something strange was going on, that I had stumbled upon some wicked schemes of a serial killer. But my dad... at least he was forthright in telling me what it all meant. Our whole family is descended from harvesters. We take the souls of the recently deceased and pacify them so that they can enter purgatory. And there is a very limited window of time to do so, which is why we're forewarned. Since I had seen their names but didn't sing their souls to rest, the souls I abandoned were left to wander. It was a terrifying concept, a responsibility I never wanted. I gave up gardening and avoided looking too closely at flowers after that. Honestly, it's funny to think about. I guess my fate always was tied to them. What the hell was this development? How much further down does the rabbit hole go? Bpant was already unsettled by the vertigo looking down from the heights things had escalated to already. Apparently, the Dreemurr Well of Secrets was a bottomless pit. Not only are there gods and angels, but now these soul harvesters too? That's just a fancy way to say Grim Reaper, isn't it? No wonder that family always gave off such a sinister vibe. Hold on a minute, let me get this straight. The angel cursed you into being some kind of Grim Reaper? They're literally the angel of death like the legends say? Those powers are separate from the angels. They are inherited abilities passed down from my ancestry, and should have nothing to do with the influence of deities. Although... my parents often brought me to church thinking that it would somehow aid me. Perhaps they are related after all. Like some kind of holy lineage. Maybe that's why they were passed on to Kris when they obtained my ability to rewind time. I can't know for certain. In any case, it's not something I signed myself up for. A whole line of angels of death. No wonder that flower business of Mr. Dreemurr's was doing so poorly. The shop was a front. That jovial teddy bear of a man, he prunes the roses in the sunlight and calls the townfolk in the moonlight. A real moonlighter, that guy. But then what about Asriel? That was a scary thought. A very scary thought indeed. Was what Az needed to tell him about finding his name on a leaf? Was he the next victim? Bpant felt a lump in his throat. That would explain some things about tonight. He didn't want to jump to conclusions just yet, but he would be lying if he said he wasn't afraid. Dying was truly terrifying, and there were still so many things he wanted to do, weren't there? We're getting into the Dreemurr family line. It is not a coincidence that a lot of the families in Undertale and Deltarune aren't mixed families. The cats usually pair off with the cats, and the goats usually pair off with the goats. They usually stay in like a similar family tree. That kind of helps with their blood. And not all of them. I can think of one couple that has kids that are two different species, I'll say. I mean, they're all monsters. But, especially with boss monsters, if you want stronger blood, which monster blood, quote-unquote blood, is not the same as human blood, but I don't think I get into that blood lore, and I'm not going to explode any minds with that just yet. I'm not going to explain it. Just, there's monster blood now, deal with it. And it's different from human blood. It's more like magic, but, they don't really know, anyway, we're not getting into it. Remember? You just said that. Asriel's more of a pure breed, pretty much. That's why he has these powers, these strong powers, more than others do. And, because not only is he a boss monster, but he's a pure breed, and he has these, horrible responsibilities because of it, which we get into. He is a soul harvester. He is to take the souls of those who have perished and lead them to purgatory, to continue the cycle of rebirth, right? That's pretty much what purgatory does. These souls keep getting recycled, and we see that a lot. That's the nature of Deltarune and Undertale, right? These characters keep getting recycled. But Asriel unlocked this ability way earlier than he was supposed to, so much so that it takes, Asgore by surprise, and he kind of keeps this hush-hush from Toriel. This is a big deal, right? Like, he's still a kid, and now he has this responsibility, so that's kind of why, it's kind of the path that led Asgore down the one that he did, taking up for Asriel about the incident that happened, because this poor little kid, right, his poor little son, had the weight of the world pretty much on his shoulders, and also the guilt from knowing that there are some souls that are lost now, and it's not like they're completely unattainable, but okay, let's go with some lost souls, right? The amalgamates are lost souls. That's what a lost soul is like. And we see that they don't exactly fare well in Deltarune either. That's what a lost soul is like. And Asgore is aware of this. Asgore knows more than he lets on to. But unlike with Toriel and Toriel's parenting style, Asgore would rather tell Asriel so that he is armed with the knowledge and knows what's happening so that he can avoid the responsibility, avoid getting into this situation that pretty much so Asriel doesn't make the same mistakes that Asgore made. Asgore feels a lot of sympathy and pity, while Toriel would much rather ignore everything completely. So that's kind of, this is kind of a rift that happened in their relationship, the whole thing concerning Asriel and his duties, right? A difference in parenting style. Oh, I didn't even talk about the wedding bouquet. The wedding bouquet was a huge thing in this scene. This scene was, like, cut down into a paragraph. Yeah, and I didn't go into the whole death thing either. Oh my god. Anyway, we're talking about Asriel's ability, just very briefly talking about the ability, and that he lost some souls, and he feels very guilty about this, especially since his whole thing about this world is making sure that everybody can live in peace and harmony, and he's already messed it up. Just like he said earlier, his choices don't really matter, and a lot of times he doesn't even know that they're choices until they're taken away. Just like this. He didn't even know that this was a choice until it was taken away. And a monster soul, that's what I was trying to say, the other video about, Kris sacrificing a monster body crumbles into dust whenever a monster is killed, which is the opposite for a human body. A human body, stays around and decays. It's their soul that flies out when, they're killed. And a monster soul, the monster soul evaporates. But since Asriel was already there,
and Asriel pretty much brought Kris out for this one purpose, right? Asriel was involving Kris in his plans yet again, even though Asriel once again changed his mind. He changes his mind so many times throughout this. It's actually kind of hilarious just how much he changes his mind and what changes his mind throughout this whole thing. But Kris has had enough of Bpants and Asriel being lovey-dovey and all over each other, so they're going to sacrifice Bpants, sacrifice the body, so that Asriel can take the soul. He's driving, so it's not like the most opportune time, but Kris is absolutely fed up with everything, but of course, Asriel stops him. Asriel's like, no, this is my choice. You don't get this choice anymore. This is my choice. And of course, Kris listens to him. Where am I going? What am I saying? What am I talking about? I don't know why I'm talking about previous chapters. There is a very short window of time with which a monster soul can be harvested, can be sung to rest, and that window is extremely brief, which is why they're given the month ahead of time notice from leaves, which gardening is one of the Dreemurr abilities. That's why, I have so much stuff. I never even talked about the Asgore in the Bpant, and the thing about, embroidering the ascot with flowers. Oh, baby. Oh, I have too much. I gotta go, too. It's time to go. I gotta go now. Well, we can't talk about it. I'll see you again. Right. Oh, last time we got into, Asriel's job, Asriel's role in the world. It's not a role that Asriel particularly likes, especially given that his purpose in what Asriel wants to do in this world is make amends from his past life, but then having this role thrust upon him, especially at such a young age, complicates everything. And when Bpants hears this, the first thing that he thinks is, oh my god, Grim Reaper, like the god of death. That's what he's thinking right now, like, holy shit, is that why you're telling me all this stuff? It's because you saw my name on a leaf, and now you're going to take me to the underworld? And, that's not exactly far off. That's not exactly far off, Bpants. Asriel does have intentions to harvest Bpants' soul, but Bpants is putting some pushback right now. Bpants is scared out of his mind, and he does not like the thought of death, obviously. Though when he tries to think of anything worth living for, there isn't anything that really comes to his mind. He just wants to spend time with Asriel. There's nothing that he can think, like, he's not looking forward to anything in the future except for Asriel. Asriel is the only thing that he's thinking about. But he's still caught up in what it felt like to die. Like, that just happened it just happened, like, a little while ago, right? It barely even 30 minutes. Like, he just experienced what that was like, and he is scared now, from a physical standpoint on how that felt, so he is fighting back in his head, and he doesn't know what this is doing to Asriel. Okay, so then we go into, your life was already jeopardized, and your role has already been assigned to you. The only thing that could interfere with your life now is an outside influence. Asriel let out a frustrated sigh and leaned against Bpants' shoulder. It really seemed to be eating that guy up, inside out. Once again, silence filled the air. It wasn't actually half bad, having Azzy cuddled up close to him on a warm, beautiful summer's night. It would have been much better if they decided to do this elsewhere, all things considered. It was still early enough that customers would occasionally go in and out of the diner. It's not like they didn't all know each other, though. So they were ignored out of politeness. Still, it would have been much nicer if they had gone to the park or something. But this was still good. Any situation that ended up with Asriel Dreemurr in his arms had to be a good one. That's very loaded. That's very loaded. Something, happens in Asriel's side of the story much further along than Bpants' story goes. Not every situation that ends up with Asriel Dreemurr in your arms, Bpants, is going to be a good one. Anyway, we are going to quickly go through things since we have no time anymore. We have absolutely no time, and this is going on for very long. If I'm making like 9 recordings, then there's something wrong. I'm not doing my job very well. Oh yeah, and Asriel was he was going for it. Asriel was going for it, but then he chickened out. He chickened out because Bpants is scared, and he doesn't want to hurt Bpants, and Bpants just went through the death reveal, so Asriel can feel what Bpants is feeling, and he chickens the frick out. He decides that he's not going to harvest Bpants anymore. He can't possibly take him with him, and that's what we've decided right now, and, Asriel feels freaking bummed that he can't take Bpants with him, and he's trying to let that sink in. After a good long while, Asriel slowly started speaking, lamenting in a hushed tone, as if he was ashamed. My heart is engraved with mistakes of my past. Yet here I am, given a second chance, unable to make a change, fettered by the stigmata I have been bequeathed. Am I supposed to graciously accept it? The sins of my past and present keep overlapping, blending into one. I've retraced my steps over and again, trying to determine what led me here, how I can escape it. But in the end, there was nothing left behind me. Who was I trying to save all along? Them or myself? Is this life my own personal purgatory? A way for me to repent? I cannot possibly answer everyone's prayers. Am I expected to offer everything up until my soul crumbles into dust? I am sick of merely being a cog in the burning wheel of fate, ever turning in its machinations, blindly hurtling towards its own futile finality. Why do we even exist? What is the point of a perfect world if there is still endless suffering within it? I long for the comfort of being invisible, ceasing to be perceived by those around me, write the world a new elegy, make everyone forget, disappear, sinking into the shadows of darkness. And then there's you. That keeps me holding on. But if you take my hand, I'll end up taking everything from you.
Bpants had to hit the refresh key on his brain a couple times after that diatribe. It was as if the teenage Azzy was sitting in front of him again. He'd heard things like this many times before, and he always thought it was poetry brought about by teenage angst. Bpants had been the same at that age, and while he had grown out of it, and it appeared that Asriel never had that room to grow. A caged bird that could never spread his wings. Never learned how to fly. He leaned closer to that guy and patted his back. He wasn't sure if there was anything that he could say to make his friend feel better, but of course he had to try. Damn, that's a lot to think about. The sword of Damocles really is hanging over your head by a thread. If you ask me, I think you shouldn't worry too much about what others want you to do and focus more on yourself. Look out for number 1. And take care of yourself before you make any sacrifices for anyone else. And I think everyone here's got a kind heart, for the most part. If they knew about your suffering, I'm sure they wouldn't put so many unwanted expectations on you. Like you said before, you should make a clean break. Go off to college for a couple years, come back, let them see how you've changed. Start again from there, but with the new you, the real you. As for me, well, taking everything from me isn't nearly as much of a threat as you think it is, buddy boy. I've only got you. He was really hoping to earn some brownie points, but Asriel didn't react as he'd expected. Yes, he put the buddy boy thing in there as a sentimental jab for Asriel. He was trying so hard, but he was going off the conversation that they had in Chapter 3. Was it Chapter 3? No. It was Chapter 4 on the bench. That conversation Asriel had with him, where Asriel was pretty much bullshitting that he was going to come back in a couple years. He never intended to come back in a couple years. He was just trying to make it easier for Bpants to stay here in this world. So, of course, it falls flat. Asriel wants to make sure that Bpants knows that
That's not really what's going on. Bpants really doesn't understand what's going on.
I don't think you understand the extent of it. A human's hands serve as the only intermediary to reverse the fate of souls that are sentenced to pass on. How did it come to be that Kris made their way into my life again? How is it that we're constantly torturing one another, exposing the other's sore points and rubbing salt in the wounds? The exchange for one life is another life with an equivalent role. Even though I'd used time travel, I still had to commit a reprehensible act in order to keep Kris in this world. I'd rather not say what price they had to pay in order for me to keep you. But I want you to understand. It's all too much. I really am exhausted. I don't want to stand around and watch my loved ones suffer, debating whether I should get Kris involved to change their fate, at the expense of another's, singing souls to rest knowing that I could have done something to save them, accidentally seeing who's next on the chopping block, obligating me to get involved. You understand now, right? Why I desperately need to get away from this place while I can, before it's too late, before a disaster strikes.
It's like they were talking about two different things. No, it was more like they were talking in different tongues entirely. It was difficult to piece together how everything fit in. Right, starting from what he knew. Azzy had that soul connection with Kris from the past life, and Kris was some kind of omen of bad things to come on the horizon. A human who could stop people from dying. But every time they used that power, another person had to die in their place. And then there's Azzy, who was serving as the unwilling spirit guide to those who already died. Time travel was in there somehow, and that's how it involved himself. Asriel asked Kris to save him, and the ability got transferred over. Actually, if Kris had the ability to rewind time, that was a horrifying thought. It was a wonder he was still alive, or maybe not, since there was some kind of punishment for bringing him back, which meant Kris would be wasting effort by killing him. At least something seemed to make sense. He wasn't even worth the effort to kill for Squirt. Man, tonight was all kinds of screwed up. But back to the main point. Asriel stuck around to see Kris grow up past some prophesied date, and now that they're old enough, that guy was going to leave. And honestly, by the way he kept talking, it seemed like he meant leaving for good. So maybe the thing about coming back in a few years was a lie. As if that wasn't bad enough, Azzy was still hesitant about matters involving Bpants. It made sense that guy wouldn't want yet another dead weight to weigh him down. It made sense that he'd already proven himself to be the worst kind of burden to bear. It made sense because that guy was Asriel fricking Dreemurr, and Bpants was a down on his luck, no good nobody. So it should have been easy to comprehend. It should have been understandable. They've already gone this far, knowing that they had no choice but to part ways soon. Still, Bpants couldn't help but long for this kind of life to continue. With this guy by his side, shoulder to shoulder, sitting on the dirty concrete pavement in front of the shitty old diner, disclosing his woes as if they were the only two people in the world. If Bpants had the power to travel back in time, even with the penalties, he still might choose to play out days like this over and over again. They meant everything to him. It's not that I don't want to take you with me, but the place I'm going, in order for me to take you, Once again, that guy was trailing off into silence. Come on, Azzy. You can't leave a guy hanging like this. What could possibly be the issue? I don't want you wasting your life on me. As if he had the last word, Asriel peeled himself away from Bpants and stood up, brushing the debris from his clothes. When he went to reach for the takeout bags, Bpants grasped his arm, intending for his friend to help him up. That guy happily obliged, and the pair slowly began walking back to the apartment, each with a single bag in hand, holding the other's hand with their two free ones. So I just gotta make sure. I'm dying to know. It's not like you don't want me to go with you, right? It's that I can't for some reason. Oh, Bpants, that wording, Bpants! If I was to take you with me, I'd have to collect your... And with that, Asriel absent-mindedly dropped the carry-out bag in his hands. As if it was the most important thing in the world, he completely stopped and exercised excess care to pick it up. It was so unlike that guy to be clumsy that seeing such a thing was almost charming. It might have made for a cute memory if it wasn't for the fact that it interrupted what Asriel was about to say at such a pivotal moment. And suddenly, the two were face to face again. Azzy barely managed to lock eyes with him before he looked away. So that guy felt guilty about something? Embarrassed? Couldn't say? You know, the university I'm going to attend is not a cheap one. If you were dead set on coming with me, I'd have to collect your security deposit up front, and you'd have to enroll in courses. I can't have you mooching off me forever, you know. You have to make something of yourself. That weak-ass smile was a dead giveaway. Asriel was definitely hiding something. There absolutely had to be some secret this guy was unwilling to say. Bpants knew it wasn't right. He knew there was something off about this situation, but the words that came out of his friend's mouth were way too inflammatory. They definitely pushed at all his buttons. Oh, I beg your pardon, Prince Dreemurr. Your humble servant had no idea he was no longer fit enough to serve you. Ha! What, you changed your mind? No longer want some lowlife like myself? Afraid I'd ruin your reputation at your prestigious privatized institution? Well, I'll show you, buddy. I don't need your handouts. I never asked for you to foot the bill. I'll make my own foothold. I've already been saving up towards getting a car. You can bet your bottom dollar I'm going to be banging at your door in no time. Just you wait and see. Good. I want you to prove that you're serious about this. Keep working and earn enough money so that you can catch up to me. I know you can do it. Don't you dare leave me waiting, or I'll get bored. Just keep working, no matter what. And make sure that Kris is doing all right from time to time. As soon as the last thing was said, a melancholic air spread between them that mimicked the haze in their minds. They could both sense that it had gone south somewhere. The silence that accompanied them on their walk home loudly echoed their rueful steps, blowing the whistle on the fact that there was obviously a secret still left said unbetween them. Like a funeral procession, each step walking got heavier and heavier. But even though Bpants thoroughly felt like he had been left in the dark, there were still stars scattered across the night sky, sparkling with the same brilliance as always. The moonlight that lit the path was also kind enough to let him make out the outline of Asriel's gorgeous face. They'd already exchanged too many words today, and he was already at full capacity with the information he could let slow drip into his head. Whatever was wrong, they could still work it out. They still had time. And right now, time together was the most valuable thing that they had. Without caring about how he looked, Bpants greedily clung to the guy and kissed those lips he'd been parted from for way too long. You'll stay the night, won't you, Azzy? Finally, that guy cracked a real smile. Not sure if I should. His tone of voice was betraying his words. How about for old time's sake? And with that, they hurried along their way up to the apartment, hand in hand. As soon as they pushed open the door, Bpants' mom looked at her son with blatant disgust and fussed at him for how long it took. Usually he would try to placate her whenever she got in a tizzy. However, Bpants paid her no mind. There was only enough room for one thing in his mind, and he'd be damned if it wasn't Asriel. He threw both bags down in front of her, as if to vent his frustrations, and, yes, actually, this was all about, 3 more pages worth of stuff. Bpants clinging to Asriel and whining about him going and how he doesn't want him to go and how he'll catch up to him and all that stuff. Very, what I thought drunk people would be like. Apparently not. Apparently not. Apparently you don't get super freaking emotional and shit. And then the rest of the walk home holding hands. And then, Bpants being very touchy-feely. I'm not too sad that I didn't have to write that. We reversed the situation where, Asriel at the beginning of the fic was inviting himself into Bpants' room, for nefarious reasons. And now we have Bpants inviting Asriel to his room for nefarious reasons. For different reasons than Asriel. But Bpants definitely has something in mind. And we see that this is Bpants growing. He grew just from this walk, y'all. I don't even know if you've been paying attention to this, but Bpants has grown just in the span of this walk. It has changed him. It has changed his personality. He has grown, y'all. This is in direct contrast to Chapter 2, right? He's inviting Asriel in. He doesn't give a shit if his room is a mess. He doesn't give a shit about his mom. The only thing he cares about is going for that chance, right? It's the complete opposite of what happened in Chapter 2. And, there was like a whole thing about Bpants' mom and trying to get them to eat, and the only hunger that Bpants had was for, we don't need any of that. I think this very concisely summed it up. I don't need all of that character that's happening. We're just gonna go to what's important, and what's important to Bpants isn't any of that.
Usually he would try to placate her whenever she got in a tizzy. However, Bpants paid her no mind. There was only enough room for one thing in his mind, and he'd be damned if it wasn't Asriel. He threw both bags down in front of her as if to vent his frustrations. You got the grub, didn't you? So stop complaining and eat. Also, Azzy's staying the night. Don't you dare disturb us. Come on, Az, let's go.
The look on Asriel's stupid face was priceless. It almost made him laugh out loud. What? Was that guy really expecting him to put on airs now that they were so close to the finish line? He'd been impatiently waiting to get that guy inside his bedroom for a while now. Like hell he'd let another thing get in his way tonight. However, Asriel was the kind who only knew how to play dirty with him. To everyone else, he always left a clean image. I do apologize, Miss Burgess. This is all my fault. Lil D seemed down in the dumps since there was an issue at work, so I treated him to some drinks to help cheer him up. I may have gone overboard. Please don't worry. I intend to take care of him tonight. As soon as Bpants heard Asriel call him by that name, the smile froze on his face as if someone had pressed pause, and it slowly distorted into madness. What did he just call him? What did he use that filthy mouth of his to say? Well then, if Asriel Dreemurr claimed he intended to take good care of him tonight, he would definitely hold that guy to his promises. In fact, he couldn't wait to hold that guy in general. Grabbing his friend's hand, he hurriedly led them off to his bedroom before Azzy could courteously exchange more pleasantries and embarrassing nicknames with his mom. As soon as Bpants closed the door, he shut away all lingering thoughts and concerns in his mind. What mattered to him now was only one thing. Should he hold himself back like a mature, rational adult, keep on rolling with that last shred of reason, and be a dignified partner worthy of Asriel Dreemurr? Or should he let himself be swept away by instincts, give in to his primal attraction, fully show his complacency, no longer letting fear and pretenses hold him back? Of course he chose the latter. Frankly speaking, he could no longer care about the miscellaneous items thrown about the room and the pile of dirty clothes littering the floor. He couldn't bother with his troublesome mother or care that she could hear him. Let her hear. After everything he'd been through tonight, he was ready to cash in the chip on his shoulder. He was fueled by all the confusion, sadness, and tension from earlier, and the alcohol most likely didn't help. Asriel Dreemurr pulled on his heartstrings so much that they were all out of tune, warping him, bending him, slowly but surely breaking his heart with the thoughts of departure lingering over Bpants' head. At this stage in the game, he shouldn't hesitate to take what he wanted while it was still within his grasp. He earned this. He deserved to treat himself by giving in to his passions. He turned on the TV set at a decently loud volume and cleared off the clutter of his fully spread out mattress. Bpants looked back at Asriel.
who coyly tilted his head as if he was feigning ignorance. Knowing your enemy is half the battle, and nobody geared him up for the front lines quite like this guy had over the course of the last month. He let this man tear down his walls brick by brick, let him pry into his mind and worm his way into his heart. It had been an uphill battle the whole way here. But now that they've reached these heights, there is no need to back down. Since Azzy painstakingly dragged him all this way, he should be prepared to face the consequences. Bpant's heart burned with the flames of war, and he immediately rose to the challenge. He made his way over to Asriel and stretched out his arms, wrapping them around his waist, planting a sweet kiss on his lips to let him know his intentions. However, that guy gave no counter. Wasn't this his plan from the start? What, did he change his mind? Now that he's ready to go, this guy decides to act like a sitting duck? Doesn't want to hunt without the thrill of the chase? Honestly, it was humiliating, and even though their standstill didn't last for very long, the suspense practically tormented him. Exactly how drunk are you right? Before Asriel could continue, Bpant fiercely stole the words right out of his mouth by sealing it with another kiss. Or, at least he tried to. He was so eager that all he managed to do was ram their teeth together, which wasn't exactly the best feeling in the world. Somehow his bravado from earlier had worn out, and he was starting to become a nervous wreck. His body was hardly obeying his commands at all, and his head was a little bit woozy. But he couldn't give in now. He could see from that look in his eyes that Az was enjoying his desperation. Bpant glared at him, but the more he furrowed his brow, the wider Asriel's enigmatic smile grew. If you're certain, I guess it can't be helped. Without the need to say any more, Asriel reciprocated, changing his angle so that their kiss could reach more deeply. That warm breath sent chills down his spine as that soft tongue invaded his mouth. Bpant let out a small grunt as he threw his arms around Azzy's neck, clinging on for dear life. As far as he was concerned, that man was his life. He'd gladly give it up for him. There was absolutely no turning back. Asriel's hands didn't stay idle either. He used those delicate fingers to dance around his back, caressing him so lightly that it was almost ticklish, transferring his heat. It felt unusually good. That guy most likely had an experienced hand. What else could he expect from a guy that lived 2 lifetimes? I'm gonna burst some bubbles here. The reason why it felt unusually good is because Asriel was stirring Bpant's soul. He was thinking about actually doing it this time. He's thinking about it, y'all. He's about to do it, except... Sweat drenched Asriel's fur, filling Bpant's nostrils with that guy's indecently masculine scent, bringing back a whiff of nostalgia, as well as an onslaught of unseemly thoughts. They were thoroughly and haphazardly devouring one another, both salivating enough from their bout of hunger that it could be bottled, but for some reason Bpant's throat was as dry as a scorched and rocky field. His brain blanked out, overwhelmed by the impact of their actions sealing away his oxygen, suffocating him. He could no longer tell whose tongue was whose, which body was his. He was trying his best to keep himself composed, pretending that the rising tempo wasn't getting to him as much as it was. But he couldn't get a grip on his heartbeat that was beating so wildly that it felt like his chest was going to explode at any minute. It far outran his feeble pursuit to hide his emotions. Why was his heart throbbing so much from just a kiss? Asriel brought his hand to Bpant's chest and parted ways so that they can catch their breath. Of course this guy wasn't breathing so heavily. He stole Bpant's breath away, that asshole. Said warm breath blew against his ear as his partner laughed, leading him over to the direction of the bed. At this point, Bpant had no choice but to accept his condition, that his telltale heart was giving his emotions away. His mind and body were trembling as if shaken by a blast, pelted by the shrapnel as Asriel caressed his cheek, the stroke of that strong hand falling to his shoulder and pushing him down. The mere thought buckled his legs, both falling into a heap as if crashing waves were plunging them into its murky depths. Asriel hovered over him on the bed and smiled at him adoringly.
The mood was almost put off by Bpant's ugly face reflected in those beautiful eyes.
I'll never get tired of looking at you.
So we have Asriel peeking in on Bpant's thoughts, and he's caught in between these two things, if he's really going to do it this time, because he's very pumped up for that, but then also he's very distracted by what is happening, and he's also very interested in what is happening right now, so he keeps going back and forth between he's going to do it, he's really going to do it, he's stirring this guy's soul, he's getting ready, but then he puts his hand on his chest and he parts ways, so that so that Burger... Oh shit, fuck. I gotta go.
I'm back. What were we talking about? I think we were in the makeout scene. Oh, I had a note. I'm not gonna pull it up. This is my first time creating a scene like this. So I was very nervous about that. And then I just kind of thought it over, and I'm like, it doesn't have to be hot. It doesn't have to be good, right? And we have the Elmer's thing, and all of the all the makeout scenes and those kind of that kind of fiction is really strange and weird and a little bit off-putting, you know, because everybody's trying to glorify what a kiss is like. So well, they try to glorify what everything is like. And it doesn't work out too well. So I'm like, you know what? No, I am not going to glorify shit. I'm going to have fun with this. I'm going to add drowning and suffocating, and I'm going to use the most war-torn language. That's why we have the scorched and rocky field. I'm just like, you know what? The theme of this is death. Let us run with that. And you can kind of say, I have not had any feedback on this scene, and this is the one I was the most worried about, because I don't know exactly where the line is with PG and non-PG, if this is too much, if this just falls flat on its face, and it's the most awkward thing ever. I'm not gonna lie, I did purposely make it a little bit awkward, with Bpant's practically, like, drowning in spit. Oh my god, that's what makes it fun for me. Body fluids are always funny. So anyway, that's why we have this language. We are, and oh god, Bpants has no idea. He's like really ride or die with this right now, but he doesn't realize that the die is on the table. Not just the ride, but the die is also on the table. Pants, what you doing? It's only convincing Asriel to go through with it. So let us go back to reading now. I don't remember where I left off last time. I'm very sorry. Asriel decided that he was going to play around a little bit, and then he looks at Pants and he's like, no, I really can't go through with this. Like, I can't. I can't possibly go through with this. That's why he says, I never get tired looking at you. What he's saying is, I should just foster you in this world, and maybe I'll be able to come back and visit you or something. Figure out something later on. But Pants is really put off by that, because the whole relationship with him and Asriel, he still can't believe that he's here, right? He still can't believe that he's here with Asriel. He doesn't really believe that he's worthy, still. But Pants is put off because anything to do with himself, Pants has self-loathing issues, and he just needs to get over those, I think. I think it's a slow journey, but he will definitely find his own. He won't find his own just yet. So let us move on. I'll never get tired of looking at you. The upper half of his body was pushed down on the bed when Azzy threw his weight on him, delivering to him another fervent kiss. This position had Pants practically drowning in an obscene amount of saliva, like water dripping from a faucet. It wasn't the most pleasant thing, but the pleasure he felt from earlier still hadn't subsided yet, and it compounded with all the other stimuli fighting for his brain's attention. As soon as the thought would come up, it would pop like a balloon. He had no mental capacity to bargain with. The physical side was taking over by a landslide. Asriel parted ways from him, wiping a silver thread of spit that connected them with the back of his hand. We don't have to go any further than this. I don't really care. Anything is good. Anything is fine with me. Just stay with me, his heart screamed. You don't have to worry. I said it's fine, so just shut up and be obedient for once. Sir, it's not like you've come here unbidden. Please take the hint.
Bpants fully felt the mental damage he inflicted himself with because of this conversation. Whatever they wound up doing really did not matter to him at this point, just as long as they were together. He was already willing to go down with the ship, and it seems like he and Asriel were already on the same boat. So why was Azzy desperate to jump ship now that he was on board? That guy was not turned off by this at all, so why try to fight it? Alright, the things that I skipped some things earlier. I forgot. Okay, so, we have poor baby comp head Bpants, who had, pre-existing ideas of how this dynamic was going to work. God damn it. Bpants had a pre-existing notion that he was the one to wear the pants in this relationship, right? I don't think I have any dialogue, but he's pretty much going to be the breadwinner of the family. Like, that's what he has in his mind, that Asriel's going to be his nice little stay-at-home wife, or whatever. He's really into this. So he kind of has this idea in his mind, but then he kind of thinks it over when his mom mentions something, and he's like, that's just the kind of guy, if he goes in for a penny, he'll go in for a pound, and then that kind of gets him to think about it. And then, earlier, when, once again, everything involves Bpants' mom. Bpants' mom cracks his egg. Asriel's talking to her, and he's like, oh, don't worry, I'll take care of your son tonight. And Bpants takes this in a different way, and he's like, oh, you're gonna take care of me, huh? Alright, fine, we'll see what happens. And so Bpants is kind of like accepting this idea now, like, whatever, I don't even freaking care anymore. I've waited so goddamn long, you're not getting off the hook now. And there's a reason why I'm talking about this. In this scene, how Bpants is interpreting this, Asriel had just led him over to the bed, so Asriel just took... Alright, the uncomfortable shipping dynamics thing, right. So we have the two things that Bpants had to mull over from earlier. So we had Asriel being hesitant at the doorway, right? Bpants was being obvious about what he wanted, but Asriel was kind of being standoffish, so Bpants took this to be like, oh, okay, I understand. This isn't the way that Azzy wants this, so he kind of falls back a little bit. Not much, though. And Asriel is the one who leads him over to the bed, and Asriel's the one who pushes him down. So Bpants is like, alright, fine, I accept this is fine, this is good, whatever. It's Asriel freaking Dreemurr. I can't believe that this is happening, I just want it to happen. I don't want this to... Alright, let's do this whole thing over again. After everything, Bpants has accepted this man. Bpants has accepted Asriel Dreemurr, and he is very... He's pretty much receptive to whatever this guy will give him right now. So that's where we are, and Asriel is very hesitant, so Bpants kind of backs off a little bit. He goes for it, and then it doesn't work out, and he gets embarrassed, so he backs off a little bit, and that's when Asriel's like, okay, I get it, alright, fine, it's not like I'm unwilling. So then they go forward with it a little bit, but Asriel still thinks, man, this would be the perfect time to do it. This guy is very distracted by how he feels right now, and if I just go in there really quickly, rip that out... Oh, frick, why am I getting so disturbed? Oh, people, I don't want to talk to you. I'm trying to talk about Azzypants. If you're not talking to me about Azzypants, I don't want to talk to you, people. Oh yeah, I was talking about how Asriel was just... He'd go in there and get it done really quick while Bpants is distracted, but Bpants' thoughts distract Asriel, so Asriel's like, no, actually, I can't go through with this. He's gonna stay safe in this world. And since he's going to stay safe in this world, you might as well take advantage of a situation while you have it, right? Have some fun while you're here. It's a nice little vacation. So, Asriel decides to indulge, right? And he leads Bpants over to the bed, like, okay, you get it now, right? Alright, you understand what's happening now, right? Not being subtle. The subtlety flies over, Bpants' head. And Bpants at this point is still unsure if anything is going to happen. But then when Asriel pushes him down, he gets that thought in his head like, oh, okay, Asriel wants to take the lead. That's why he was hesitating earlier. That's fine. Whatever happens from this point is a welcome thing. I don't care as long as Azzy is with me. And that's kind of what we have in this scene. Asriel's looking at Bpants and is like, man, I just can't do it. I just can't do it. There's no way I could possibly hurt you when you're looking up at me so expectantly. When you already have so much fondness for me, I can't do it. I can't ruin this. So that's what Asriel means when he says, we don't have to go any further than this. We don't have to go any further than this. Meaning, I don't have to take you with me. This is fine. This is good. I like what we have here and now. But Bpants is thinking... But Bpants is thinking, Asriel's saying, that he's not going to pressure him into sex. And Bpants is like, dude, dude, you can't pressure me at this point. I am ready to go. Let us just go. Because, of course, he is still clinging on to the idea of Asriel, so anything that they could possibly do before Asriel leaves, he just wants to go for it. He still does not want to accept the fact that Asriel is leaving, and, with that, Asriel and him parting ways. So he wants to make the most of this, not only so that he has the memories, but also that Asriel has the memories. They have this mutual thing that hopefully brings them closer together. So Bpants is coming to terms with all of that. Asriel is saying that he won't... You don't have to worry. Which is also, you don't have to worry, I'm not going to do anything to harm you, and I'll figure this out somehow. Somehow we will figure this out. But for now, I'm not going to go through with it. I'm not going to go through with my plan. We're just going to enjoy the evening. And that's when Bpants retorts that, no, anything is fine. Just shut up and do it. I don't even care at this point. Whatever comes, I will roll with the punches. Which is not something that, he should be saying to Asriel right now, because he's convincing Asriel once again that maybe it is a good thing. Maybe this moment is a good moment for Asriel to just hurry up and take that soul and, jet out of there. Because Bpants is very distracted and very willing right now. Bpants is extremely willing right now, right? Bpants doesn't even realize that his willingness is actually making him a much easier target, right? So the chances of rejection... The chances that Bpants would resist Asriel taking his soul right now would be very slim to none, because Bpants is extremely very willing to go with whatever Asriel is throwing at him. And we see that a lot in the language. Bpants is talking about, this guy is his life, he couldn't possibly go without him, he's already willing to go down with the ship, he's willing to die for this guy, and that's just resonating with Asriel, and Asriel's like, okay, alright, I get it, you don't really mean that, okay, alright, I guess I can do this, okay, alright, maybe I should do this, like... Asriel's so frickin' confused, and he doesn't know what to do. But at least they're on the same page. They are on the same page right now about getting more physical. And then that leads us back to the story. Let's go back to the story. Without another word, they initiated yet another round of passionate kisses. This time with the mutual goal of satisfying their partner. Yeah, I already went over that Asriel was kind of using it to distract Bpants earlier, stirring his soul and everything. Now, Asriel is leaning into the physical side of things. The tantalizing ecstasy of their tongues colliding shot waves of tranquilizing pleasure that completely engulfed them in its warmth. Their bodies were desperately plastered together, clawing at one another as if loosening their grip even the smallest amount would mean losing the other forever. They had become one indomitable beast, frenzied with a thirst unparalleled. Asriel readjusted, tilting Bpants' chin up, and savored running his tongue across those perfectly formed molars. It was a bit awkward, but there was no harm in allowing that guy to do as he pleased. As suspected, Azzy was really into teeth, and since he was getting bold enough to take what he desired, they might be getting serious after all. Just the thought of it made Bpant's heart thump wildly in anticipation, aching to explore heretofore unknown territory. Deepening the kiss further sent that familiar tingling sensation down their spines, firing signals to the other that they shared the same objectives. And then, without warning, another kind of sensation was abruptly thrust upon them. Between their two tongues, a hard, smooth object confoundedly made its way there, as if to object to their good time. Alerted by this abnormality, the two immediately broke the kiss and sat up. Bitch is all about this. Bitch is all about this. Oh, am I recording? That would be kind of sucky if I... Yeah, okay. Nothing happened in that paragraph, just Asriel and Bpants deciding to get more intimate. We see that with Asriel, Oh, we definitely see Asriel's going for it. But I'm sorry, my babies. I am so sorry. This is where this fic started. This was the whole purpose of the fic. The whole purpose of the fic was Asriel having a tooth fetish and Bpants losing a tooth. So I had to cut their good time very short. Barely a good time as it was. Asriel spit out the foreign object from his mouth, and both parties stared at it as if it was an alien creature. The offending small white shell of composite innocently sat in his palm. What is this? It took a while for Bpants' brain to process what exactly happened, but when it did, he wanted to go outside and beg that sky for lightning bolts. Alas, lightning would never strike twice. How could this have happened? There was absolutely no way in hell this could be happening. He slid his tongue over his teeth, and the real panic started to sink in. He lost a veneer. He lost a freaking tooth while making out with a tooth fetishist. He was always careful with his teeth, making sure to avoid sticky, tough, stringy foods, avoiding extreme temperatures. He'd forsaken all of his favorite foods in order to maintain those pearly whites. Even when he did bite, he did so out of extreme caution. They'd given him no problem for years at this point. The only thing he did out of the ordinary tonight was drink, but there's no way the adhesive dissolved from such a small amount of alcohol. Tragedy! There's no other thing to describe it! He'd by some grace found himself standing at the gates of heaven, praying for just a visit. The angels themselves stood before him, beckoning him in, and with just one trip, he stumbled straight down into hell. He was going to become yet another freak accident on Asriel's list. One time I was making out with my boyfriend, and his tooth popped off in my mouth. He was so humiliated, he buried his head in his hands. He wanted to bury his head in the sand. He wanted to bang his head on the floor. He wanted nothing more than to scream, run away, and hide. While he wasn't the best at running away, he wasn't as talentless with running his mouth. But that mouth was the problem in the first place. How could he even start to explain things to Azzy when their relationship was built on the resin foundation of his fake-ass teeth? It's not like he meant to lie to the guy, but what could he say? I was so ashamed of my looks in my early teens that I spent a small fortune getting that perfect Hollywood smile. If you like my perfect teeth so much, by all means, here's a sample just for you. And about this time, an uproar of hearty laughter erupted from the party beside him. That jerk was laughing so hard he was almost in tears. On the other hand, such a reaction made Bpants want to bust out into tears. He really was going to cry this time. And he wasn't usually the type to cry over spilled milk, but Az was definitely the cream of the crop. Not only were his chances ruined, it ruined all credibility. It was way too much to bear. Asriel Dreemurr was actually laughing at his misfortune. And the way that laugh seemed to ridicule him, it caused the temperature to rise to his face. So much for all the years of friendship and their time bonding. Their bonding was just as good as his crappy dentistry. One good push and it all came crumbling down. And what a time, too. They were about to part ways for good. This was such an unfortunate way to end things. It was the absolute worst. And this son of a bitch, he never knew when to quit. Have your little laugh and be done with it. It isn't that funny. Mortified, Bpant used his hand to cover his mouth in order to hide the tooth, while he scolded him. The tooth, the partial tooth, and nothing but that tooth. Oh, and I should explain, Asriel is laughing here because this whole story, Asriel's whole story is about his loved ones always hurting him, and he sees it as a retribution. Asriel harbors this guilt. Everybody, without fail, without meaning to, always hurts him. And then there's Bpant, who couldn't even freaking bite him without his tooth falling off. So Asriel is just, like, overwhelmed, and thinking about the tragedy of it all, and thinking about the humor of it all, and thinking about just how fated this guy is for him. This is just, it couldn't be any more perfect if he'd planned it out. So he's just like, he is so into this. He is so into this. There's no possible way that he could let Bpant off the hook now, right? This guy was made specifically for him. There's no way he can't not take it, right? How much more perfect could this possibly be? But Bpant is not having that right now. Bpant is feeling the exact opposite. Bpant is super humiliated, and he already has that self-loathing, so it really does cause him to, like, cry a little bit. This is the worst that he's ever felt. He is rejected, what he thinks is rejected by Asriel Dreemurr, his one person, the guy that he put all the stock into. Their relationship is completely severed because of this humiliation, or at least that's what Bpant thinks at this point. That Asriel only wanted him for the teeth, and now that he can't have the teeth, then there's no purpose to having Bpant in the first place, because he still doesn't think that Asriel is that into him, right? Especially since Asriel has to leave, he doesn't think that Asriel is that into him, so he's just really piling it on himself, right? He's mortified and humiliated, and he just wants to get out of this situation as soon as possible so that he doesn't have to have his reactions in front of Asriel, because he doesn't want Asriel to know just how much this hurt him, right? Even though he is very hurt, he still wants to hide it from Asriel. So his thoughts are, okay, fine, whatever, I will deal with this at some other time. I can't deal with this right now. I am overwhelmed. Just leave. Just go. I'll call you tomorrow. And that's kind of what happened to that first night as well. We see that pattern of behavior when Bpant is overwhelmed. It's pretty much to disassociate. So here we go again. Let's go back into the fic. Alright, showtime's over, bastard! Give it back and just get out! God damn it, I have no idea when I'll be able to get this fixed! Asriel's eyes crinkled as he took the shape in his hand and held it up for examination. So it's like a snap-on plate. What do your real teeth look like underneath? He attempted to cup Bpant's face and examine it for himself, but he was harshly swatted away. Bpant was in no mood for fun and games. He took this opportunity to snatch the casing back by force. Over my dead body! They shaved down the enamel before they bond a veneer. It's supposed to be permanent, you know? All Hollywood debutantes get them when they go into showbiz. Naturally, I did too. You're disappointed, right? Well, I'm put off by this too. So I guess that's it. Nothing more to say. You can see your own way out, can't you? You're really that self-conscious about it. That sinister smile crept on his face again as he locked eyes with his prey that was still in tears and flushed with the pink aura from his humiliation. Az eagerly pounced him, grinning from ear to ear. What angel? This guy was a demon! Asriel Dreemurr was a demon sent from hell to torment him! The mood whiplash just now nearly gave him a concussion. Bpant continued to hold his hand in front of his mouth to hide his shame, and looked up dumbly, like a deer caught in the headlights. He thought for sure this incident would splash cold water on their chances. But, in fact, it could not put out that fire that resided in Azzy's eyes. It burned so brightly it practically scorched him. Asriel's thinking about using a power right now. Asriel is definitely thinking about using a power right now. It's fine if you're self-conscious.
since we can't use your mouth, you'll just have to settle for me using mine. Whatever was going to happen in the distant future, Bpants couldn't even think about that anymore. As for what was about to happen, his mind raced with a torrent of thoughts.
What did he mean by that sentence just now? Or rather, did Az realize the implications of what he said? Bpants' whole body was practically trembling as his fingers clutched tightly into his fist, as if gaining a grip would be able to save him from falling any harder. This asshole wasn't dissuaded one bit. Did this freak accident just add freak fuel to the freaky tooth fetish fire? It sure seemed that way by the way that guy was breathing so heavily. As for himself, his throat was so dry he couldn't help but swallow. This situation seemed to quickly be heading past the point of no return, and he would be lying if he said he wanted to fight it. He was finally going to get first-hand experience of something he thought would only happen in his dreams, and with the man of his dreams at that. But this was Asriel Dreemurr, after all. He shouldn't get his hopes up too high, just in case, right? Because of the guy's peculiar inclinations, he might end up teasing him for his dirty, rotten thoughts, and leaving him with a fresh neck wound instead. But at this point, did it really matter? Azzy was the showstopper of Hometown, and he was going to be a superstar that rocked the whole world someday. To say that he was starstruck was no exaggeration, but to also have his heart struck with Cupid's barbed arrow for that star was something else entirely. He might not ever recover from this. He might not ever be able to go back to a normal life without Asriel. The slope he was going down was extremely slippery for many reasons. However, if his best friend reached out to him, there was no way he could do anything but grab his hand and hold on tightly. It might take years of tears, screaming and scheming, but he was determined to follow this man wherever he would go. As for whether or not Asriel was teasing him about getting more intimate and would prank him with a bite, well, he'd gladly be Azzy's fool. And, at long last, he was finally ready to let that sink in. Yay! Calm. We're gonna be calm now. So yes, we've got the phrase, let that sink in, which has so many different meanings. We also have Bpants coming to terms with if he has to be a fool for Asriel, he will gladly do that for him. Bpants' whole journey was about his reputation and his connections and how he didn't want to get made fun of. Just a couple paragraphs ago, he was so distraught over being made fun of by Asriel, right? How he's perceived by other people weighs on his mind heavily, but now he's finally let that go. He's finally accepted that if that's what it takes to keep Asriel by his side, he will gladly humiliate himself over and over again in front of Asriel. Whatever Asriel is willing to give him, he is ready to accept. He is willing to take. And that also fuels Asriel's thoughts at this point, because Asriel is really feeling this, right? He's really feeling this, and it's getting very dangerous, and Bpants doesn't know any of this. Bpants is freaking clueless about what's going to happen, or what might happen. I will leave it up to everyone else, because I do not intend on writing any more. This was very fun, but I wrote this not having anybody to check my work. I wrote this without any feedback. I wrote this not knowing what fan fiction was like, right? And in that meantime, I got to experience everybody else's stories and see their perspective on things and see how they interpret these characters. And I'm like, oh, holy shit. Oh God, I am so off base. I am not the average person here. This is not how people write. This is not how people characterize these characters. This is not the kind of plots that people go for. So I think this was a good run. I'm laying it to rest here. So we're not going to go into the journey that they would have in Asriel's roots. It's good as it is. I am very happy with where it ended. Of course I am. I wrote this ending very early on, so of course I'm happy with it. But I love how it went. I'm proud of it. I will say I am proud of it. It is a mess, but it's my mess, and I love it. Just how Asriel loves his mess burger pants. So I think we've gone over it. We've gone over enough. I think we've gone over enough. I think it's a little bit easier to comprehend. If I can motivate myself to do it, I will probably just have like a video explaining all the stuff that I explained in these videos, because like I said, I don't think anybody's listening to this for my horrible narration, and the people who would watch this to figure out what everything means, they have to sit through all that horrible voice acting and not editing. So I'm not gonna drop like $120 on a mic here. I'm just going to do like do a little video explaining all the lore implications of this story. That is how I interpret this story. Of course, how I interpret this story is not how this story should be interpreted. It's whatever it means to you, whatever you take from it, that's what makes this story meaningful. But I think it would probably be best if I put my own ideas into something in one place, in some kind of video. One, so that I remember it, because I have the worst memory in the world, and that's kind of why I do these recordings, right? Not just for play, but for work. I do these recordings so I remember my mindset at the time, and this is definitely kind of like a journal of this experience that I will definitely forget about in the future, and then I can look back on it and be like, oh my god, why did I do that? Why did I do it? No! So yes, hopefully I'll get out a video explaining all the craziness behind it. Usually it just has to do with Asriel's story, which was not put in here. I don't know, why don't you go ahead and tell me, what your favorite part was, what the most shocking scene was, something that you didn't think about, something that changed your perspective. If you could do that, on Discord or in the comments here or whatever, I would actually like to know, because, like I said, nobody's given me feedback on this. I couldn't even pay my friends to read this. Nobody I know has talked to me about this story. And then there are people who will talk about this story, but then if I show up, that just puts a damper on things. It's like, no, let me be one of the cool kids. I want to talk about this too. Like, I don't even freaking care that I'm the author. I am the one who makes fun of this the most. I hope y'all know. I just have this stupid dialogue, and then I make fun of my dialogue, and that's how the dialogue gets written into the story. But then I have another layer of me riffing the story. I don't want to be bullied over this. I don't want this to, cancel me, but I also don't mind that, I don't mind that people don't like the pacing, or that it's written in a way that will give you a headache. I'm very sorry about that. It is definitely a skill issue. I have no skills. I have no, writing legs. But I don't mind criticism of the story. I'm not going to go ride or die defending it, right? Because, it's a shitpost. I don't know if I've said it before, but this is pretty much a shitpost. This is something stupid. I know it comes off as really sincere, like it came from the heart. It really didn't. It came from my butt. That's what this is. It is a literal shitpost. And thank you so much. Thank you so much. I did not expect that this was going to be read on stream. I didn't think that it was going to be read by anyone at all, pretty much. I'm so used to being looked over, that I thought, surely, I'm gonna be looked over here too. I'm just gonna put it out there since I already put in all the effort, and I'm, laughing and giggling and going crazy to myself about this. I have nobody else that I can talk to about this, so I might as well just put it out there on the internet, and maybe somebody will read it, and somebody did, almost immediately, and I was very happy. Thank you to that person very much. Thank you very much. And that kind of, pushed me to finish it, because I didn't completely finish it. I had a little bit there that I still had to write, mostly the romance stuff. So I'm very grateful for everyone who had anything to say about it, right? I am very, very grateful for all the stream comments. as it was being streamed. I'm very grateful that it was streamed at all. Thank you very much, Andrew, for giving Bpants and Asriel the best voices I could have ever hoped for. Thank you for killing your lungs and trying to read this bullshit. Thank you very much. Thank you to the lurkers who were there for the streams. Thank you for the people who took time out of their busy lives to read this shit on their own time. Thank you so much. And of course, thank you so much to the people who watch these videos. I am eternally grateful and humbled, and I feel like I owe you something. I feel like I've taken something from you. Once again, you have my gratitude. Thank you so much. And I will try to get that video out so people don't have to sit through this kind of thing. Alright, this has been Peach, talking about Let That Sink In. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Bye-bye!